just like to say
Yeah,
thanks to
perfect
everyone who
right
is dialing in, and welcome to AmiWest 2020. I think I got my head cut off right now, but that's okay. Let me sit down and get the camera angle to work. There we go. All right, good. So thanks for participating in the grand experiment all over the world, across the world. I think we had a couple of hundred people online most of yesterday, and it was really a great response to what we've been doing. It's probably in the last 23 shows, it's been the largest online audience we've ever had. And I'm sure this will be of similar size because people love to talk. I know I do. And so I'm really glad. Thanks, Doug, for doing this, hosting this for us, and bringing all the people in that you're bringing in as well. So thanks again, and we hope you guys enjoy the day. We'll be online here until 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. So we've got plenty of time to talk and plenty of things to talk about, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
So thanks a lot, and go for it.
Wonderful. Thanks. So everybody, I'm Douglas Compton from 10 Minute Amiga Retrocast. I think many of you know me or maybe watched a couple of my 10-minute videos because they never ever go beyond 10 minutes. Yeah, sure. And I first heard of AmiWest years ago. Before I got really back heavily into the Amiga community, I'd always, hear about AmiWest. I'd be reading amiga.org and, oh, there's another AmiWest event. And it's always in the back of my mind, oh yeah, it's fun to, maybe go visit sometime. But I wasn't deep enough into the Amiga community back in the early 2000s and 2010s to really be motivated to do that. When I got back into the community full force in 2018 and heard that there was an AmiWest show in Sacramento, California, I knew I had to go. There's nothing that was going to stop me from going. So I loaded up my little car, a little Nissan Sentra, with I think 3, maybe 4 Amigas and a bunch of stuff, a bunch of recording equipment, a bunch of tripods, things like that, and drove the 13 hours from Tucson, Arizona, all the way up to Sacramento, California. And that was a long, long drive. And I had this illusion in my head that I would drive overnight, get to the hotel at maybe 5 in the morning, and be able to sleep 3 or 4 hours at the hotel before jumping in and getting into the show. No, not at all. I get to AmiWest last year at about 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 or 8:15, and the show opens at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So I get there, I open up my car, I start unloading all my stuff, setting it up. All of a sudden, it's time for the show. Now, again, I just drove for 13 hours, and I hadn't slept since the night before. So I'd been up 24 some odd hours so far, and went through the whole show, that whole Saturday, exhibiting things. I put on 2 little seminars, one about Amiga Art Contest 2019, and another one about using the Amiga 1200 as a modern day-to-day computer, which was kind of a fun one because right in the middle of the presentation, the whole Amiga just gurued, at the software error at the top. It was a blast. It was funny. So get through the entire day, of course, absolutely exhausted. And then a couple of the guys said, hey, we're all going out to dinner. Would you like to come? Well, of course. I mean, here I am with, Trevor Dickinson and a couple of the guys from the original Amiga team, just all kinds of luminaries. I'm not going to say no. So, okay, we'll go out to dinner, have a few drinks, have a few, some food, get back to the hotel at, 8, 9 o'clock at night thinking, okay, finally, I can sleep. Hey, Doug, we're all going down to the lobby room of the hotel and having a couple of drinks. Why don't you join us? Next thing I know, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I literally hadn't slept a wink in like 36 hours by this time. I think it was 36 hours. And if you've ever been to an Amiga event after party, you'll know what I'm talking about. I won't reveal all the secrets, but there's a smidgen of alcohol that's possibly imbibed after the show, possibly just a little, maybe a drink or two. but I was exhausted. And then the next day, of course, I have to get up at 8 in the morning. We do it all again for a whole nother day. So it was fun. Don't regret a minute of it. And I was so sad when COVID came around this year because I had plans to go to several Amiga shows this year. Robert Bernardo was putting one on in California, Los Angeles area in April. I was going to go to that. I had a couple of, I was going to be exhibiting. I had a couple of speeches I was going to do, some live streaming, canceled. And then the VCF shows, I was going to go to VCF East this year, where I was hopefully going to meet up with a bunch of friends from that part of the country. Is that the right direction? No, that's north. That's east. That's east. A bunch of friends from that part of the country. Canceled, all virtual. And then even up until early September, I was thinking, well, maybe it will be safe enough to go to AmiWest in person. You know, just maybe. So I talked it over with my wife, and she's very adamant, saying she didn't want me to take the risk, you know, not for the family safety. So we started talking about this whole virtual AmiWest thing. Some people would attend in person, which they are. They have got a nice little crowd there, but opening it up as an entire virtual Amiga seminar. And I thought it was just the coolest idea. And I told Brian and Jerry that, you know, count me in on board for whatever they need, helping with the presentations, help putting things together. And I think it turned out really well. I was pretty impressed with yesterday's show. I don't know how many of you caught it. I know, Aaron, you told me you weren't able to catch it specifically, but I don't know if the rest of you. Oh, John, you didn't catch any of it, did you?
No, I hope to go back and check it out. Yesterday I was gone most of the day, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it was an absolute blast. Oh, I know Dane Archer was there, Alex Perez was there. I recognize David Ziegler. I can't remember if he showed up or not. Litwarski was there, but we had up to 180 people at a time watching these AmiWest events. Some of them were pre-recorded. Some of them, like mine and several other guys, were just live events where we're talking with the guys from AmiWest, or we're talking with Bill Bersari. It worked out really well. There was a ton of knowledge dropped yesterday, including some really great stuff that Jens from, well, you guys know Jens, the maker of the ACA 500 Plus. He dropped some great information about some new hardware that he's planning on bringing out, and actually working with Dave Haney on a couple pieces of hardware that he's going to be coming out. So it was released at AmiWest that one of the people who had his hands in the Amiga for years is putting his hands back in the Amiga hardware community and working on new hardware for the Amiga. And if that's not about the coolest thing in the world, I don't know what is. So it was a very successful event. And then we thought we'd experiment with this too, where we'd actually bring in people from all over the world in a live meeting just to talk about Amigas, talk about what's going on in the community, new hardware, new software, what we're doing. And I absolutely wanted to bring in some of the Amiga luminaries from the community to be able to talk about what they do, what kind of shows they put on. And two of my absolute favorite Amiga people are here today, which is my friend Amigo Aaron and my friend John Schaller from Amigos Retro Gaming. And I'm so happy you guys showed up. You guys want to talk about your show a little bit, introduce yourselves to those who don't know you, and tell them a little of your history?
Go for it, man.
Sure, man. So, you know, gosh, I don't know if I would consider us Amiga luminaries, boat.
We shine brighter than the sun, man.
Oh, is that? Oh, there you go. I'm Aaron. This is John Bodekar Schaller. We run a little show out of Hurricane, West Virginia, called the Amigos Everything Amiga Podcast. We've been doing, how many shows have we done now, Boat? A couple hundred.
We recorded episode 272 last night.
There you go. So we've been around for about, what, 5.5 years, something like that.
Yeah.
It seems like 10. we sort of, I had an Amiga right out of high school, and I thought, man, this is the bomb. And then Amiga tanked, and so I lost my Amiga, but I never got it out of my mind, and so I ended up coming back to it, and I've held on to one pretty much since '89 or so. I've had an Amiga around me, and so I'm a prolific podcast listener from back in the day, and I knew Boat through my brother, the Brent, and I was talking to Boat. I was like, it drives me nuts. I can't find any podcasts out here about Amiga games, man. There's nothing going on. I was like, I can't believe this is an overlooked avenue of interest. And Boat was like, yeah, man, that's a good idea. We should do it. And I was like, eh. And then we didn't do it for a long time. And finally, one day I just showed up at Boats, and he had all the crap set up. He goes, okay, we're going to record your podcast, and here's the game we're doing. I was like, what? And then that's literally the way it started. And it ended up being the what was it, the 10th? What anniversary was that, Boat? That very first show was it? Was it? The
it was the 30th anniversary of the Amiga. It was our very first show, so it was pretty serendipitous.
Yeah, because I mean, trust me, it was unplanned, and we've been doing them pretty much every week since then. With very few misses, haven't we, Boat, over the years?
Yeah, we've never technically missed an episode. We've released an episode for each week since 2015, since July 2015. There have been times where we record episodes in advance or whatever, but we've had a pretty strong, if nothing else, about our podcast. We are consistent with our release schedule.
Yeah, participation's 9/10 of it, right? But just showing
That's
up.
right, just showing up.
But it's funny, since we started doing it, like it wasn't too long after it. I mean, it was right around the same time that the Retro Hour started, and then there's been a lot. Amiga started getting a lot more coverage, right? So we sort of stumbled.
We sort of got that ball rolling. Nobody really cared about the Amiga anymore. And then we started the show, and everybody jumped on board.
That's what it was. I mean, we just came at a very lucky time, because we were there when the vampire stuff got announced, and all the other stuff started happening.
The keycaps.
I guess that had been dormant. The Amiga had been sort of dormant. I mean, there wasn't a ton of stuff shaking for a while there, and we just got there at the right time. And man, we've just been playing games, having a good time ever since. So
what we do on the show, if you've never listened before, is that the first part of the show is sort of dedicated to what's been going on in the wider Amiga world in terms of news stories and stuff like that, and then it's really the second half of the show where we focus in on the game. And we've been really fortunate that we have a group of listeners that support us on Patreon that actually help choose the game that we play every week. And so we tend to get a good mix of genres. We are definitely a gaming heavy show. If you're into the Amiga for application development or utilities or something like that, you can go ahead and turn the dial to the right.
Yeah.
But if you're at all interested in the gaming side of things, which is why we like Tinmark so much, is because Tinmark is sort of the yin to our yang. He's all focused in on the using the Amiga as a piece of productivity hardware and using all the software, and we are focused on the games.
Yeah, we tried to cover some hardware early on, and I mean, it's not like I'm a complete idiot, but I don't know, I'm not as detail oriented as I should be when it comes to covering that. So we sort of phased that out about one episode in.
About episode two, it was over.
Yeah, playing games ever since. We're real lucky, man. And Doug, you know how this goes. We got a real good community. The Amiga community's great, and our friends on Discord are the best. It's made a lot more fun. In fact, the show picked up considerably whenever we got all those guys together to help us pick game stuff, because that was not our best. We weren't great at picking what we were going to do, and it's actually more fun to have other people pick what we're going to play, because we don't know what it is half the time. So, yeah. But we've enjoyed it, man, haven't we? But we've had a good time over the years.
We have. I mean, well, one of the highlights for me has been getting to go over to Ireland for the past 2 years for Amiga Ireland. I mean, you want to talk about a show. Go to a country where the Amiga actually meant something to the majority of the people over there. This thing was packed.
You had to get that in, didn't you? Now, you barely got into the wire this year too before the COVID kicked in, didn't you?
That's right. That's right. I mean, it's amazing to think about in January, we were all, together. I mean, just having a good old time. The Doug's experience about AmiWest, very similar to the one in Amiga Ireland in terms of the imbibing involved. And it's just crazy to think about that, less than 2 months after Amiga Ireland, the whole world was shut down. So, I mean, it was really the last hurrah. It was the last good time probably ever in our lives.
It's funny that you mentioned it. Me and Boat, I have been hesitant to do a lot of cons and stuff. I've been to a couple local ones, but I told Boat, like, this is the year. We're getting out there. We're going to we're going to the thing down in Atlanta. We've been invited to that thing for years. We've never gone. I'm like, this is the year we're going to break out and do all these cons, and then they all got canceled. So it's a real bummer. And so it was awesome to get invited to come down here and talk at AmiWest, which I've heard about for years and years. It's pretty famous gathering, so it's neat, and I'm happy that they've kept the tradition going, and they've kept the flame alive even during this difficult time, man.
Absolutely. I think what you said about your community is fantastic. You guys have built such a cool and fantastic little community on Discord that absolutely love you. I just have the utmost respect for you for what you've done there. And they've got a Patreon where you can sign up to their Patreon and you can become a member of their Discord community. You can also subscribe to them on Twitch, become a member of their community. But if you've never watched one of their shows, at the end of every show, Boat sings the list of Patreons to everybody. He comes up with a song, some kind of pop song, some kind of esoteric song. Sometimes he even creates his own 4-piece band. Well, he'll record himself. One he's playing the guitar, another one he's piano, another singing, whatever, and then he'll mush them all together, edit them together into this Patreon song. And it is the most glorious thing you've ever seen. And then people
You're
have
very kind, Doug. You're very kind.
Yes, you were very kind, Doug.
Then you have to email him and try and guess what song he's singing. And then if you guess the right song, he says your name on the next show. And it is absolutely wonderful. Just some of the stuff that he does and puts together. Some of them I have no clue what he's singing. And my cats go running out of the room when he sings them. Other times it's like, wow, this guy missed out on a career as a professional lounge singer or something.
No, he did not.
I've often been told that, Doug.
No. But he's even built he's got a little Discord band. Tell him about that.
Yeah, so here recently, within the past couple of months, there have been some guys on and through our Discord community that have approached me and said, "Hey, do you care if I join, your band and play along with you on these songs?" And so right now we have a 5-piece band representing Northern Ireland, Norway, me, and West Virginia. It's amazing because it's one of those things where we have a click track and we all play the song. And then we got a guy from England, Pixels at Dawn. He's sort of taken over on vocals, and so the Patreon song has taken on a life of its own here recently. But it's so much fun.
I would have to say, Ian, Pixels at Dawn, has an absolutely fantastic singing voice.
He does.
A couple times I've heard him sing. It's like, wow, this guy is really, really good.
Yeah. I was glad to cede control over the songs that really matter over to him for sure.
Yeah.
That's great. And Boat, you actually came into the Amiga community very late because you didn't have a clue what an Amiga was until you got to know Aaron. Is that correct?
That's right. So I'd never seen. I have dim memories of this guy that I was in Boy Scouts with. He was much older than me, but I went into his computer room once, and he said, "I've got an Amiga," and I didn't know what that meant. And that was the only time that I'd ever heard anyone actually say the word Amiga outside of a Spanish context in my life. West Virginia is not the biggest place in the world, and we didn't have a great amount of computer stores. And by the time, because you got to remember too, that I'm much younger than most of you guys. I'm 10 years younger than Aaron. By the time that I was old enough to really be able to afford my own computer, it was 1995, 1996, and the Amiga was basically out of the commercial space by then. I did grow up with the father of the Amiga, the Atari 8-bit computers, created by Jay Miner. So I do feel like I had some sort of a spiritual connection with the machine. But as far as, seeing Amigas in the wild, seeing Amiga magazines, having friends that were doing stuff on the Amiga, I was completely ignorant. And it actually worked out for the best because Aaron is obviously, one of the smartest people when it comes to the Amiga, probably, if not, in the mid-Atlantic states, at least in our state of West Virginia. And so he's able to teach me all these things. And it's kind of nice because you get a perspective of somebody that didn't grow up with all this stuff.
That's absolutely true. You do offer a fresh perspective. And so many of us in the Amiga community, we honestly do have rose-colored glasses when we're looking back at some of these games that we played in our youth. And now we go back and play them now, and we're like, oh, this really has bad controls. And John Bode is just brutally honest with some of this stuff because he's not going back and looking at them with rose-colored glasses. He's looking at it as a young gentleman who's playing an Amiga game from the 1980s or early 1990s, and how's this thing play today? He doesn't have the same perspective that we do, but that's sometimes a good thing.
Yeah. And I think that it's important that you look at games not necessarily 2020 versus 1991, but just what else was available in the market at the same time, and how do these things stack up against each other? In a lot of genres, the Amiga destroys stuff, and especially before the 16-bit era, there's no question the 16-bit console era, the Amiga reigned supreme. But even after the introduction of the 16-bit consoles, anything that relies on mouse control, anything that's a little bit more of a deep experience, the Amiga is still a force to be reckoned with. It's really only when the Amiga developers were trying to ape all of the Japanese platformer games that were popular, like Super Mario Brothers, that they really fell flat because they watched. I can never shake the feeling they watched some video of these games being played, and they're like, okay, well, we'll do something like that, and they really missed out on the essence of what made these games special. But at the same time, if you play a European platformer game on the Amiga, something like James Pond or something like Yojo, it's going to be a different experience. Those games are much more focused on exploration. The levels are just huge and they scroll vertically and horizontally. There's a lot of item collection. So it's hard to say that, the Amiga couldn't do genre X well. They were just approaching it from a different way of looking at things.
And when you go back and you listen to somebody like the people that they interview on the Retro Hour with Dan and Ravi, they actually interview a lot of these people who made these games back in the late 80s and early 90s, and they were under such time constraints.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah, we got to have a game out in 3 months. So they couldn't code it the way that they really, really could have. There are some Amiga games out there that are just, they just knock your socks off. You play them, you look at them, you're like, wow, this is what the Amiga is capable of. If people just put the time and the effort into creating them back in the 80s or 90s, it would have been totally different.
So many developers were just under the gun constantly, and it's not so much the size of the teams. People have this misconception that Nintendo made great games because they had 40 or 50 member teams like AAA studios do today. That's not true. The teams were just as small. The difference was the teams were so much more experienced. Nintendo started making games in the 70s, so by the time they got to the mid to late 80s, they were pros, versus a lot of the guys writing for Ocean or a lot of these smaller British development houses. They were barely out of their teenage years, or in some cases still in their teenage years, and this was their first rodeo.
Absolutely. And also to all of the viewers, if you have any questions, if you have anything you want to say, pipe in with your opinions, just unmute yourself, pop right in. We'll listen to you. We'd love to, the guys from the Amigos would love to answer your questions. I'd love to answer your questions. And we do have some new people who've popped in here. We've got our good friend Eric Nelson from Pixel Gaiden Podcast. How you doing, Eric?
Doing all right. I'm happy to hop in here and dovetail on what you guys were just discussing, which is that I actually didn't own an Amiga until 2002. And I bought one of the new old stock 1200s that Visalia was still selling at that point. And you know, I grew up on the west coast of the U.S. here, and in the education space, it was basically 68K max. And before that, it was Apple IIs. So by the time I was in high school, we had PowerPC Max more or less everywhere and not much else. So I kind of approach Amiga from an outsider's perspective as well. I'm just kind of a collector of 68K based machines and funky architectures overall. And I, you know, there's the story behind Amiga, I think, is what makes it resonate with a lot of people. And having been lucky enough to be at Amiga 30 and meet a bunch of those guys and interact with them both before and after the show was cool and a lot of fun. And the fact that I was local to the event at that point, I was living 5 miles away, made it really easy to participate.
It is amazing how people are still able to get into the Amiga today who've never used them, never played them. I've just gotten to be friends with this 22-year-old kid who's local to Tucson. He picked up a couple of broken VIC-20s. He picked up a Commodore 64, and then we got to talking on Twitter, and I had him over to the house a couple times. And now he says to me, he says, "Oh, I have got to get an Amiga. These things are absolutely incredible. I've got him watching some of the shows now. I'm turning him on to some of the other YouTubers who do Amigas, and he's starting to fall in love with them. 22 years old, and people are going, "Wow, this is incredible." And while we were just talking to Alex here, Alex is the guy who runs Inertial Computing. He sells these incredibly awesome SCSI to SD that I absolutely love, and I have a habit of breaking. These replace any SCSI drive with an SD card. This happens to be the version 6. So they're like, what, about less than $100 for these? Version 5.1, you can, yeah. Version 5.1, which also works beautifully, but it's just a little bit slower, but maybe more compatible with some older hardware. They're like, what are they now? $75, something like that for the
base board 60. You order it with extras, the brackets and cables and stuff if you need them. But yeah, version 5 boards are $60 each, and they we haven't touched that price in over 5 years, which is nice to be able to say, because our costs have definitely not stayed flat.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Alex? Since you're sort of in that space, how much can you blame increased production cost? Do you remember when the Vampire came out and it was relatively affordable, and then the second run came and it was literally almost twice as expensive? Can you really?
About that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know something about that. I demoed the Vampire at the 2013 AmiWest. Basically what happened, they were using secondhand chips on the first production run, and then there weren't any more when they went to do the second production run, so they had to buy new chips, and so that brought up the price a lot.
Yeah, I knew it couldn't have been something where they just suddenly became ultra greedy, because I mean, you're not going to make something like the Vampire with an eye on retiring from the proceeds of this thing. And I knew that there must have been a reason why that second run was so much more expensive.
Yeah, the parts, this year particularly, the supply chain for parts has been a complete disaster. I actually had to, for the next batch of SCSI SD51s, I had to pre-buy the actual main semiconductor to the tune of $16,000 to know that I would have the part when I needed to do the run, because the lead times on the semiconductor itself was like 20 weeks, which is bonkers. In fact, I've got the same problem now. I can't find anyone who has the stock I need on the 50-pin right angle IDC connector that every SCSI SD's got on it. and working for the employer I work for, which is LinkedIn, we have been just struggling to acquire the servers that we need and the volume that we need them to run our business. And that's true of basically every large company out there who buys thousands and thousands of machines at a time. So I think across the entire electronics assembly sector, it's sort of a disaster, and it's just not going to get better until probably the middle of next year.
Hey Alex, this is the show floor. Last year you showed us your Flophouse, and
Yes.
then the COVID hit. So have you had an opportunity to do any additional, R&D or work on that product?
Unfortunately, no. I had hoped that that I would be able to unveil it in some meaningful way at this year's event, but real life had the opportunity to get in the way in a number of different ways, including my mother having a stroke and my house almost burning down about 3.5 weeks ago. So it is a back burner project that I would very much like to be able to get out there and have people use. I actually have 20 of the devices fully assembled, just sitting there, but the firmware is not in a usable, in a customer usable state. So there are a couple of videos of it online that I posted a while back of it actually booting an image. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the device, I should explain what it is. It's a direct attach to the rear of any Amiga floppy port design that's actually based on the same chip as the SCSI SD that we use, and it's kind of designed as a kitchen sink type device where you have a bunch of interfaces out of it. So once you actually boot off of the device, you can use it to speak I2C over the floppy port, which is bonkers. But someone had implemented a hardware hack for that long ago that's been on AmiNet for forever. And I was working with an old friend of mine who's an electrical computer science EE crossover engineer, and we were just brainstorming ways with we could come up with a useful product that was usable on every Amiga, because the only rear-facing port on any Amiga, on every single model of Amiga that's DMA enabled, is the floppy port. And you can abuse it to do all kinds of bizarre stuff. So at some point we'll have something, and if there's anybody out there that's comfortable fiddling with low-level code, feel free to reach out to me, and I'd be happy to put you in, get a board to you and try to orient you in the right direction if you're interested in doing some development work on it. But I haven't had the cycles, and real life just has thrown a number of curveballs this year.
Yeah, I think it'll be an interesting supplement to something like the Gotex that a lot of Amiga gamers use to replace their floppy drives, to supplement their floppy drives. Just a great way to get data and get information into your Amiga. So I think there's
it'll never be as affordable as the Gotex, because frankly the quality of the Gotex are low. So yeah, I wouldn't say it would be necessarily competition for the Gotek. Obviously the Gotek's been out for years, and especially with the open source flash floppy firmware that's out there, it really makes them incredibly versatile devices. But the Gotek can do things that that Flophouse can't, and we designed Flophouse knowing full well that Gotek existed, and said, to ourselves, what could we make it do that Gotek doesn't or can't?
That's amazing. That's amazing. Boat and Aaron, what do you guys do on your show for playing the Amiga games? Do you use real hardware? Do you use WinUAE? Do you use a combination of the two?
It's funny. For years, I've used my Amiga 12,000 or 12,000. I got an Amiga
I want one of
12,000
those.
sitting around.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've used my Amiga 1200. You know, the usual shtick. It's got the WHD set up on the hard drive and all that stuff. But I'll tell you, and you know this, Doug, firsthand, when I got the Unamiga, that really took over a lot of my day-to-days. Yeah, there you go. That
My Unamiga.
Yeah, like.
You recognize that screen?
Yes, oh yes, and it's just ease of use. But honestly, it works great. It works almost all the time without any fuss. But that much said, it doesn't run everything, as you know. And sometimes I just want to get back on the 1200 and fire that up. So I use both those. I also use because sometimes we're trying to capture footage or just trying to play on when I'm on the go or whatever. So I use a combination of those two things. Plus I use Cloanto's Amiga Forever occasionally, and I'll even use, because Cloanto, I will say, they're sort of a controversial subject, but they make a pretty good front end there for WinUAE, and they've always been nice to our show. And Boats actually spoke with one of the big heads of Cloanto, who's been real nice. And so we use their product. And also something that doesn't get enough press is the company who do those exe files for Windows machines. And those are great. And so sometimes if I'm like playing at my lunch break or whatever at work, I'll fire up the company's exe if they've got one for whatever game we're playing that week. And those things are great. And that's like a great solution for people that don't have an Amiga or just want something super, super easy to use. But we sort of use a little bit of everything. And I think, Bo, you're using, what are you using these days over there?
So I've not had the best luck with Amiga hardware. The first Amiga that Aaron gifted me was this A500 that was on death's door. It had been knocked off a shelf. The case was jacked up. It had no power supply. Aaron bought a gimmick from Poland that allowed you to connect a PC AT power supply to the Amiga, which I put in a shoebox. I drilled some holes in it for ventilation.
Right here.
and then I didn't have a monitor to hook it up with, so I had to get a GBS 8200 arcade board to hook up, and then I fried the first one of those I got, and then I got another one. Yeah. It was about 16 power supplies to get this A500 running. It was the ultimate example of why people don't mess around with original hardware. Then we were very, very fortunate to receive a PAL Amiga 600 in the mail, and the board had significant issues, and we sent the board away. Well, Aaron did some work on the board. Then we sent the board away to Canada to our buddy Jason Warnes to get the board worked on. He ended up building a power supply for the A600 from scratch. It's an amazing piece of work that is fully modular, so you can take both cables out of it and plug them in. He replaced the original square-shaped power supply with a more standard 10-pin power supply, or the round ones. And he wrote up a whole article on that in everythingamiga.com. It's pretty incredible what he's done. But the problem is that when you put a memory expansion in the trap door, the joystick pulls to the left constantly. And we've tried everything we can think of with voltages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the problem is, without a memory expansion, you're not going to be running, you can't run WHD. There's a GoTech in there, but again, without that extra memory, you're sort of limited to what you can do. I have a third Amiga, but as you can see behind me, I have an Amiga 1000 that my uncle gave me, which is this was an uncle that came to me later in life, and I was surprised as all get out when he pulled this thing out of his basement. It works fine except for the disk drive doesn't work, and so. And if you've ever messed around with A1000 disk drives, you'll notice that there's about 1 million different varieties, and the one that I have is the one that's absolute worst to repair. However, one of our listeners just yesterday sent us a package with a new Amiga 1000, another Amiga 1000 in it, and I'm hopeful that I can swap out the drive from one into another. But I guarantee you that between Aaron and I, we have the great majority of A1000s available in the great state of West Virginia.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, instead of just going about it in the most awkward way possible, I use FSUAE. To me, it's the easiest to get up and running. It can do ADFs. It's got full WHD support. It's got a game database built in that runs online, so it pulls down all the metadata for you. You just put you download whatever the newest version of WHD it is, and it automatically runs. I've messed around with WinUAE. It's okay if you're running any sort of application software, you're going to want to use WinUAE. But if you're just playing the games, FSUAE, and like Aaron said, the company.pl. If you're a newer Amiga user and you don't know about this is an excellent resource. The company.pl. They are a group of obviously Polish folks that take WinUAE and bundle it with a game in one easy to download exe file. So you launch the exe file, it loads like a WinUAE shell. You hit play, you can select all the trainers and everything. It's a great way to jump into the world of Amiga emulation. It's definitely the easiest way to do it.
And they do applications as well, like DPaint and stuff. So I mean,
Oh yeah.
That's when we did the art contest on for the marathon. That's how I did that. Just because it was easy to have it on my PC, I could take it with me and fiddle with it.
Right.
But yeah, that no one ever talks about those guys, and they've worked hard to get. They've been around for a while too, you know, but they've got a real good little quality, little gimmick down there. So I guess the answer, Doug, is we use everything that there is possible.
Yeah. I try as much as possible to use real Amigas whenever I do a YouTube video or stream. I've got all kinds of crazy ways to hook up all my different Amigas to my capture devices, but I as much as possible, I use real Amigas when I show off Amiga screens. Wanted to bring somebody else into the conversation here because I'm not sure how much longer he has here. Eric Nelson from Pixel Gaiden podcast, one of my favorite audio podcasts out there, and who is also newly a member of the Amigos community.
Woo! Well, he's been a member of the Amigos community for like the past 18 million years, but
yeah, in fact, I'm wearing my old school shirt from
man.
You only have this many. I can't even point.
Yeah, there's only like 10 Patreon names on there.
Yeah,
but now this shirt barely.
I've never seen Eric's face. What a ruggedly handsome man.
Oh yeah. You need to gaze at his visage lovingly as I do on Twitter. He's got a great profile pic on Twitter. He looks sort of like he looks like
Eric. That's what I expected, man.
That was a picture taken by my wife in a cafe. Like we were sitting in a cafe and she took a picture. So that was I didn't model for that.
It's a great picture.
That was back when I had more hair and I was probably 10 pounds lighter.
Now, I got to meet Eric last year live in person at the AmiWest show, and it was absolutely awesome. He and Cody Hoffman, who hopefully might show up, he said he might show up if he can, popped by AmiWest. And the first thing that the three of us did is we found this cooler over in the corner that had some beers in it. We all cracked a beer open together. So we enjoyed that and got to spend some good quality time talking. So it was wonderful to meet you. And since then Eric and Cody and I have gotten to be pretty good friends online, and we have some cheerful bantering back and forth about certain games occasionally. Cody and I do, but Galaga, that is.
That's right.
But Eric, tell us a little bit about yourself and your Amiga background, and then a little bit about Pixel Gaiden and now your new association with the Amigos.
Sure. As a kid, I had a Commodore 64. I had a VIC-20 first, and then a Commodore 64, and didn't have I moved right from the 64 right into PCs. I skipped Amiga, but I had 4 friends who had Amigas. So, you know, one had two of them had 1200s, one had a 2000. And so I would spend a lot of time over there playing the games and just loving it, but I just didn't have the cash at that time to grab one. But I was familiar with them growing up, and the popularity of Amiga. I mean, it seems like even though our podcast is about retro gaming in general, I think we say something about Amigas every single episode, whether we're playing new games that have come out or new devices. I have my daily driver 1200 that I've had forever. I mean, I bought this for about 10 years ago and fixed it up, recapped it and everything. But now I've expanded. I have a 600, a 500, and I tinker with those. I put the accelerators in them. And then Tim got me this kind of my holy grail recently, which is this PAL CD32.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm loving it, and I'm nervously trying to figure out if I have the skills to recap it correctly. Because I opened it up and I replaced one capacitor, and I was sweating bullets and very nervous. So I stopped after 3 capacitors, and I'm kind of waging whether I should try the rest myself, because there's a lot of capacitors on that little CD32 is such a little board, but there's so many. There's like 30 capacitors.
You probably added years to your life by stopping, because it's the most stressful thing of all time.
I think I might let a professional finish that one out, but I love it, and I've been downloading those Amiga J compilation discs, and I love those things because they're so handy. So many games on each disc. And I know they're the gray areas, as you guys like to say, the gray areas of the Amiga world, but I'm loving it so far. So that's that. And our podcast is going great. I love talking about Amigas. I was just playing Magica and that Vegetables Deluxe game. I was just playing that yesterday. Just loving it. I mean, the Amiga, my Amiga 1200 is the retro system I use the most, because I connect to BBSs every day on it. I use the desktop, I use the text editor, I play the games. I mean, and I can't say enough about it. I mean, I love my Amiga 1200. That one's completely recapped and ready for the future. I'm hoping to get another 20 years out of it if I can.
Yeah, your partner in crime, Cody, got into the Amiga scene late in life too. I mean, he's younger than you.
That's right.
By a couple of years, right? Maybe
by a generation, yeah.
Yeah. And he got into it late, just like Boat got into it late. And now he's a big Amiga fan. I mean, he enjoys the Amiga, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's got an Amiga 2000, and he has a box, I mean, which I just still don't have. I don't have one of those, but he has a 600 now. And then I had a spare 1200 that I had in the garage that I used for parts. And he was having a hard time finding one. So I just sold it to him and fixed it up so that it actually worked, and so now he has a 1200 as well. But no, he's loving life on the 1200 and in the scene now as well.
Unmute. Yeah, that's really awesome. That's great. And I encourage everybody listen to Pixel Gaiden podcast. Like Eric said, they do just about all kinds of retro systems, but not an episode goes by where they're not talking about the Commodore 64, which I think is fair game that we talk about here since it's Commodore equipment. The VIC-20, I hear about that all the time. The Amiga, you hear about that all the time. I think, Eric, you own a PET too, right?
I do, yeah. I do, yeah. PET to 2001.
And you guys need to watch the video that Eric just put out this last week on the BMC Commodore 64, the bare metal Commodore 64 that uses a Pi as the brains of it. And he used, Eric, you tell us about it. I'll shut up.
Well, yeah, it's a bare metal 64. I put it in this old VIC-20 case because this was sitting in my closet, not getting much use, and I love the keyboard on it. The motherboard had some video issues, which I just could never find the time to get around. So I just popped in a Raspberry Pi 3 in it with the header that allows you to use the joystick ports and a power switch and everything. And the beautiful thing about it is, like you guys were just saying, I try to use original hardware whenever I can. But there's some times when you just want to load up a game and make it nice and easy. And the bare metal 64 not only does a Commodore 64 really well, but it does every 8-bit Commodore machine out there. So the Plus4, the PET, the VIC-20, the Commodore 128. And as those systems get harder to find or expensive, it's nice to just have a machine that does it all. And with the bare metal 64, you don't have to worry about going into an operating system and shutting it down. You can just power it on, power it off, and not worry about any kind of corruption. It works really well. So it took me literally like a half an hour to put that together.
That is really cool. I just think the fact that you put that in the VIC-20 case is just so charming. And no VIC-20s were harmed. The motherboard is still fine. You could put it back in, and you're back to VIC-20 land right away.
Yeah, I didn't modify the case at all.
Yeah, the fact that it can also emulate a bunch of other of the Commodore hardware is fantastic. You know, that you want to play Pets Rescue on the +4, it'll do the +4 just fine, right?
It does it great.
And,
yeah.
Yeah, it's such a cool device. And I think actually I want to spend a little time later on today talking about Amiga alternatives for building Amigas out of other things like Pis and things like that. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, I just was absolutely fascinated by your BMC device. So cool.
I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to put your website into the chat right now. And I want to make sure I spell it right. pixelgaiden.com. There we go. So yeah, definitely check out Eric's stuff. So when you play Amiga games, you're playing it on real hardware, right?
Almost always, but lately I have been playing them more on the Mister as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just when I want to get in there and play a game pretty quick, because I have very small windows of time where I actually play games because of family stuff and podcasting stuff. So I've been using the Mister quite a bit, and the Mister has a great Amiga core. It runs really well. I've never had any compatibility issues. It's what I have. I think I've got it going on in the background right now. If you guys can see the desktop there, but my Mister is that little orange box right there.
Oh, cool.
And the desktop, I mean, I've never had a problem running a single thing on the Mister. It runs perfectly. You can mount floppies, hard drives. I have a whole WHD hard drive set up on there. And so I use that or my 1200, but it's mostly my 1200.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say I use my real Amigas simply because that's what I want to do for my show, is talk about real Amigas and real hardware. But if it was just me and I was just, wanting to play some Amiga games and, not doing a show, I think I would probably go with either a Raspberry Pi or an Amiga or something like that. Just small, compact, and they just do everything. They just absolutely run everything.
Yeah, I completely agree. Although one thing, I've never used an Amiga emulator. I mean, not on a PC. So I've never tried to configure like FSU UAE. I've never even gone into that world yet because there's so many other alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not against it. I mean, I would do that if I had to get clean video for something.
Mm-hmm. Didn't I give you a license for WinUAE last year at AmiWest? I thought I gave you.
You did.
And Cody, one of the. Yeah, okay. And you still haven't used it.
I still haven't used it yet. Because I literally have 5 different ways to do Amigas right now.
Absolutely.
So I'm not lacking for anything. And I do like everyone here, I would imagine I prefer real hardware if I can. And so far I haven't had any issues with real hardware. I've been pretty lucky. I mean, my Amiga 1200 worked from the first day I got it, and I haven't had a single issue with it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I would love to hear from other people in the group right now what you guys use for your Amigas and your Amiga game playing and your Amiga productivity. So if anyone would like to chime in and talk a little bit about your hardware or how you do it, we'd love to hear it. Looks like.
Well, I mean, hey, how's it going there, Doug? I don't actually have any 68K machines sitting around here anymore, to be honest. It's all next gen these days. But the truth is, all the best games are still out there for the 68K. I mean, everybody can love playing Quake Dark Places as much as you like on my 5000, but there's just something about playing, the original Turrican or something. And so right now we've got the X5000. I've got a Pegasus 2. I've got an A1222 beta board, and there's a SAM sitting around here too. But yeah, but they're all playing games real well. And by the way, that A1222, you'd be surprised. It actually works really, really well with EUAE. And all the stuff that runs on all the other machines that are system friendly, like there's some pretty good old games that used to run on the Workbench. If you remember those back in the day, like some puzzle games and things like that. You might play Monopoly or something with the kids or whatever. Those run fine out of the box. You don't even need UAE or anything. And with Run UAE, it's really, really very simple. I mount an ADF or I click on an image and it just launches and selects the right screen mode and goes. So it's really very convenient. But I don't know. If I had to choose, I think my next machine's probably going to be like a 600 or something with the Vampire Accelerator, because yeah, the next gen machines are awesome, but you still want one of classic machines just for games.
But the next gen machines, do you have much compatibility issue at all with old games? I think you probably have 95% compatibility, right?
It's all, yeah, there's very, very, very few games that I run that don't run pretty much out of the box. There's a couple, but if they don't run on my system, they also don't run on like my my PC, Linux running FSUAE or WinUAE either. So it's pretty rare to find something that doesn't run. And the nice thing about NG, yeah, and the nice thing about NG is that at least on when you're running it on the Amiga, it runs on its own separate screen and so forth. So it's easy to maneuver back and forth between the game and something you might have running it off in Workbench or something elsewhere.
Yeah, there are a lot of us in the community that don't have much experience with the next generation stuff. We look upon it admirably and think, hey, that's really cool, but we've never actually gotten our hands into that. So it's absolutely wonderful to hear the perspective of somebody who's using the next gen stuff. I know myself, I don't own a single next gen Amiga thing. I would if I could, and I've got my eye on one of the A1222 boards. I think that'd be wonderful, especially if it fits in Stephen Jones' new case that he's coming out with. But yeah, we love to hear the perspective of the next gen stuff.
That's interesting because I heard the opposite. I heard that it was hard to get the older games working on there, and it's good to hear that it's not. I mean, I hear rumors, left and right. If it plays all the old games, that I'd love to jump into it. I really didn't think it did.
It used so back in the day, we didn't have really good integration with UAE. So you would, like, for example, if I had an older game and it wasn't system friendly, so it was touching the chips, you'd have to launch EUAE, and then you'd have to open it up in like an ASL dialog box, and you'd have to fiddle with the settings, and it was not fun. These days, I literally have an ADF image, right? So most of you guys probably are getting these things from the same sources that I am. So your games are coming in ADF files. So you got your ADF file, you right click on it, select run in UAE, boom, off it goes. And that's it. That's really all there is to it. And the fact that they run pretty well on the A1222 is a nice boon. I will say, though, that if you're into classics, it's hard to recommend next-gen machines right now because they're so blasted expensive. I mean, when I first got started, if the only option to me was like a $2,000 machine, I probably never would have gotten started. But at the time, a SAM was available to me for like a couple $100, and that's what got me hooked. So I'm hoping that the 1222 is going to be enough Amiga for folks that they say, okay, yeah, it's not that much money, I'll give it a shot, and then they like it. That's what happened to me.
Good luck competing with the MorphOS boxes, though. I've got a PowerPC Silent Upgrade Mac Mini G4 for $50 on eBay, and then I upgraded it to MorphOS, the latest version, and I paid the license. In US dollars, it came out about $95 because the euro was higher at the time, but it runs like a champ. It runs probably better than my Micro A1, but that's not saying much. But that's my only OS4 box is the Micro A1. I've had one of just about everything for the Amiga likes, so I can speak to a lot of different angles of things. So if you got any questions for me, just pipe up.
Yeah, I think MorphOS is a perfectly legitimate Amiga-like operating system. I mean, and it probably runs 90%, 95% of everything that's out there by this time, and it's still under active development. Is that correct, Samuel? So yeah, I think that's a fantastic option.
The only thing is that they're looking for a sequel to the PowerPC, as many people are these days. So they've already decided that they're going to go with a single x86 board, and they're not going to work with just any x86 board. It'll have to be the same one that they're using. So it'll probably be closed hardware, but then you don't have to mess so much with all the drivers to all the devices. You just have one board with everything, and you put it on, and it'll have the drivers for that board. That's what's basically been holding a lot of the next gen systems back, is that they have to have drivers for continually cycling through new graphics cards and everything else. So writing drivers is kind of a pain. It was never necessary under a chipset banging system because you had the chipset and it would bang it. But now, yeah, it's a different world. Totally different world.
I can see the motivation for wanting to pick one chipset, one processor, one graphics card, and then designing the operating system about that, because it would make things much more stable, much easier. Of course, then you have to worry about, okay, is the motherboard manufacturer going to discontinue it next week? And we're all hosed anyways. So there's always that. But it's nice.
That happened for the SAM for a while there. There was time before Aeon came out with anything that you couldn't get a SAM either, so there was nothing you could get for OS4. And I think the MorphOS team did a good choice in choosing old Power Macs to repurpose, because they go really cheap. LD said he has a question for me. LD, you ready? You're unmuted. You can talk.
Oh,
maybe he's not here.
LD. Huh, okay. Well, as soon as he comes back, he'll ask you the question, I'm sure, Sam.
Okay. Yeah, he said in the chat he had a question for me, but anyway.
I agree that the Macs that are able to run MorphOS are still readily available now. I've got a surplus store that I go shopping at every week to see what kind of new old stuff they have, and they've usually got 5 or 6 Macs there that would probably run MorphOS just fine. But those days will come to an end, and we need something that will take us into the future once that kind of stuff is not available anymore.
Yeah. And going to the x86 route is a pretty solid choice. I don't know if they'll go AMD or Intel, but I hope it's AMD, because Intel's having a lot of trouble with their 10 nanometers process. But anyway. Oh, yeah, back? Okay. What's your question?
Cool. Yeah, sorry about that. I've got some sort of weird microphone issue here. So my question to you was, I tried MorphOS on the X5000 recently, and it's pretty sweet. It's really, really fast and lovely. But I had a piece of software on a previous installation that let me right-click on an ADF, and it automatically launched in UAE, and I can't seem to find it. Do you remember what that was called?
Actually, I only had MorphOS for the past couple months, so I'm not familiar with everything for MorphOS.
Because I want to do the same thing. I want to be able to do the same thing on MorphOS that I can on OS4, and I'm pretty sure you can. I just can't remember the name of the software.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't know the name of it. Oh, I do know something, though. On the ambient web browser, the Workbench replacement, ambient, you can program it to launch arbitrary software based on the type of the file it has. So
is this the MIME types thing?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm trying to remember how to do that. Okay,
yeah,
it's different. Okay, cool. Thanks.
So yeah, if you've got EUAE with the JIT on it, you can just set it up to launch your ADFs in that. So that's pretty cool. Let's see.
Any other MorphOS users out here in the chat now that want to pipe in on how they use MorphOS or the luck they have with it?
Can you guys hear me? Just mic check.
Okay, we can hear you, David.
I guess I had a general more question about OS in general, right?
Okay.
You've got 3.14, you've got 4.2, you've got ROS, you've got Morph,
we don't have 4.2, we have 4.1.
Exactly. So there's lots of different flavors, right? There's lots of different flavors out here. What I mean, going forward, right? Some of these OSs, I believe, are limited by the chip, and I mean, for a general Amiga user, any suggestions on which path I should stick with? Are they all compatible? Can I run a Coffin or a Arc OS or a Morph OS or a and how does that work?
No, they have their own software each, but they're all backwardly compatible to OS 3.1 or so, because 3.1 was the last version of Amiga OS to not have what's it called, end user license agreement. So that that kind of limited the future of the OS 3 boxes for being able to get their software to run on other things. But as long as it runs on OS 3.1, then it'll probably run, as long as it doesn't bang the chipset, on OS 4 or MorphOS. They both got a JIT that will run those older softwares. And then there's also the EUAE now has a PowerPC JIT, so it can run the stuff that does bang the hardware. And so you got a lot of stuff covered there.
I've also heard rumors of a 3.2.
Yeah, it's coming.
That's coming out. Yep, that's coming out pretty soon.
Thomas Richter and Olaf and somebody else, I can't remember the other developer's name, that's been working on that. And I think the only thing really at this point that's holding everything up is the ongoing legal saga. It's unclear as to whether or not Hyperion can release it under its name without having more legal problems, which is a real darn shame. It'd be lovely if somehow they could do some sort of deal between Cloanto and Hyperion to kind of just say, go ahead and release the software for now, and we'll worry about who gets the money later, kind of a thing. But that's not the way companies work. Yeah, that's not the way companies work.
There's an ongoing legal problem with Amiga? I hadn't heard a thing about it. Really? Past 25 years? I had no idea.
Yeah, but I was starting to say earlier when LD got his mic working again, that one advantage of using a little endian processor like Intel or AMD is that there's a new standard being ratified by the W3C, the Worldwide Web Standards Committee, that is called WebAssembly. It's kind of like the old idea for Amiga DE from back in the day, except that it's an open standard. Anybody can implement it. So it has the potential to democratize some of the operating system usage. It's right now it's only used for frauds that basically run mine Bitcoin in your browser for you and send it back to the web host. But I think it has a lot of potential to something that comes out in a browser that supports WebAssembly will run like native, but it'll be running in the browser. So it'll be cross-platform and capable at the same time. That's something you don't see very often. Anybody else have any upcoming technologies they'd like to put on their soapbox about?
I would love to see, now that the Pi 4 is out and that has such a powerful CPU, wouldn't it be glorious if we could see like Amiga OS 4.1 or see MorphOS or one of those actually working on the Pi platform now that it's powerful enough to probably handle it just fine? And we'd be able to get and build OS 4 boxes, really nice ones, for a couple of $100 max for all the parts that we need to run it. I think that would be glorious, but who knows if that will ever happen.
It seems unlikely.
Yeah.
It's an awful lot of effort. There's not a lot of developers working on it, and right now there are people out there that are still selling hardware. So until the A1222 sells out,
the AROS team. Yeah, I was going to say the AROS team tried to come out with a version of AROS for the Raspberry Pi. Actually, the 3 was still out at the time, but they couldn't get. I mean, the graphics drivers were open source; they could port that, but they couldn't get a USB driver, and that was on a binary blob, and they couldn't get the stupid USB to work on and all the expansions on a Raspberry Pi are USB based. So if you can't get that to work, you're pretty much hosed. So that pretty much put the kibosh on AROS on the Raspberry Pi. It would have been a good fit if they could have got it to work. And then that led to what I gave my brief talk on yesterday, the ARIX solution, which is basically like hosted AROS, except with even a thinner level of implementation on top of that, so it lets some more of the Linux mechanisms work, like symmetric multiprocessing, memory protection, stuff like that. It breaks compatibility, but since you're on an ARM chip anyway, it's not going to really be all that compatible.
Now, I don't know the answer to this, and maybe somebody who's running a Raspberry Pi with one of the UAE emulators would know the answer. I know Chris Edwards does it. Hello, Chris. How you doing, buddy? The WinUAE on Windows will emulate a PowerPC, and you can actually load the Amiga classic version of OS 4.1, which has its own problems and limitations, but it works. I wonder if you can get 4.1 to run on the UAE implementation that runs on the Pi. And I don't know the answer to it. Maybe Chris, maybe you know the answer to it.
I don't think it's going to work. It's just a different processor in the
Not on a 16-bit. It would be unlikely to see a PowerPC emulation run very well on a 16-bit ARM because it's only got 16 registers, or excuse me, a 32-bit ARM, because it's got 16 registers, whereas the 64-bit ARMs have the same number of registers as a PowerPC. It would stand a better chance, but I think it'll still come from QEMU instead of UAE.
Well, we can.
They tried to get SAM emulation on the QEMU.
The only thing I would say, guys, is that having done both, emulation is great if you just want to try it out, but it doesn't really compare. I mean, the experience between like a 5000 and even a really fast PC running UAE, it's like night and day. It's not even comparable. And the same thing holds true, by the way, for MorphOS running on QEMU versus running MorphOS on a pretty fast G4 or a G5. They're just not comparable. But if it's the only opportunity that you have to try it out, I say great. One of the things that I was kind of hoping that we would get Hyperion to do at some point was it's not hard to put together a VM, a Docker image that includes UAE and an OS4 image that works. I mean, imagine the ability to dial in on your web browser, excuse me, to a OS4 virtual machine trial version, right? And for 30 minutes, you can play around with it all you want to find out whether or not it's something that you would like to invest in. And I really think they ought to do that. I mean, so long as they've got machines that you run this stuff on that's relatively costly and it's not compatible with the PCs that people have, how are they supposed to try it out? And as cheap as chips Power Macs are, they're becoming increasingly difficult to find unless you're going through eBay. So same thing holds true for MorphOS, but then they're going to x64, which is great. So you'll be able to run that on modern hardware. We just got to figure out a way for folks to be able to try this stuff out and do so inexpensively and easily. And I don't think we're there yet.
Agreed. Yeah. We're getting quite a few more people in the chat here. I wanted to make a few introductions so everybody knows who we're talking to here. Obviously, I'm Doug from 10-Minute Amiga 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast. Let me try and speak English here. And I think most of you know vaguely who I am. And you guys have met Amigo Aaron. He's still here. And we've got our friends who've been here since the beginning, but who've been surprisingly quiet from Pints and Amiga. We've got Jack and Taylor Kalk, who run Pints and Amiga Game Night, and we're going to chat with them in just a little bit. Hey guys, how you doing?
Hi.
Doing good, Doug.
We're doing all right.
Doing good. We're just sitting back listening to all the good conversation. And
Oh yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
Just taking it easy, and hi from Texas, Austin, Texas.
These guys are hardcore, dyed in the wool, real Amiga hardware guys. If it's Amiga hardware, they probably own it. They probably stream it, and they probably have modified the daylights out of it. And they drink a lot of beer.
Yes, we do. So yeah, we're basically if there was a hot rod shop for Amigas, we're that in Texas. If there's an accelerator out there or a modification or a piece of hardware that you can put in it, chances are we're either familiar with it or have put it in one machine or another, or put it in somebody else's machine.
If people say it can't be put inside of an Amiga, just step back, clear the stage, and I'll show you. I will shove anything. Matter of fact, just here about a month ago, our Vampire 500 got so blowed out of the case. There was CD-ROMs hanging outside of it. There was external ID hard drives and CF cards hanging out of it. It's like, if I can give me a cable, give me a power source, and I'll stick it in there. Yes, Chris, amen. Love the show, by the way. Love the show, and the fact that he drinks good beer too. So hey, I'm gonna get back with you, Doug. We'll talk a little bit more in a minute, but I'll let you finish making your rounds.
Great. And you guys have already met Eric Nelson from Pixel Gaiden, but we have a couple more guys, his underlings. One of them, I think, does garbage collection, and the other one's your personal waiter in Pixel Gaiden. We have Tim, who's also known as Sanction, who everybody should know, and he's also a huge part of The Future Was 8-Bit, which is absolutely the best 8-bit Commodore 64 and VIC-20 component selling company on the planet. They also do a little bit with some unknown computer like the ZX Rainbow or something like that. They've got a few parts for that. But welcome, Sanction. We're happy to have you here. And also Cody Hoffman from Pixel Gaiden, who hates Galaga. And I want you all to tell him how wrong he is that he hates Galaga with a passion.
Wrong.
Yesterday we had a Galaga competition at AmiWest. I wish it would have been dedicated in your name, but I wasn't part of that. Cody,
just
tell us.
I don't prefer the game doesn't mean I hate it.
I know, but I gotta give you a hard time about it, man. It's just we just have to now. Cody, tell us a little bit about yourself. Eric's already had a chance to talk a little bit, but we were mentioning that you came into the Amiga scene a little later in life.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Eric said, but it kind of all started when I sold a Sega Saturn game on eBay, and this creeper just goes, "Hey, I live in your town. Can we just meet in person?" That turned out to be Eric.
That's me. I stole eBay looking for men like Cody.
So we met at a Starbucks and ended up talking for like an hour straight, and he started like nerding out, which I loved, and started talking about things that I'd heard of but I never known existed. Called a Commodore 64, which I'd never seen in person, and of course I was that typical guy that he showed me a picture of the keyboard, and I'm like, cool, where's the computer? So yeah, it was a little after my, I was born in '83, so by the time I really knew what a computer was, it was already the '90s. So I kind of missed that whole scene. And now if you look at my wall behind me, I'm living it, posthumously here, and doing stupid things like watching tapes load and watching fuzzy screens, because even though it wasn't nostalgia, for some reason I feel like doing it. I don't know. But yeah, absolutely grown to love it. And, obviously the 64 turned into an Amiga, turned into a number of other things. I love it all. Primarily gaming, because I'm not smart enough or didn't live through the coding part of things. But one of these days I'm going to make some SID tunes, I think, because I kind of have a music background, and that seems like it'd be a whole lot of fun to play with.
Oh, you got to start playing with Paula then on your Amigas. She can make some beautiful music. Some of those mod files that people come up with just are amazing. I've got a CD from 1993, from a demo party in 1993, that's filled with dozens and dozens, probably 200, 300 mod files. And sometimes I just listen to them and I think, my goodness, this is my 1985 Amiga 1000 playing these back. and they sound so incredible. They're just the richness of music and capabilities on that Paula chip are amazing. So yes, make some mod files. SID tunes are great too. I love SID tunes.
Very cool.
Yeah, but I've always really admired your wall of computers that you have and how you mount those up. And I intend on doing something similar to that, stealing your idea and doing something similar to that. I've just never gotten around to it. But
Well, it's funny because it ends up looking kind of fancy, but honestly, this is out of necessity. If I turn my camera around here, you'd see I have bookshelves just filled with crap. So I literally have nowhere else to put them but on the wall.
Welcome to the club.
I know. I mean, if I kicked the wife out, I'd have the whole house. But I'm this is my room. But I can go through them real quick here. I mean, you guys probably know most of these by sight, but
we'd love to see them.
Yeah, we got a Atari 130XE over here right now, which I just fixed up. Now Tim, the legend, apparently, I'm pointing to him on my screen, but he helped me get this Amstrad CPC over here because I just can't live with American stuff. I need to start importing everything. This 400 also came from the same lot as this. There's a local guy who used to do Atari repairs out of Modesto, California. He happens to be work at a school district that I sell to in my day job, and I was able to buy for a song a huge lot of his old stuff and cobble these together. So I got this 400 here, and it has the mechanical keyboard. I guess that's not standard, it's typically flat. Down here I do have my Spectrum Next, which I'm loving. I was lucky enough to get on that bandwagon early and not actually get stuck with some of the other ZX Spectrum remakes that didn't turn out as well.
It's ZX is how they want that pronounced. ZX Spectrum is how the Europeans want it pronounced.
If you go back to our first episode, I vehemently fight and oppose that. And at this point, it actually hurts me to say that. So I'm fully indoctrinated. Got a 3DO up here. I mean, I got my consoles down here, but got my 48K Spectrum. Tim also helped me with that guy. To get some Amigas, I got the A600. Tim helped me get that guy. +4. Here's the Coco 3. Amigo Aaron. Yeah, there we go. Got the Coco 3 up there. We got the VIC 20. Got the 800 XL, and I just went to the Brewing Academy is right up the street from us here, about 30 minutes. So I just went there, and he hand soldered me one of these new Fuji nuts, which I haven't been able to play too much with yet. Got my NX2 here. I got my A500 on the wall. Kind of cheat over here. TI 99 4A, and then this, which I know Doug you just got into, is my little wedge computer, which is my Pico 8 machine. There's a little Raspberry Pi in this bad boy. Love this thing. And then, of course, because daily use, I've got to have my Commodore 64 always hooked up. And then this way, my A1200. So I also do have an A2000 in the closet, which I have not got to play with yet. I'm not quite smart enough to do so. There's the room tour. Sorry, I didn't mean to take up everyone's time, but
no, please, no, we love it. We absolutely love it. And I think everybody will agree. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I am happy to see all this other retro stuff. I mean, I know this is an Amiga live chat, and this is going to be 80-90% Amiga today. But man, if somebody wants to show off a cool Atari or a cool TI 99 4A, more power to you guys, man. This stuff's great. I've got a collection myself of it, probably pretty close to as big as Cody's there, but it's not all Commodore stuff. And man, we love it all.
Yeah, I'm really learning how to use the Amigas because they're not consoles. I grew up with old consoles and stuff, so there's some quirks to get used to that I'm kind of learning my way through. So now that I finally got my A1200 up and running, there's my daily driver, and I can play WA to load games and stuff, which opened up a whole new world. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you know, you got a whole community here that'll back you up and help you out any way we can. So I know you and I have chatted many times on Twitter talking about Amiga stuff and helping each other out. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And as far as the show goes, we talk about games. I know you guys get into all kinds of aspects. We love games. We're passionate about games. So we talk about all kinds of things, but we love to highlight anything Amiga, Commodore 64, anything game related. But I'm always trying to find new ways to get them running correctly, and find new games that I love, even if the Amiga has a lot of one-button games and I really want that second button.
And it should be said that the other aspect besides retro games on the Pixel Guidance show is beer. Every episode they rate one or two different beers, their favorite being the pumpkin beer from last year that they absolutely loved. So if anyone wants to send them just cases and cases of this, what kind of pumpkin beer was it? Just send it on their way. They love it. They'll drink it every day.
We're trying to find one we love, right? Right, Eric, right, Tim?
Exactly. It's tough. We have tried, I think, 3 now, and one of us made me physically sick at the end of the show. So.
And Cody sent me that Howling Gourds pumpkin ale, and bravely I sent my wife into the breach, and she tried it first. And it was absolutely disgusting.
Here, honey, drink this will.
We couldn't even give it away. It was that bad.
As of right now, me and Taylor, for the Halloween stream special, we have 10 gallons of pumpkin beer that is on rack that we brewed ourselves.
10 gallons. Wow.
Yeah, we have another 5 gallons of a Oktoberfest spiked with a little bit of pumpkin
style of beer.
Yeah, so we got 10 gallons.
We do an annual
for that. Yeah, we do an annual every year.
Beer. Yeah, so our thing is because we're beer enthusiasts ourselves, so obviously. And so we got into home brewing several years ago, and we're doing it almost like every other month till it kind of burnt us out. And then so basically now, come harvest season, quote unquote, so October, we do a Halloween pumpkin beer every year annually. And it started out as 5 gallons, then it jumped up to 10. And we've been rocking solid at 10, but now I think next year we're going to have to bump it up to 15.
Well, it's 10. It's 10 on the pumpkin beer, but I always do 5 gallons of a side beer of an ale or Oktoberfest or something. And I took this year. I decided to do a kind of a golden ale, and then I took his bag of raw pumpkin that was left over, his spent pumpkin, and dropped it into my hot wort. And basically took some of the essence of the pumpkin off of his beer, and to give my Oktoberfest a little bit of.
Well, it came out kind of Oktoberfesty style because our home brewing supply sells. They call it Wonder Grain. It's like this mixed bag of grain that's just kind of like the leftover that they didn't sell out of like this bin or that bin, and they just kind of mix it up, sell it at like a discounted price. So sometimes you never know what you're going to get. You know, sometimes you might get a dark like porter style or a stout style. This time we were lucky and got a nice little golden ale out of it, and it turned out darn like a Oktoberfest style beer almost.
Nice. And this, honest to goodness truth, if you guys can put a couple of bottles of that and bottle it up and send it to Pixel Guidance Podcast, they will review it right online, right? Live on radio, and they'll review it. Am I right, guys? I mean, you guys would love to have a beer or two from our friends from Pints and Amiga.
Send us a link. Now, our taste buds in Texas when it comes to beer is a little more robust than maybe some of the other people in the country. I mean, usually our beer packs a punch. It's anywhere from 5.7, 5.5 up to 6%. So
we generally, when we brew,
it's got a little, it's got a kick to it. And me and Taylor polish off about 10, 15 on a stream. So you gotta have your taste buds right.
We generally, when we brew annually, we usually shoot between the 5 and 6.5 point margin, generally anywhere in between there.
And Doug,
and we're usually pretty good about hitting somewhere in the 5 range. This time I think it was closer to like 5.4. So.
And Doug's seen the stream. He knows we don't mess around.
Oh, yeah. Their streams start here, they're nice and sober. And then as the stream goes on and they drink a little more, it gets more and more fun as they get more and more drunk. It is absolutely worth watching. It's so much fun.
It's absolutely hilarious, and it's sad. We seem to play better the more we go along. It's weird, and the competition becomes extreme. It's total chaos by the end of the stream. You're 4 hours into it, and there's people that's texted me and said, "Please stop. We can't breathe anymore." And Doug's seen some of them. I'm pretty sure he's cracked a couple of smiles many a times.
Oh yeah, I try to catch when I can a couple of them every month. So I love your streams, guys. You know I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And going back to Pixel Gaiden, who we were just introducing here, we've got the legend Sanction down here, Tim Drew, which I think many of you know. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your Amiga history, Tim.
Okay, well, hi, I'm in a little place in Somerset in England. Is that me feeding back or is that someone else?
You sound great over here, Tim.
I'm fine.
Yep, perfect.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I started out on this when it wasn't retro, when it was all current stuff. I started working out in computer shops in 1986 when the Amiga first came out. So I've been doing this for years and years and years and collecting. I have quite a big collection myself here. Obviously, we've gone through the whole thing of, you've gone through seller's remorse where you've collected stuff, sell it, and then buying it all again. So some of the stuff I've managed to keep for a few years, but I've sold more stuff than I care to think of over the years. But yeah, my Amiga journey's really obviously from back in the original day, from the 500. I started out with an Atari ST and moved up to an A500, sold the ST pretty quickly.
Oh, okay. We'll keep you on the stream then. Okay.
Yeah, went to a 500. And funnily enough, that first 500, the Agnes chip kept popping out. So I had to keep banging the top of the A500. So that eventually went back and I got myself an A2000 with the XT bridge board, which I've just seen that you've done a video on, Doug, which I've really enjoyed that because that brought back a lot of memories with the XT bridge board. So yeah, so over the years, I've just been recollecting bits and pieces. And yeah, I've just got a lot of stuff here at the moment. I don't know if you want to have a quick whiz around the room and have a quick look.
I think we would love to see what you have. That'd be fantastic.
Okay, let's start off. I've just got a big, I don't know how far my camera's going to stretch, but I've got like a big shelf up the top here with just some of my games dotted around. So there's a big load of Intellivision stuff, and up there is one that you sent me, Doug. Thank you very much.
Astro Blaster, you betcha.
Yeah.
I'm happy I found it for you.
Yeah, that's up there. So I've got my Evercade up here as well. We just talk about that a lot on the show. And let me just fling the camera around here a second. So up here I've got Commodore 64, I've got my CD32, A600. Then I've got, with my work computer, I've got my A1200 tucked away down there with a 1084. And then over here I've got more CRTs with tucked away down there some Sega console. There's massive loads of Commodore 64 and ZX Spectrum software all in those boxes. Then over there in that corner, I don't know if you can see it or not, there's a massive big bunch of retro stuff all in their boxes all over in that corner. And there's tons of stuff all tucked away up in the loft here. So yeah, that's my collection. Got lots of stuff there.
That is really gorgeous. That is really, really nice. And it's nice to finally see it. And it's actually nice to actually see your face, Tim. I mean, I've known you for like a year and a half or 2 years now, where we communicate back and forth on Twitter and things like that. So yeah, I feel like I know you and you're a friend of mine, but I've never actually seen you and talked to you live in person. So it's nice to actually put a face to all the other communicating that we do.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, isn't it? It's kind of like you hear people on podcasts and bits and pieces like that, and you never really get to see them. So yes, it's good to see everyone.
To be fair, Tim. Sorry, Doug.
Please.
To be fair, Tim, you say that's your collection, but every time I ask you if you have something or check on something, you're like, oh, I think I have it in a box in the garage. So I know the collection spills out way past that room.
Yeah, in fact, well, I've got down here, I didn't show you this because these drawers here have all got
loads
of stuff in. So I've got here, there's one of my Commodore 128s, not the one that went out of my window and smashed into bits.
I heard that story. It's hilarious.
I can show you that one if you want. That's my this is one of my prized possessions. That's a Commodore. No, it's not Commodore. It's a Sinclair ZX Spectrum Plus, but that's the 128, what they call the toast rack. And this one was recently all fully refurbished by Mutant Caterpillar Games. I won't tell you how much it cost me to get all that done, but suffice to say that's one of my most valuable computers. So there's an A600 there, another, that's the CPC 6128. In here we've got the Apple II. There's a good story behind that one. I think you guys, some of you guys probably know. I'll come back to that in a minute. There's a +4 down there. There is a BBC Micro there. Stop me if I'm boring you.
No, please.
There's an actual working A500 Plus that doesn't actually have the battery damage, so that one's all working. Then there's some more over here. So
Holy
I've got
moly.
another 2 Amstrads, so that's a 6128, and then there's a 464 all the way in the back there. And then we've got a drawer full of where I normally keep my, oh, hang on, where are we? Yeah, where I normally keep my Ultimate 64, but that's over there with a bunch of Future Was 8-bit stuff. In here is my VIC-20 drawer. So I've got 2 VIC-20s there with the not quite so square keys. They're not quite the PET keys. And then there's a whole bunch of Future Was 8-bit cartridges, so the penultimate cartridges. And down here is all my Atari stuff. So there's my Atari 800 XL and my SD reader and a few other bits and pieces. And there's another random Commodore 64 box there. So yeah, so there's plenty of stuff here to try and play around with.
That's beautiful. Now, George Sokianos had an excellent question. He says, the thing is, how many of these machines people collect do they actively use, and how do you distinguish the Amiga user from the computer collector? I'd love to open this up as a topic to discuss, but I'll tell you what, I've got a Commodore 64, VIC-20, a PET 8032, and Amiga's coming out my ears, and Atari 800 XL. I use them all, every single one of them, and I go through cycles. Like September was, no, I'm sorry, early October and late September was Commodore 8-bit month for me. I took all my Commodore 8-bits out, had an absolute blast with them, did some reviews on some VIC-20 games and some PET games, put those online. So I would say out of my collection, I would say 80% of everything I collect, I bring out at least once a month, once every other month, and just have a go at it for a couple of hours and have fun. Anyone else have any opinions on whether they're a collector or an active user of all of their goodies that they collect?
I definitely try and break out as much as I can. The only things I don't really use too much these days are the bigger bulky stuff. So over there I've got a CD TV, I've got my Amiga 2000 and Commodore 128D, and I don't tend to use those much as I should do really, but more sort of like the A1200, 600, 64, Amstrad, Spectrum, all those sort of things, they get regular use, and a lot of them we use because we have to pull them out to do stuff for the show as well, so that does help. And I'm sure, Cody, you'll probably agree with that as well, that obviously we're always sort of like digging random stuff out that we've got to then start playing games for the show on.
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
Can I ask, is that a crazy computer mod or a car tire?
That is. Do you want to see it up close? I can go and grab it for you if you want.
It looks like either it looks like either a real cool tire or a real cool mod part.
Oh my goodness.
It's an Indy tire.
No, that is genuine Formula One wheel and tire, and that is from I don't know if you know him. He's a British racing driver called Damon Hill, and that is off of his car that he won the 1994 British Grand Prix from.
But doesn't have,
cool.
Doesn't have RGB out.
Now we use our collection of Amigas. We do not consider ourselves. We are collectors because we try to amass every Amiga that we can get our hands on at a reasonable price. Yeah, right. We use every single Amiga that we have, unless it's on the bench for being modified, repaired, or built from scratch.
Broken. So yeah, our main workhorse guy is our Amiga 4000 actually. That's pretty blown out. It's got basically blown out modifications except for a processor upgrade. So it's got Buddha, big RAM, VA 2000 graphics, GoTech on it. It's got everything but a processor upgrade on it. So that's like our workhorse driver. 9 times out of 10, our streams, it's on that machine. We've got our colloquially known She-Hulk, which is our 600. She's She-Hulk because she's painted green. And she's got the Fiora in it, and an Indivision ACS in there, and an A604N memory expansion. Basically, she's about as beasted out as you can get without putting a vampire in her. We've got a 1200 that's functional. It's not in the mix yet at this particular point because our accelerator for it is on loan, but we're about to get that back here shortly. So she'll get back in the mix, and she'll have a 030 at 50 Indivision AGA in it, Gale fix. I'm still waiting on a buffered 4-way IDE speed up from AmiKit. That's been months in the waiting now for it. And then we're building from scratch a brand new 2000. So we got one of those new reproduction 2000 motherboards. So we're building that up from the ground up with basically like 95% brand new parts. And then
it's going to have the vampire in it.
And then we have, yes, that's going to have we do have a Vampire 500. It was in our 500. Our 500, the Vampire's fine, but the machine it was in, the 500 that it was in, it bit the dirt. So
well, it has chip RAM issues and Agnes problems. I think the Agnes socket needs to be replaced.
I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's definitely having some severe bad memory problems.
Green screen, no matter what you do, constant green screen, no matter if it's chip, Agnes, no matter what you do, green screen, period. I think a bunch of traces are toast.
So, and then we have a 1000 that's in bad disarray that we're just kind of tucked away and go, well, that's a whole nother can of worms that's going to take a long time to get situated. And then we have our 3000. We don't
the 3000.
We don't keep it colloquially on our bench or use it for gaming or anything.
Yeah, it's not
because
on the stream.
It's going to be our workhorse because we're hoping one day to get a BBS up and rolling with it.
Launch our BBS and launch our FTP on it.
And we just got a Buddha for it to help accelerate those things around. And then non-Amiga stuff, we have an MSX2, a Panasonic A1, and then I've got the Genesis Mini and a Dreamcast because that was my console growing up as a kid, my first full console. So yeah, that's kind of our collection.
So you use them. Yep. You actually use them. Most of your machines, probably
every single one of our machines are almost 99.99% on the streams, unless the ones that are in repair. They're in repair, or they're being upgraded,
or missing a component.
Yeah, they're on the stream, and you will see them on the stream. Like this Saturday was the 4000 streaming. Wednesday was the She-Hulk, the A600 streaming. Prior to that was the Dreamcast. Prior to that was the MSX, and then back to the 4000, back to the 600, and we cycle them. We cycle them through our streams.
Yes, and we have such a for us, because we do live streaming and we have so many machines and we keep them constantly hooked up. We've invented a way to kind of flip on the fly without having to do a lot of unplugging and plugging and things like that.
Yes.
And Dad can flip back to the other camera. We actually have 3 cameras rolling right now.
Yes, we do a 3-camera stream.
So I've recently set up all the stuff back here, and I've got like our mixer and everything. But underneath this keyboard is our MSX. It's constantly in play. The Genesis Mini, and then down here is all of our audio switching and things like that, and our Dreamcast and stuff. And basically, we've used serial switching, straight through serial switch boxes and things for the DBE9 ports on all the Amigas. We've converted everything over in some shape, form, or fashion to either VGA or HDMI, and got it through switch boxes there. And so basically, with a couple of flips and a couple of knob turns and a key combination and maybe changing the scaler up, we can go from the 4000 to the 600 to the MSX to the Genesis to any machine that we have currently hooked up into
on
the system.
stream at any given moment.
On the fly.
On the fly. Oh yeah, you forgot Taylor, the RCA audio. He just does a rotary. He does a rotary dial and can rotary to any machine's audio. Period.
So
yeah. You guys have got an incredible setup, an incredible streaming setup. It's really, really
You've
impressive.
seen the tour, haven't you, Doug?
Oh yeah. It's fantastic how you've got everything tied together.
It's changed since then because and we probably need to do a I'm probably going to be putting out a new on our YouTube channel, probably a new studio update, a longer form factor video, because we did kind of recently remodel, redo up everything. We've implemented a couple of new things and changed stuff up, and now I basically have the control center back here now instead of taking up so much space on our main bench in front of us with all of our machines. So there's more empty space to have further expansion on that side of the room. So yeah, a lot of things have kind of switched up and changed around, but
that's our machines.
Yeah. So, and again, our most proudest ones are our 4000, our She-Hulk, and then our 1200 when she gets up and going and we get our accelerator back. She's the NCC 1200. So thank our Star Trek fans for that one.
Oh, just one last thing real quick. I want to show this to Amigos Aaron. When John was talking about the power supply, I'm going to hold it up and kind of show this. Doug has seen the breakdown video of this. What this is a power supply that I custom built that will run 2 Amiga keyboard types, so a 1200, 600, 500 simultaneously. It has about a 320 watt power supply in there with separate rails on that -5 volt or that +5 volt. It took me forever to find that power supply. It was like an old HP power supply, and the top 2 ports were using airplane aircraft
like RC
connectors on the front, and it will have 2. You can power 2 Amigas with it. It has airplane switches in the back, big old like NOS switch in the back. Has fans. It has a USB 3 amp power, so you can charge your cell phone or use a Guru Net to power a Guru Net.
It has
a SCSI to SD slot in the front that you can put any SCSI to SD. It also has a CD-ROM in the front, and then all of the SCSI connections in the back. So I can come to your house, plug it up to your 3000 Chris or your 2000 Chris, and share all of my stuff with you. Oh, you don't have a CD-ROM player? Oh, I've got one, and I got a power supply too. Let's
set the IDs, terminate the SCSI. It's got active
I got active terminators in the back and everything else, custom built by me.
So one half of it's like power supply, and then the other half of it's like external hard drive, like SCSI caddy, basically. And we built it out of an old 80s like Bigfoot hard drive case
that we
just got donated to.
Hard drive case that was for a Mac, I think.
Yeah, that just had these giant like Bigfoot hard drives in them that are like 4 inches tall and like take up the whole thing stacked on top of each other. So it's just, and we looked at them and they were like 10 megs a pop, and it takes up like this whole like shoebox size thing. It was ridiculous. I'm like,
well, some of those.
You got something to say there, Aaron?
Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
So it was like the hard drives inside of it were dead. The power supply inside of it was dead. We tried to turn it on. Poof, magic smoke came out of it. So we're like, yep, scrap it, throw the guts away, keep the case. We'll do something with the case. And we turned it into this awesome little power supply mod.
It's very impressive.
You got something to say there, Aaron?
It is. I just want to. I'm very impressed that it's a far cry from Boat's shoebox power supply I've got sitting here. But I will say, Boat did drill some air holes in it so the power supply can breathe. But that's and the power button is hanging out the side. So I think you guys have trumped him. I'll make sure to pass that along to him.
And like Dad said, we have the two top ports, and they use 5-pin little like airplane RC connectors, like Dad said.
No,
and
they're 4 pin. Well, they're regular standard Amiga. Oh, and the tails. Oh, and the cords are
we got a modified real Amiga one that was chopped from a dead power supply.
No, that's from a dead A500 power supply, and the regular 4-pin connector is using airplane craft, those screw-on connectors, so I can pack the cables without them still being connected. And I can go to wherever, and if somebody wants to hook up an external SCSI or whatever, I have modular cables that just screw into the front, plug into the front. I can fire up
for accessory rails. So it has 5-volt Molex on it, floppy connections, 2 of those. So you can power external stuff. Like you want to hook up a quick and dirty, external GoTech or something. You have those extra bottom rails, 5-volt, 12-volt rails on the bottom to hook up accessories or test things and stuff like that. And of course the USB power in the back for doing things like Guru Nets or anything that just requires power.
Charging your cell phone.
That does power over USB basically.
Is that what's going on with all those airplane parts? Would y'all blow a Cessna up and park it in the back and just strip it as you go?
Just order it off. Just order them off of
eBay. If I want to go to a plane junkyard, I have to go visit Doug.
Yeah, it's literally a mile from my house. Just 1 mile.
Really? I was just joking.
Yeah. No, I could walk there. My wife and I actually do. It's down by the grocery store we shop at.
Is that same one, that famous one that's out there, like the White Sands or whatever? That's just miles and miles of just junked planes. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so cool to drive by it, and you just see plane after plane after plane after plane. It's just amazing. So.
Well, see, those little airplane modular connectors, they're screw on, you screw the case together, and then when you plug it in, it's got the little key in the middle, and you got to put it in a certain way, so there's no way of putting it in wrong. And then you got to screw it, you got to twist the little round nut to make it completely seat. And it doesn't matter if somebody jerks something or knocks something off. You don't have to worry about the connection getting like ripped out of the box or whatever.
Or hooked up wrong, so it doesn't, so you're not going to blow up your Amiga or something by sending 12 volts up the ground or something,
Cool.
And
well, thanks, guys.
You'll be providing the link. You'll be providing the link we can buy those at, right? You'll be selling those, right?
He'll build one for you, I'm sure.
No, those things are on eBay. They're relatively cheap. You just look up airplane connectors, aircraft connectors, and they'll pop up. They're like for a bag of 5, it was like $7-8.
Yeah,
it's not expensive.
Yeah, we used the 4-pin because they were easier to get, and there is one connection. Wasn't it like you can omit the ground or one of the negative connections or something? It's not used. Basically,
no, on the Amiga you have 5, and then you have that braided ground wire in there that's grounded to the case, but you can omit that or tie it into the ground.
Yeah, so all of it's tied in inside internally, so that's why it's not it's 4-pin on one side but 5-pin on the other, because technically it's not harming anything.
All of that old day RF interference, extra wire for grounding shield stuff.
Yeah,
brilliant stuff. Thanks, guys. Let me introduce Chris Edwards here. Hey, Chris, how you doing, man?
Good. Does my mic sound okay?
Your mic sounds absolutely perfect.
Wonderful.
Chris is a fellow YouTuber and has been in the Amiga community since about 1732, I think, right? You've been doing this a long time.
86, I believe 86. It was.
Yep. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Chris. We'd love to hear it.
Okay. Well, my love of Commodore started in the early 80s, but I owe my entire Commodore and engineering career to my love of food. I know you're like, what? Backstory real quick. My family owned a pizza and sub chain for many years, and I would hang out there when I was younger, a teenager. My older sister was the owner, and being a starving teenager, I could eat for free, play video games for free, just be a normal sibling mooch. And one of the delivery drivers knew that I loved electronics, computers, video games. He said, "Hey, Chris, I just delivered food to this house, and this guy has this new computer. It's called an Amiga. I'm like, I read about them. Who can afford those things? It was like, I'd say 80s, maybe early 86. I don't remember. But I always wanted to check out one out in person because Commodore would only sell like Amiga 1000s back in the day on like major computer stores. They weren't everywhere like the 500s were. So what I did was, and it was a different time, I called the customer back, and I was just, I don't know, a teenager at the time, late teenager, and I said, hey, I heard you have a Commodore Amiga. Do you mind if I come to your house and check this out? He's like, sure, come on over. So as a token of appreciation, I made 2 cheesesteak subs, and I went to this guy's house, and it was a different time. So the delivery driver took me to this guy's house. I don't remember much about the details, but he had a brand new Amiga 1000, and it was brand new to him. I remember it came out in 85, so this was probably mid 86. And I was instantly hooked. The colors, the speed. I mean, it was just an Amiga 1000, so by future Amiga standards, it was nothing great, but to me, it was like everything. So from that moment on, I had to have one. And being a young person, you know, finishing high school, money was something that you just don't have. So I ended up buying my first Amiga. I think it was a 587. I think it cost me like $600 at the time, and that was a lot of money in 1980s money for all you younger people. And I previously used like Trash 80s, Cocos, Simple, things like that, and I lived on it for a couple years. I learned everything I could about it: chipset, OS layout, what worked with what. I thought I was like hot stuff, so I applied for a job with a small computer outfit in my area, and I was hired on the spot because my knowledge of the Commodore Amiga, and I thought that was awesome. And they needed help with sales support, small repair upgrades, Commodore products, but there was a catch. I could not get paid. I could only intern with the company because they were an authorized Commodore repair facility, and I was just finishing up school, so I could only intern part-time at that point. But I was like, you know, okay. So fast forward a couple years, I had to take a test. I got called back, and I had to take a test at Commodore in Westchester, and I thought that was that. I was like, cool. So I hopped in my 1991 Pontiac Firebird Formula with its T-tops. That's episode 91 on my channel if you want to see it. And I enjoyed the drive. I passed my test. I met this guy at Commodore. I think his name was Joe or something. He was in charge of training. And I got to meet the lady who was like my, I guess you'd call her my grand boss. I don't know. I was a contractor, so it didn't really matter. But it was a lady named Gail Wellington. She was an infamous Commodore CATS team supervisor. And she said, welcome aboard. Now, excuse me, and walked away. She was kind of a scary lady. So it was like late 91. I was fresh out of school, had an engineering degree in my hand, and I was authorized to be a service sales and support guy at Commodore. The store where I worked early on, they did a lot of like Commodore 64 stuff, 128s, and later on Amigas, their PC-10 model, 386 stuff, Windows 3. It was early in the computer heyday of Commodore and the PC rage in the United States. They sold software, different things like that. So at the time, I thought about I was going to invest in this new thing called a 486. You might have heard of it, but the 33 megahertz version was like $6,000 in 90s money. I'm like, you know, holy crap. So one of the first things I did being young, I was in my 20s, on when I finally got on site, is I used my employee discount on my first paycheck to purchase my current Commodore Amiga 2000 that I still own today. It's a Rev 6. It was Christmas 91. It was my Christmas gift to myself. And because I was an employee, I got an employee discount, which you're thinking, yeah, you're going to kick butt. No, the computer was like, I don't remember, it was like $1,600 or $1,500, but that was just empty. That was just like the board, one 354 floppy, 880K, no monitor, just keyboard, mouse, and that was it. So I got it for $18.99, Workbench 2, I believe, dual 354s, and I added, because I thought I was the bomb, a 2091 with a 2 megabytes of RAM and a Quantum LP52S SCSI that I still have. And it came with a 1 meg Agnes, and so it had 1 mega chip RAM, and I was awesome. So being that I had access to parts and resources at the time, I grabbed a Sony 1X CD-ROM. It costs a couple $100, but I don't even remember if I actually paid for it. Sorry. And I had my Amiga 500's 1080 monitor from back in the day, and an Oki Data dot matrix printer, like a US Robotics modem. And I just remember how excited I was to own a big box Amiga. And like a couple months later, I hold on. I took a photo. Whoop. I took a photo of that day. So this is the Amiga 2000. Don't mind my 90s Christmas or my wall decor with my Iceman statue, but
That's
this
too
is
cool.
that Amiga 2000. The box of floppies. Check this out. So that box of floppies is right here. And the modem is in a box. I did an unboxing of Amiga Totes on my channel a little while back. There is the dot matrix printer here, a McDonald's cup. This thing with all the switches is a what's called a Memorex Power Center, and that Amiga is right here. It's behind the beer and in pieces because I always have the lid off, but it's still in use today. So that's kind of how I got started. Oh, real quick. So when I had to go to Westchester, I only went like 2 or 3 times during my entire life. Well, recently I went again, but the first time was when I had to meet the people for my Commodore certification. I don't remember too much about it. It was a long time ago, and my brain's just going. But I remember I walked in the front door, and there was like a big Commodore logo, kind of like the one on my hat, which I'll get into in a bit. And all I could see when I walked in the door was this hair. Right, there was a desk, a chest-high desk where you would go to sign in, and all you would see is this black hair. Well, it was a lady. She was the receptionist. I think her name was Dorothy. They called her Dottie or something like that. And I just remember big hair and big gold earrings when I had to go take my test. And that's what I remember about, this lady, and everybody called her Dottie. She was really nice, and everybody was cool. And then I had to meet with the people who I was taking my test with, and it was a different time. It was really cool. Commodore was a interesting place, I can say that. There was a lot of managers there, and so the only other times I went there were to like pick up orders or turn in paperwork that we didn't trust the post office with, stuff like that. But that's kind of how I got into Commodore, and I think I owe it all to a cheesesteak sub and a guy who ordered on the at my family's business. So that's kind of how I got into it, and I've just stayed in with it ever since. And I do, Doug always says I beat my Amigas. No Amigas were harmed in the making of any episode. And I just basically, I try to recreate or fix problems that I'm having on my channel and share something to everyone that they can relate to, whether like Aaron and the gang, they plugged me on like when I did the Vampire versus the Pi 3 or Pi 4. That was great. Thank you guys. And Doug sent me a message saying, "Hey, you're on the Amigos channel." I'm like, "What?" So that's how I knew I made it. But
the big time.
The big time. But yeah, I try to do videos on different hardware and things that I run into that others may run into, and that way they can learn something too. And that's kind of what I'm about. And that's about it for me. So thanks.
Like on my channel, I'll be upgrading a machine or doing something to a machine, and carefully editing it and trying to get the camera shot just right. And if I mess something up, I edit it out, and just to show the users, the correct way to do things, but on Chris's, man, if a hammer falls off a desk and lands on his Agnes chip, that is right there in the video, and he makes the best out of it. And that's what's enjoyable at his channel is it's real, it feels live, and he just shows you how to do things with your Amiga, how to get it to work, and he's not afraid when something doesn't work to say, "Hey, this didn't work. Let's try something new. Let's see if this works. Hey, now that works." And it's just refreshing to be able to see the steps that he takes to get all this stuff to function on his machines. It's great, and I recommend you all subscribe to his channel too.
You have this thing called a script.
Chris.
Yeah, we have some questions for Chris over here in this corner. I'll let Dad go first.
Is that all right, Chris?
Sure, shoot away.
Yeah, Chris, by the way, love the channel, learned a lot of your channel, learned a lot of things off of your channel that even though I was kind of like, yeah, I know what he's doing, and I skipped forward in the channel to see the end result, to see if I got the same result, which they were not the same result. I had to back up and go it your way. And I'm like, okay, well, I blended my result and his result. But my question is not a question, it's more or less a statement. I can't wait until I've got the time. I have the machines to do the Amithalon builds and everything. And I want that image. I want that image. And
I got a
yes,
new one coming.
SBC for our 2000.
I have that exact same board, Chris. That exact same board.
FS97C. So that's coming out in 2 weeks.
When Manual Jesus dropped that he bought that and put it in a 2000, I said, "Where did you get it?" I went and bought one immediately. It didn't come with the cables. I had to get it. But I'm going to follow your directions. I'd love to have that image of that Amithalon that you did. But I'll follow your directions and see if I can do it on my own before I pound the door and said, please help me out here. But I can't wait to do it.
Well, being a fellow beer drinker, I'm sorry, being a fellow beer drinker, I did do a recent Pentium 4 build. I think I live streamed it. It was one of my longest videos. I try to keep them under 30 minutes. Sorry, Doug. And, just to kind of hold interest a little bit. And I do edit as little as possible, but I do edit. And I think I started drinking some Hofbrau and ended up with some M&Ms or something like that. But I can build an Amithalon system in approximately 30 minutes on any pretty much Pentium 3, I know it's old, or Pentium 4 board. The problem with Amiga OS XL, so that's what I like to call it, because I can't stand the name Amithalon. It sounds like a science disease.
Well, it's pronounced two different ones. You call Mithlon, I call some people call it Amithalon, and
well, that's the old aluminum, aluminium.
It's aluminum. Yeah.
But yeah, I did the FS97C board originally. That'll be coming out in a few weeks. But the original intention was I wanted to run, I'm not going to say a Microsoft operating system. I really wanted to run XL on the Amiga on its standalone board. One problem you are going to have with this board is it does have a combo PS2.
Yeah, the combo got the cable for the combo breakout.
Doesn't work. If your splitter works and you can boot the machine, rock on. What you're going to have to do is do the old left Amiga arrow keys mouse button trick to move the daggone cursor around to make you angry. So bust out your gallons of beer while you do it. You can run a PS2 keyboard, and you can run, and I cover this in the steps, you can run one of the software packages that puts the USB drivers on, and then you can just use a USB mouse. Yeah. And then
okay, because I got the 4-port breakout USB, the little backplane card to put in the 2000. Mm-hmm. So it's got 4 slots. I made sure it was 4, so I'd have.
And ours is the Core 2 model, so it has the.
This is. It's a Core 2 quad 9550. 97. The problem you're going to have is if you install this in a stock Amiga 2000, you will run off of ISA 16.
Got them implemented.
Yeah, got them implemented.
So if you
our new 2000 board, because we're building ours from the from the ground up, from scratch, and so with all the components and everything, and we have some because the slots were one of the most expensive spots about getting it brand new. We salvaged all of our slots and things, so everything on our 2000 is going to be fully populated. There's not going to be a spot or a slot not, not soldered in and ready to go, whether we use it or not.
That's wonderful. But being me, I let things fly live on my channel, and what happened was I figured I'm hot, I can do this. I plugged it in ISA. Well, I forgot that there's these things here, something to do with math called PCI. Well, that slid right into the Zorro slot.
No.
Oh no.
It made for an interesting video. So Yeah, that's coming out in a couple.
It did not damage anything, did it?
No Amigas were harmed in the making of this video. I did destroy this, so this does not work. I got its brother that.
Oh, you shorted it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, here's the populated one with the RAM, the compact flash, and this is the replacement. But yeah, so if you're gonna do a FS97C or equivalent single board computer in your Amiga, please use the leftmost slots and make sure you add on the 16-bit
I knew to go all the way to the end.
All the way to the end. My question is I recently watched your video, and it was very even though it was short, it was very insightful about the RGB 23 pin unbuffered to VGA.
Oh, that turd. Yeah.
No, that turd thing.
That's Chris right there. That's Chris.
But I watched that, and it was interesting to see, the whole unbuffered cable thing. But the most fascinating thing that I found that I wanted to, since I've got you right here, what model of Dell monitor is that?
That is a U2410F.
U2410F.
U2410F as in Frank, and it is probably the best multi-scan modern monitor that I have ever ran or purchased. It will do native 15 kilohertz.
I need a pin.
I picked this up for, I think it was like $60 on eBay, 15 to ship.
Sure.
I looked at, there is a list, if those of you don't know, you can just Google Amiga 15 kilohertz monitor solutions, and you'll get a list. And I don't know.
Well, the only reason why I ask is because we're down here in Austin, and there's like 4 Dell campuses down here, so we get a lot of Dell surplus floating around in
it's
in
a modern monitor.
stuff,
This is a 2017 monitor.
Oh,
so
wow.
It's relatively that's brand new in Amiga world, but it does component composite, HDMI, DisplayPort, VGA,
and it will sync down to 15 kilohertz.
Yeah.
15 kilohertz.
That's a U22 what?
2410F.
2410F. Yeah, U2410F. Okay, because when I saw that, I was like, dang it, I need to look at that because we're going out, here in a little bit and going surplusing around and shopping around. But if it's that new, chances are maybe not. But yeah, that's what I wanted to know, because I'm like, man, we have so much Dell campuses and there's so much Dell crap floating around the Goodwills and the surplus stores and everything like that. If that's an older monitor, I want to know what model that is. Maybe I can grab one.
if now I know you guys do your 4000 as kind of like your Haas machine. My 4000, I have a Spectrum 2824, and I film a lot, but I edit less. So I have like 14 or 15 videos ready to go. I put them out for my 3 patrons. Thank you guys. And so I will be posting those someday. But the 2824 Spectrum has a custom pass-through cable that if you own one, you are awesome. If you do not own one, you have to make one. And I did, and it's fine. If you have it on the Dell 2410 monitor, you can actually have a single monitor solution for 24-bit RGB and your 15 kilohertz native Amiga stuff. It's wonderful.
Really? Well, what we like is we have inside of our 4000, we're lucky enough, we want to get the ZZ9000, but we have the VA2000, and it has the CX pass-through card on it. So we're lucky enough in that regards. It's a little bit funky. Some people will say, oh, it's not compatible with AGA. It is. You just have to fiddle with it, and you can make it work. It's not going to be, it's not going to be, perfect all the time for everything. But there's settings that you can do, and that'll get you universally pretty okay. And so it's HDMI, and poof, we're good.
Sometimes it monochromes our games because we launch off a WHD load.
But I think that's more of a WHD load thing than anything.
It monochromes our games, and then you get in, you get out, and you come back, and it's fine. I blame that on the VA.
I think that's more of software, me personally. But yeah, it works fine with us. But like I said, because with the ZZ9000 and M&T Luke out there, he's doing such great things with that now, that that's probably going to be our next big purchase, since now that's fully 24-bit and everything like that, and AGA with the upgraded CX and stuff with the pass through on that guy.
Did
And
they
he's
ever
got
get
a
the
lot more
memory?
features.
Did they ever get the memory working on that natively?
That
so you
is
get,
the
like,
one thing that I'm going any day now. Please, Luke, put out the driver and activate that 1 gig of RAM, please.
Well, I heard that there, if you've got a 3000 or 4000, you can access, I think it was 128 megs of it. Right? The 2000 can't because it's a Zorro 2. I have a quick question about the Dell, right? So I've got two Dells. I've got the U221H and I've got the U2410. Both of them seem to work fine with all of my Amigas except for my NTSC 2000.
I'm running an NTSC 2000 on it right now. It's here it is. It's running Compton R54 and RTG, but it's an HDMI. But the 15 kilohertz mode, God, big turd, will display just fine. I mean, I keep grabbing the wrong mouse.
Wow.
But
so David Z, what was those two monitor? Taylor, get your pen ready. What was those two monitors you just mentioned? And they do 15 kilohertz?
Well, I've had success with all of them except for my 2000. So yes, like I've got what I got a 1200 PAL. I've got like 3 or 4 500 PALs. I've got a Vampire. The only problem I have with the Dells is when I use them with my Vampire, right? When it switches between HDMI and then back to the RTG, the Dell doesn't like that at all, and I actually have to unplug the HDMI. I don't know what's going on with that. I think I don't know if you guys know Paul out in California. I think he was having that same problem too. But I just unplugged HDMI. So the Dell, it's the U2211H. That's the 22-inch one I have. And the 24 is the U2410.
That's what I'm rocking.
Just regular. No F.
I'm a F, yeah.
Yes, yeah. I don't.
F is fun.
It's hard to know. I don't know if it's an F or not. I can't.
Yeah. Now, for our daily machines, this does, those sorts of monitors and finding those things is useful to us, not for our daily driver machines, because we have conversions and upscalers and things for like for when we're on stream, just to make it easier there. But I'm looking at these and stuff because we do have a whole lab section.
Yeah, we have a whole nother lab
and we have a
section
whole shelf just crammed full of monitors, and we're generally using the cheap HDMI, SCART to HDMI scalers, which work fine with harnesses and with the 23 pin to SCART harnesses and things, which is fine. But if I can have if we can have 2 or 3 monitors up there that don't need any extra guff in between a machine, and we can just hook up and go if somebody comes over, or we just need a quick test on something. That's kind of the reason being for that, because I'm just like, yeah, it's cool, and these scalers are fine for simple little stuff and testing and things, and if somebody wants to show off a machine or something, or if we're just working or whatnot. But sometimes just having this extra box and extra cabling in the way just gets in the way.
Okay, Google,
essentially.
Turn on lights in the man cave.
No, don't say that, because my Google's going on.
So let me talk about my newest delve real quick.
So,
if you don't mind, if I take 5 minutes.
David. Go ahead. If anybody wants to see our screen, there's our other side of our lab way over there in the back side over there. We're in about an 800 square foot lab and studio. So we've got we need to fill them up with monitors back there.
So I'm in a basement. My water heater hasn't blessed us with our presence yet, because I asked my wife, please don't run any water so the water heater doesn't come on during my questionnaire.
Oh, is it a gas water heater? Makes that.
It's an appearance in every one of my videos. It's become a staple. We need to give it a name.
Call it the Amiga heater.
Call it the Amiga heater or the Boeing
heater. We'll give it a name. I was just calling it Bob. I got a complaint because I had I don't know where it is anymore. Some of my Amiga videos, I had some junk on, like, I don't know, that side of the room or whatever, and there was a Halloween prop that kept hanging its head out, de-skinned Halloween prop, and I had a YouTube complaint filed against me for it, so I had to remove him, so he's not in. If you see him, that's one, like I said, I film a lot, I edit less, so that would be and old video. All the new ones I've put up drywall and things. So.
You're kidding me. That's so cheese that somebody did
I got
YouTube
demonetized.
That's why we moved all of our live content over to Twitch, and we've had a lot more success. But we're live streamers, so it makes more sense over there. But you know, we still have our YouTube pre-recorded.
Let's let David talk about his monitor. Tell us about your monitor, David.
So I've got a lot of computers, and I'm running out of space. And the big key here is the monitor space, right? So I got 64s, I got Amigas, and I saw Doug. I saw your video on your Amiga where you're actually splitting out to our YNC or R, you know, the 3-port thing. I don't know what it's called. And I happen to be around. I'm sorry.
Component, yeah, the YR, PBR, WXYZ, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So while I was trolling around the local Goodwill, so a lot of solutions for the lower Commodores, you know, the 64 and whatnot, those are all S-Video, right, or component. But I like the modular aspect of Doug's solution, right? So I was at the Goodwill and I saw a receiver. A Denon receiver that had more connectors than God. I mean, it must have had 50 of these and 40 of these and 50 of these, right? Because I was going to get one of those little $20 jobs, right? I was going to, but everyone was saying that there's lots of latency and whatnot. So I bought this monster receiver. The Denon actually was horrible. It was good, but it kept saying the same, right? So I switched to a Yamaha I found, and this actually has an HDMI upscaler. Right, so that's going to be my next endeavor, to attempt to upscale all of my video directly through this 10-year-old receiver. I hope it has the chops.
That should be pretty interesting. Yeah, keep us informed on how that works. But yeah, I guess in theory that very well may work.
I mean,
yeah, I've seen a lot of those receivers, and I'm curious to see how that works out, David.
I would say, just being an audio video guy and things, and having experience in that, and working with like matrices and things like that, and being kind of the brains of the operation on getting all of our stuff going. I know with like the Ataris and things, it's harder to get those up to like modern standards. So I wouldn't see why something like an AV receiver wouldn't work, as long as it's, you know, good, decent quality, has all the connections you need on it. I would say if you're having any problems like displaying on the monitor end, maybe put some kind of upscaler or some kind of scalar solution in between the receiver and the monitor, and I wouldn't see why that wouldn't work.
Thanks.
And you can use the receiver as basically like a switcher in a way, yeah.
And upscaler.
Yeah, this really is an important topic, and that's why I've covered it so many times on my channel, is some of these old computers. You know, we don't have the issue with the newer Amiga 1s because they've all got VGA or whatever, but some of our older Amigas and things like that, just getting the display to work on a modern monitor, because we can't always either find a 1084 or one of the nicer monitors, the Commodore monitors, and we've got to get them to display on our modern displays. And 15 kilohertz monitors are great. The only problem I have with those personally is when you go into interlace mode, they look awful. Every last one of them looks awful. They look great playing games. They look great in 320 by 200, 640 by 200. You bump that up to interlace and it just chokes on the interlace, just doesn't look good. And I do a lot of my artwork and photo editing in interlace mode, so it gets uncomfortable to view. So having a good alternative is fantastic. I personally use on my older Amigas where I have RGB out, like David mentioned, I've got an RGB to component connector, the YR, PR, BR component connectors, and then those they either go straight to a television that supports that, or even better, they go to my RetroTink 2, which I don't know if I can't stretch that far, it's plugged in, but the RetroTinks can take either composite, component, or S-Video or some other signals and pull them in and then upscale them to display on an HDMI monitor. And that actually works out to be a fantastic solution, because then I can just go HDMI into my capture card if I want to capture, HDMI into an HDMI TV or monitor. Displays absolutely perfectly. So that's a really, really good alternative if you're going to be doing any streaming or just want to get your Amiga onto an HDMI, a little higher quality than a HDMI or a SCART to HDMI signal.
Oh, Dad's back. I was going to step in. I didn't know how long he was going to be on. But David, you're exactly right. We use tons of those. We have about 4 or 5 of those cheap SCART scalers, and they're perfectly fine. A lot of people, and you will find videos saying, you know, this, that, and the other about them, but we use them and we have them in line and have them on hand every time during our streams because they're just workhorses. Sure, they might not be the best thing in the world, or the latency might be this, that, and the other, but they're just workhorses. They just work, you know. And if you just need a display right then and there, or you're having problems with this, that, and the other, and especially trying to hook up to a modern, you know, HDMI monitor or TV or something like that, they just work, regardless of what people say about them.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, Taylor. The quality is somewhere between okay and pretty good. It's not incredible, it's not fantastic, it's not OSSC, but we're talking about a solution that, you know, you drop $40 on it, your Amiga can suddenly display on any
Yes,
HDMI on the
exactly.
planet. And the quality's fine. It does a fine job.
And I can understand,
I think
especially
it does just fine, Doug.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't see.
We have one
I've
in
seen
play
some,
right now that hooks up to our TV, our 64K TV that we're watching y'all on right now, and it's in line through all of our scalers because for whatever reason our nice 4K TV just doesn't like the output resolution from our big main scaler. So it's in tandem, just hooked up right into that, and it likes it just fine, and it works. So you know. And we keep, and like I said, we keep one on standby just in case we're hooking up a machine or something and it wants to act a butt, you know, because they just work. And then we've recently acquired, you were talking about RetroTinks, Doug, and those are fantastic. I just recently acquired a RetroTink 2X SCART, which is fantastic. I use it on the MSX2, and it's great.
They're beautiful. The quality of the RetroTinks is fantastic.
At an affordable price too.
Yeah, anything from my VIC-20 and my TI-99 4A, they hook right up to it, and it upscales it. HDMI. Yeah.
Only owns that one. As a person that's my first RetroTink. I don't have any of the other, you know, component or composite ones, just the SCART 2X. I did do a test just as a proof of concept and hooked up the 600s RGB to it and everything, 23 pin to SCART connector, you know, harness, and hooked it in, and it will display a native Amiga resolution. Just don't interlace it, because as soon as you interlace it, it goes, nope, I can't do it.
So quick question about this SCART connector. Do you think you would get a better picture if we just had SCART TVs as opposed to having to run it to one of these? Because in my vision, right, my TV cost $500, $600, $700, right? Whereas it might have a better processor. I wish we can get some of those SCART TVs here in the U.S. I think that would help us fantastic.
and that's fantastic. Amen. And you are exactly right there with that, David, because that's a common thing over there in Europe. Even to this day, they're shipping modern televisions with SCART connectors in the back of them. But it's just not a thing here in the US, and that's what us US people have to kind of work around. And if you're lucky enough to go and get like an older, you know, TV, or heck, buy a new one that has SCART on the back of it and import it over to the US, hey, more the merrier. It should work just fine, because SCART is SCART, and the standard hasn't changed since 1980, whatever, when it was released.
I think George Sokianos has a question. George, did you want to ask it, or do you want me to ask it for you? I see you're unmuted there. Okay, well, George's question was to Chris. He says, the upscaler you showed, does it add any delay on gaming? Yeah.
So this is a cheap Chinesium, and I'm not boasting myself, but I do a video on this when I review the Scan Plus AGA for a 12,000, yeah, I'm from the future, a 1200, 4000 versus this, and what I compare it to, how it works. I do gaming comparisons, latency, lag, et cetera, et cetera. I don't drink 6 beers while doing it, so it will be a little pretty good. So, but yeah.
What was your result on that, Chris?
My result on this is this was $23 on ebay.internet.us.com.
We use them a lot.
They're just generic. One thing I did notice is you're going to see on these guys, it does say, I don't know if that's going to focus or not, and I can't see, but there's a button for 720p or 1080p, and you can press and hold this, and it will actually go through every resolution from 480 on up.
Yes, it does.
So, yeah. It does quite well for gaming. I have never had any problems with it. I use it on my lower Amigas, the lower Amigas, without video cards or anything upscalable to 31, and it works quite well. So if you're an Amiga user that's new to the Amiga scene, you pick yourself up a 500. You can't beat these. Get a 23 to SCART, and you can just plop an HDMI.
And if you get a good quality 23 pin to SCART harness, you can hook it all right up into that audio, everything, run it right off of it, and go in. And you might need an adapter for the RC end of the connector, or the SCART connector and stuff. But Chris is exactly right. We use them all the time. We have 5 or 6 of them. They're workhorse things. People will say one thing or the other about them again. But Chris, I think we find the same thing. I feel like you're exactly right on that. Is that they just work.
Matthew Moibus wants to show us something. He's got an upscaler that he wants to show us. If you want to unmute yourself, Matthew, and tell us what you're showing us, we'd love to see it. Maybe. Oh, there he goes. Hey, Matthew, how you doing?
This is the SCART TV that I bought from the PX in Germany when I was there in the Army. And I just
Thank you for serving.
No problem. I just happened to realize that it had a SCART connection, and it looks amazing.
And you're in the United States?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. So you bought it overseas and brought it in here, and it's got a SCART connection.
Yep.
And it looks flipping fantastic.
Yeah, because SCART's just a modified RGB setup anyway. It's got it essentially is RGB, so, and that hasn't changed in 20 plus friggin' years. So yeah, if you're lucky enough to find a European TV, it should work just like Matthew's showing, just perfect.
It handles any resolution I've thrown at it with no flicker.
We need to find some UK buddies and have them ship us over. So
I'm on that order, Chris.
Like that one right there. Normally that flickers. There's no flicker at all on that resolution.
So even when you're using it direct RGB to SCART, it reduces the flicker, because I know it does that on my SCART to HDMI upscaler. It'll flicker for a second, and then everything seems to stabilize. You move things around, you can see a little flickering, but it does a fairly decent job of hiding the flicker. It's good to know if you go direct to SCART, it does the same thing.
Well, a lot of those, right? The converter in your TV is probably better than the $20 converter you bought. That's the whole deal, right? It's all about the video processor board inside there. That's doing the ones and zeros. So we just need to find some guy in the UK to mail us a bunch of SCART monitors.
Well,
the only problem is it's too big. It'd be great if it was a normal monitor size, but it's a TV, not a monitor.
Mm-hmm. What size is it, Matthew?
42 inch, I believe.
42 inch. Okay. Well, that's not too big. That's not
too small. That's not too small. Yeah, an 80 would be better, but hey, I'll do 42.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's look into that, guys. Let's look at importing half a dozen SCART TVs. We'll talk to Tim Drew. We'll talk to Sanction and see if he can organize that and get them shipped out to us. That would be just awesome.
Amiga Kid will do it right after the A1222. Oh.
Boom. Now,
you have to figure out about the voltage as well.
Yeah, 220 versus 110 or 120. How many of these are left? I'm empty.
Well, Doug, we're gonna have to go. I've got to do some things with the wife and everything. It's been nice hanging out with y'all. Pints and Amiga, check us out on Twitch TV and everything. It's been nice to see all of y'all.
Yeah,
Matthew, that's totally awesome. Send us some of those TVs. Go ahead and order them. Order about 200 of them.
Like Chris said, we'll get them from Amy Kid about the same time that I get my 4-way buffered with the Gale acceleration on there from them. You know, I've only been waiting like 6 months for that to come in.
Anybody can catch us on Facebook. You know, you can look up Pints and Amiga on Facebook or Discord. We're also on Discord. David Z, I would love to see how that receiver with the HDMI works out. Message us, friend us, do whatever you want to do. Just reach out and let us know how it works out for you, David. I'd like to know, because I've seen tons of those receivers at Goodwills and stuff and swap shops, and I've been like, no. So yeah,
maybe not. But yeah, and we're every Wednesday and every Saturday, 2 p.m. Central here in the States. So look at and I know for anybody that might be over on the other side of the globe, I know y'all changed daylight savings times already, so it may be different from you. So just run your conversions and look it up. But yeah, 2 p.m. Central every Wednesday and Saturday.
Man, that's a nice 6-pack you got going there, Chris.
Oh, it's empty. I gotta go get more.
Yeah, seriously, guys, the dudes from Pints and Amiga, great guys. Wonderful to have conversations with them. Happy to help if you got an Amiga question about how to hook something up. You know, send them a message. Talk to them on Facebook. They've got some fantastic ideas.
We always respond.
To tie all this stuff together, and if you're planning on streaming or YouTubing, just throw them a question. I'm
not going to toot my own horn, but I find myself a little bit of a mad scientist on how I can convert some of these old machines and get them fired up and implemented into our modern times.
Yeah. And well, you went to college for audio and video, Taylor.
Yeah. So.
And the guys on Pints and Amiga, they also do a lot of Amiga live gaming. So if you want to do some online gaming with them, with Amiga gaming,
we do.
Just jump on stream and do it.
Speaking of Amiga Live, Doug, before we go, we are running an Amiga Live tournament, season 2, turning 1 on Halloween. So we're running a Halloween tournament
on Halloween.
The poll for which game we're going to play is open right now, live. So people vote when we get ready to run a tournament. We let people vote. We pick out a huge swath of games. Let people vote whichever the highest one is. We play that. That's the tournament. So Then we run brackets and everything like that. Last time we did 4 tournaments in a year's time, and then we ran like a tournament of champions. So the 4 winners from all the other tournaments went through like a gauntlet of different games and stuff like that. And
we'll have to have some kind of a tag team, Pints and Amiga versus the Amigos guys.
Ooh, that would be
funny.
I'd be in it.
That'd be fun.
I'd be in it. I'd be on it.
I'd love that.
You know, a lot of people don't know about us, Doug. I've been collecting and using Amigas since 1984. My first Amiga was a A1000, and then the year after I bought it,
you said 84. You meant 94.
94. Sorry, not 84.
I was like 84 that Amiga wasn't even at yet, unless you were in cahoots with High Toro at the time.
Yeah, right. Sorry. When you get this age, memory starts to fail you.
I am a future silver alert.
90, yeah, silver alert, getting close. 94 was my first Amiga to manage my comic book collection. My second Amiga was an A3000 that I bought out of a pawn shop. I bought it out of a pawn shop, and I put it on layaway in a pawn shop, making $6 an hour, and it was all downhill since then. And everybody knows through the middle of the 2000s, Doug, you can testify through this, was the massive dark ages for the Amiga. I mean, we're talking about medieval, dark ages where there was nothing. Software Hut was shutting down. Turtle Lightning software was shutting down. Everybody's Phoenix software was shutting down. Everybody was shutting down for the Amiga and just bailing in the Gateway 2000 days. And I basically mothballed my 3000 in the closet and sold off parts from my 3000, sold on my 3600. I sold off all of my machines, 4000 except for one 3000. And
that's sitting over on that bench over there right now. That's going to be our server machine sometime in the future.
Taylor back several years ago said, "Hey, what do we got to do to get this thing up and going again?" And I said, "Just buy parts and plug it in."
I said, Dad, didn't you say there was like an Amiga group like in the area? And he goes, yeah, like there's like 2 or 3. I go, well, don't we have one still floating around in the closet? Yep. And that was the spark. And we started over at another group. And then we met up with Bo Zimmerman over at Central Texas Commodore User Group and been going there ever since the current virus situation. And yeah, that's what kind of got us spearheaded. Our 4000 was donated to us by a buddy of his. You know, it had problems. We fixed it, and that's been our workhorse. And we've slowly climbed up since over the past 2 years.
Our 2-year birthday is next
Tuesday,
week on the 27th. On Tuesday.
So Tuesday we'll be streaming.
Live streaming.
2 years. So
yeah, we turned 2 years. We can go into potty training. Hey, we get to go to potty training now. We can potty train ourselves.
We'll be doing our 2-year anniversary stream on Tuesday, and we'll be running everything. So we're going
to run Tuesday.
You'll get to see all the hot swapping and running around machines and things and potential technical difficulties all in real time. Because it never fails when we do something like that and we're trying to run 4 or 5 machines at one time. One of them wants to act a fool.
Oh, Doug's got a text. Uh-oh.
So Matthew in the chat is saying he's only been collecting since April. That's quite a collection on your screen.
That is.
I really like that. That's nice.
Jesus. I see a 3000 there. I see a
Sponsored
1000
by MasterCard.
Oh my goodness! And this is just since April, huh?
That's just since April.
He's
I thought I was bad.
He's been stealing all those eBays out from underneath me.
Me. I lay in bed every night, and I even messaged Doug on I think it was Twitter last night. I'm like, I don't use Twitter a lot, just when I'm eBaying on my iPad at night, buying Amiga stuff. So Matthew, that's quite a collection since April. I'm sure Visa and MasterCard are quite pleased with you.
Well, all right, everybody, we're going to say goodbye. I've got to go do some things with the wife. Thank you, Doug, for inviting us.
Taylor. It was wonderful to have you guys, and I'll be talking to you guys soon.
Not a problem.
Doug. See you later.
So,
oh yeah, me and you still need to settle up on a 286 Bridgeboard card.
Anytime. I got the cash ready.
All right. Talk to you later.
No problem.
Bye, guys. Fantastic. Well, it was nice to have those guys on board. They're a great bunch of guys. And wow, Matthew, that's quite a collection you're putting together there. That happens though. I don't know if it's happened to the rest of you, but like 2018, I had plenty of Amigas. I had my Amiga 500, I had my Amiga 1200, I had my Amiga 4000, and a couple of others in storage. And then I thought, my Commodore 64 hasn't worked in a while. Maybe I'll look online and see if I can pick up a Commodore 64. And now I have like 3 of those, and I've got 2 new VIC-20s, 2 Commodore 128 flats, a Commodore 128D, a +4. This is all in the span of like a year and a half. It's like, what's happening here? They're replicating, but every time they replicate, my bank account gets lower and lower. It's an addiction. It really is. But I absolutely love it.
My latest problem is all the add-ons and the new gear coming out.
Mm-hmm.
The cost of some of the new parts, although I feel a little better paying, $300-400 for a new part, I guess, right? Hopefully it won't die, right? I always am a little bit apprehensive when I pay a few $100s for a 40-year-old piece of God knows what.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, David, you've come across some really nice hauls recently that you've been posting, and you sent me a couple cool things like some Amiga Active magazines that I've been enjoying going through. And I will be doing an episode on these, just like I did on all the printed stuff you sent me. But I love going through these magazines, seeing how expensive everything was back in the day. So yeah, you've had some cool hauls.
Here's my latest waste of money.
Oh yes, this is your DKB that's not working 100%.
It works. It just has an issue when you install this one. This is a Rev 4 DKB, and I don't know if the camera's going to show it. Where's the camera? There's a picofarad capacitor that takes over the place of this pin. And it works fine if you don't have any Zorro cards in. Now, Zorro cards as in my GVP 4008 with RAM, if I put the original Agnes in, I posted about this on the Commodore Amiga Facebook group, got some answers. Some people have some interesting thoughts. Chris, can I get some free tech support real fast? Yeah, sure. Go ahead and chat your question. I will be glad to answer it. But as far as the DKB, I returned the Amiga 2000 Vampire to its original 8372A Agnes because this DKB, while does give me 2 megs of chip RAM, I really need the SCSI support from my GVP because I'm kind of too lazy to put the Data Flyer SCSI card in because it's brand new and I don't want to open it, and that's my problem. But that's cool.
There's a guy on Amy Bay that's making new ones. I just ordered one. It's on its way to me. He's only got the pale Agneses, no NTSC, but the 2 meg Agnes. It's something we need to do. I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but like the Denise, that's taken care of with the individual computers, right? Jens, he redid the Denise with that, but we really need a 2 meg solution for Agnes replacement because those chips are just, you can't get them. Even if you can get some kind of a board to put them in, there's no more chips.
Well, there was an FPGA solution being developed by a certain individual who makes a certain accelerator card who had some issues with some people on the internet. I'm not going to mention his name, but we all know who it is. So there was an FPGA solution that was betaed and apparently working. You could choose whichever Amiga Agnes you wanted from the 8370 all the way to the 8372B, the 3000 Holy Grail Agnes that some guy who I might know might have bought that $250 one on eBay because he's a dummy. I don't know who that is.
Hey, for those of you who weren't present yesterday, sounds like Jens has a solution, Jens of individual computers, that he should have to market pretty shortly.
He showed something, but it didn't look to be it didn't look to be an FPGA. It looked to be just like an Agnes socket that he could put an existing Agnes in.
Exactly. It's not an FPGA-based solution, but the video of that was all recorded during yesterday's session and should be viewable on YouTube.
Wonderful.
It was for an A3000. It had a rare type of Agnes chip, and using the socket he had, you could adapt it to the more common form that the A500 Plus had.
Sweet.
And then it would work.
Well, I think that was just an extra bonus of his byproduct of what he did, right? So I think the big thing was creating the socket, right? Because he talked a lot about creating the socket. Once he had the socket, he was going to create one product, and that 3000 mod was just a byproduct he was going to be able to produce because of that. But neither of them were an FPGA solution for the chip itself, which is what we need.
Yeah, Jens showed it in an Amiga 500, and then there's a jumper wire that goes down to a pin, and he's got one of his expansion cards in the expansion bay on the Amiga 500, and it turns it into a 2 megabyte Agnes and allows you to use a 2 megabyte Agnes in there, and that is something we desperately need. I love 2 megabytes of chip RAM on all of my Amigas.
Indeed.
That was a revision 8.
Yeah. His example was and I thought that was a 500 plus. That's not for a regular 500. That mod he showed was only for a 500 plus.
Which is not NTSC.
Or the same motherboard revision as a 500 plus.
Yeah,
I've got an A500 revision 8B with 512K.
Yep.
So they sold the motherboard either with the 1 meg or the half meg, depending on whether they wanted to make it a plus or a regular A500. But either one of them had the 2 meg Agnes in it, so it should work with his expansion.
How many of those Rev 8 boards are out there? There's not a lot of those.
No, probably not too many. But I was lucky enough to get one of them.
The other, but that was, like I said, that was only a byproduct of what he was putting out. The other main feature of the whole thing he was designing was to allow you to use an enhancement. You still need an Agnes chip. That's the problem. We need those.
Yeah.
Now,
Absolutely.
one of our chatters has been asking a question that oh man, I just scrolled right past it. Samuel Crow says, with an FPGA Agnes, you can get an 8 meg Agnes. Now, while that's fine and dandy, as we all know, in the world of WinUAE or FSUAE emulation, there are no real Amigas that can utilize the 8 meg chip RAM, even though there is the
no real Amigas yet.
What is it? The free sex beer jumper on the 4000 for the 8 meg chip.
Yeah, it doesn't work because you have to have a custom Agnes or Alice in that case.
It was to be implemented in the Ombre chipset, which, as we all know, thanks to Silver Gold, never happened. So yeah, what could have been?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, all of us see that little jumper, 2 meg, 8 meg chip, and think, oh, if only. But
Dave Haney called it the free sex and beer jumper.
Yeah. Now the Vampire standalone can do, what is it, 11.5 megabytes of chip RAM, which is really, really awesome. And you may think that's overkill.
Basically, it fills up the whole 24-bit address space and maps it as chip RAM.
Mm-hmm.
And so everything that's not chipset registers or kickstart is chip RAM in that 24-bit address space. Technically, the Vampire could, if it weren't for the operating system, address a full 128 megs or more of chip RAM. It's just the operating system only supports that 24-bit address for chip RAM.
So
that's part of why they're coming out with Apollo OS based on AROS. They're probably going to try and get a little bit more chip RAM in there than what Amiga OS allows. So that's probably one of their motivations right there.
If I'm running an app that needs more RAM than that, holy smokes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you might see some. If the way the Vampires caught on, you just might start to see some.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, the other thing that Jens showed yesterday was, or announced, that you may or may not have heard about, was that he's collaborating with Dave Haney on a replacement
Buster chip. Yep, a new one, a new revision 12 that never existed before.
I just bought the 11.
Yep.
The Rev 11 busters are now unobtainium. Jens said that he only has enough for like warranty exchanges, and that he can't sell anymore because he has so few remaining. So
Buster 11, you said?
Yeah, Buster 11 is effectively not obtainable in any more than one quantity.
Yeah, Chris is gonna pull out a case. Hang on.
No, I just bought one from, I forget the daggone company. I drank too many beers. I'm sorry. There is a company on eBay right now.
I'm sure there are people reselling them. I'm sure
they're like brand new. I just bought one for one of those machines. I forget, 4,000, 3,000, not the 2,000, 3,000 or 4,000. I put a Buster 11 in, and it was.
What did it cost you though?
Well, I mean, if I lived in the United Kingdom, it would be very cheap. But since I live in the United States, it was like $100-something. But I'm dumb, I just shop on eBay at night, and then I go to bed, so I forget about it.
Less than that.
He was selling them cheap. That's great, but dang, what's the name of the company? I don't know.
Amiga Kit?
No, hold on. I got the customs thing right here, and that's Amiga Kit. I'm looking in my trash can. It's full of beer bottles. Don't tell anybody.
I've got Lisa's if anybody needs any.
Oh yeah, you got that a couple of months ago, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I got ROMs. If anybody needs old ROMs, I got about 40 of the 1200 got 2 ROMs, A and a B. I got like 40 of the A side.
Nice.
What do we do with the B side?
Flip them over. Just turn the ROMs over.
Turn it around.
The pins around the other direction, and then they're B's. Yeah. Yeah,
Analogic computers.
those
I forgot I
leases will
had
come in
internet.
handy for the people who are building those Amiga 1200 boards where they get the raw boards. So have you started promoting those yet, David, telling people that you have them? Because I think there's a group out there who may be interested in them.
No, if you find anybody who wants them, let me know.
Okay.
I saw some guy on eBay selling them 5 for $50, and he wasn't even selling them, so I didn't think the want was too bad. But I mailed a bunch to people here and there. I just threw some to Thomas, some to Paul, some to, I threw them out there.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Anybody needs any, let me know.
Fantastic. Well, that's fascinating. We mentioned the Vampire a while ago. Do people have an opinion on that? I've got a Vampire V500 in my Amiga 500 that I'm absolutely in love with. I only use it for the accelerator, which is blindingly fast. And I love the extra memory of it. I love the speed of the compact flash card. I'm getting 9 to 11 megabits per second or megabytes per second data transfer on my Vampire. And I'm running Amiga OS 3.1.4, so I'm doing all classic stuff on it, and I'm just thrilled to pieces with it. But yet I still see a group of people out there who just think the Vampire's just the most horrible thing, and it's fake, and it's emulation. And I'm thinking, no, this thing's beautiful. This thing's brilliant. I would kill for one of these back in the late 80s or early 90s. Do we have any other Vampire owners out here who have an opinion?
Former, I didn't actually own one. I had a borrowed one back when I was on the Vampire team, and I demonstrated that back in 2013 back in AmiWest, actually. And I got a little bit of use out of it, and then they wanted me to try out an experimental core. It bricked it, and because the jumper or the little connection underneath the chip for the JTAG, this connector, didn't work, so I couldn't unbrick it. So then I had to send it back to Brian up in Canada, and he found out it was bricked permanently, and I couldn't get another one. So I quit the team shortly thereafter because Gunnar was trying to have me do all sorts of things that I never signed up for, and I just wanted to do I think what I signed up for was to do the AHI drivers for it, and they would never give me the documentation. He had Flipe doing so many other things that they could never get things documented, and they only just now are starting to document everything because they're kind of getting to a stopping point. And it was kind of a mess the way it was organized.
So my opinion on the Vampire, I have a 600. I one of my 600. My opinion on the Vampire is that I really love my physical Amiga hardware, right? So I love putting a Vampire inside an Amiga, whether it's a Vampire 1200, a Vampire 600, Vampire 500, right? I love that. It allows my stuff. Now, the Vampire standalone, I could see why certain people like it. I think it's a fantastic piece of hardware. But personally, for me, I would rather have the Vampire 1200 or a Vampire 600, right? Because I have that hardware. It allows me to do so much more with my existing stuff. And, a lot of people say, well, when I put it in there, right, I mean, I'm still getting audio out Paula, right? And I'm still getting video out of here. And so I feel it's like any other accelerator card in my Amiga.
And it is.
Yeah. So I have no problem with it. And, I've heard a lot of people bashing the standalone, and I think it's a nice piece of kit. I
think it's overpriced, though.
Regardless, that's an opinion. I want to talk about opinions. I guess a nice piece of kit is an opinion, right?
Yeah.
I just, regardless of the price or the cost, I mean, I think it's a nice piece of hardware. I just personally prefer having I love my 1200, my case. Man, I cleaned all that. I've retrofied it. I've loved that thing for, the same thing with my 2000. I've only had that for a couple months, but I still love it, right? I love my Amiga hardware. So I use a Vampire as an enhancement to grow my Amiga usability. You know.
Yeah. My opinion on it is that you're plugging a new computer into a bunch of old circuit boards.
Nope.
So, I mean,
Nope.
if you know how to take care of it and get all the recapping done, and you can keep your old boards working, great. But I would rather have something new. That's my opinion. But
Well, that's why you would get the standalone then. That's perfect.
that would be if I could afford it, but I can't.
Oh,
And can you even get it, or do you still have to wait in line? I think Doug.
You gotta
You're
wait in
lucky.
line for about 6 months.
Doug's lucky. His Vampire 500 V2 order came in after he already third-party purchased one, so that's awesome. I know what machine that's going in.
You have to remember, it's these guys do this in their spare time, right? There's nobody that's a full-time job doing the Vampire. I mean, we have to accept this and whatnot, you know. And you know, as far as the cost, I mean, yeah, it might. I what it's worth, I don't know what it would cost to buy an FPGA or to solder stuff in and to recreate that, right? So I can't really comment on that. You know, I know how much it would cost for me to buy a Raspberry Pi and build that, but I don't think a Raspberry Pi is exactly the same thing as the Vampire FPGA solution. Chris, I know you've done
crashes. I mean, it crashes just like a real Amiga. So you're good there. You can guru all day long and have fun. You'll be cussing after 10 minutes. It does work, but you have to take it for what it is. I mean, FPGA solution, Vampire. Now, I'm talking 500 V2, 600, even a 1200 non-beta alpha Core 3. I did a video a long time ago where I took my Amiga 2000, flashed it Core 3 alpha because I wanted to run an AGA 060 demo of Starstruck, the Black Lotus. So I did that just as a test. And if you do flash the alpha Core 3, which is available, you can search for it. You can find it. It's on a lower right hidden link on the Apollo page. You can still download the Core 3 alpha for the 5 and 600 V2. You can flash that. If you have a USB blaster, you can flash right back. It will actually take over the entire system then. So your entire Amiga, even though it's plugged into the CPU socket, is entirely FPGA based. Every chip is emulated through the FPGA, or, well, quote, emulated. I don't know. Whatever. Something with math and something through the FPGA. And so that's when I did a Which Amiga before and after, it said your computer's an Amiga 2000, your computer's an Amiga 1200, but it worked. And I just did it as a test, and people were saying there's no RTG. There is only RTG. There is no RGB if you do Core 3. So you can play with it. I've played with it several times just to run some AGA games, and it does work quite well. And it's still fast for what it is. Now, the Vampire 500, 600 are Cyclone 3s. The standalone, as Sam was saying, is a Cyclone 5, and that one has a little bit more room to throw more chipsets into it. So yeah, your results may vary, but as far as a 500, 600 V2, even the 1200 Vampire, I look at those just as enhanced kick butt accelerator cards. I ordered my 1200 November or something like that. But if you know how they're made, there's only one toaster oven and it can hold 2 cards. So I've chatted with Igor on Discord a couple times, and I'm getting close. So but Doug's more popular than I am, so he got his first.
And if you want to talk about, if you want to do a little minor cost comparison, the only thing that might be halfway as fast is this Warp 1260. That's 500 pounds. That's 500 pounds, and you got to send them your own chip. That's another 400 pounds.
Exactly.
So I mean, the Vampire 1200, it's a costly piece of device, but I think it's on par with what's out there.
And you're not, I'm sorry, Doug, but you're not limited to the 060's limitation. And 060 is great. It's a great piece of hardware if you can find, like, the holy grail is like what, the Rev 6 with the MMU and the NFPU and the Jesus dust on top or whatever. And then you have to buy the whole 1260 machine thing with the fan for your 1200 or your 500 even. And Stephen Jones, I think they got like hookups or whatever because they're over across that body of water and they can get stuff quicker. And Retrochenko, he's another YouTuber who does a lot of stuff with the people who make the 1260, and it's great if you got one. But I'll run my Vampire against one of those turds any day, and we'll still smoke them.
Yeah, the
John Hertel, if you're here, Vampires rule, 060s rule. Sorry.
the graphics on the Warp 060 is a STM32 ARM chip. So if they wanted to just leave the 060 out and use the ARM chip as the accelerator, they could probably do it.
So here's an interesting conundrum. Can I use my Vampire with my ZZ9000 in my 2000?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think in theory.
Yes, because a Vampire with the current Core 2, what am I, 212 RC2, I believe, because I have weird issues because that's just me with RC3. But 2.12, which is the current Vampire core, it doesn't take over your whole system. Your Amiga is still your Amiga. Your Gary is your gate array for your Zorro slots. Your oh my God, Agnes is still your Agnes, and everything is still the same. The only thing you're going to get is a kick butt, a CPU accelerator, and a kick butt memory expansion on 32-bit, 128 meg. So whatever you got should run.
Fantastic. That's what I'm looking
Unless
for.
you have this freaking DKB mega chip.
Kajetil, do you have something you want to say there? It looks like you're unmuted. I don't want to bypass you.
Yes. Yeah. I think about the Vampire. I think it's a great machine because it gives more people an opportunity to buy something that maybe fits their price point. Because the Vampire, if you look at it, it can't compare to the Amiga ones with the 3D graphics and all the stuff, but you're paying lots of money for it. So it's kind of not there. It's not 3D, but it has. It's fast, relatively fast. It can run classic software a lot better than Amiga 1 computers can. Maybe I don't know if you watched my stream at all, but I've been showing some 68Go programs running on OS4. And yeah, it does that. It's no problem if you TV Paint, Personal Paint, Image Effects, you name it. That's no problem. You can run those programs, no problem at all. So that's not the question. It's what you need. What you feel is the right thing for you, because if you want to run Shapeshifter or something like that, that's not out of the question for OS4. So then there you have to have a Vampire or a fast Amiga, classic Amiga for special applications you want. So it's just a question of what you need. If you just going to run VO load, well, don't need a Vampire. You don't need a fast machine. You can pick up almost any box. So pick up a old Amiga 500. You can get one.
Well, here in the US, you can't just pick up, right? Here in the US, it's not
hard
so
to find.
That's the problem. Yeah. Old Amiga systems are, somebody has collected all them. So
you did have a good point, though, sir. You talked about the cost of the Amiga 1 machine. And Samuel, I think you also talked about the cost of the Vampire. However, I think the Vampire is still substantially lower than the cost of the Amiga 1, which I would love to have, except for instead I could buy a car.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. They're both overpriced for what they are, though, because the standalone clocks at about 100 megahertz. So, and that's as max as it can do. The earlier models with the Cyclone 3 can clock at about 83 megahertz max.
I'm at 86 right now. So
yeah, 86 for a times 12.
53% times 12.
And I would prefer to say they are expensive machines as opposed to overpriced, right? Overpriced is an opinion. I think we can all agree they're expensive, but
even an Amiga regular is going to be expensive now.
Yeah, have you seen the cost of a 1200 uncapped on eBay? that's going to cost you as much as a Vampire. So, you know, it's an expensive machine. Is it overpriced? Is an opinion.
Would you like to buy a 1200, David?
I've got a 1200, but I need to get it recapped. I haven't used it for a while. I just need to get it recapped.
Now, Nicholas Mendoza had a great question that he asked a few minutes ago. Is the Vampire any worse than 060 accelerators or Cybervision or Picasso cards? At this point, the only thing stuck to a new card is the keyboard and chassis. I would still love it. Now, I've got an Amiga 4000. You know I had to mention that with an 060 and CyberGrafx 3D card that I absolutely love. It's fast as all get out. It's a beautiful machine. It's got 128 megs of RAM on there and 2 megs of chip. That being said, it runs incredibly hot with my 060 in there. It's a Rev 5 060, and I've got it clocked at 66 megahertz. I used to have it at 80 megahertz, and it would just cook. It would crash all the time. 66 megahertz is pretty stable, but it's so unbelievably hot in that case. I've got fans, I've got heat sinks.
Yeah, the modern version of the 040 with the cement or the 040 with the, what do you call it, surface mount version, the new ones are cool as a cucumber. They're just 040s. They're half the speed of an 060, but
they're still good chips.
Yeah, they're still good chips, and they're what, $20 a piece, maybe less.
Will they work in a card? Yeah.
Well,
I want to throw out there. There are a lot of fairly affordable water cooling solutions for like video cards that
I am not water cooling my Amiga.
might actually be cool to try water cooling in 060.
Just pour it right on
the. I'll beer cool mine. I'll put beer in it.
I think that's a good idea, Alex.
I will subscribe to that channel.
But like I was saying, my 060 4000 is fantastic. It's not as fast as my Vampire, which I've got right here to my right. That thing is cool as a cucumber. I can open it up, put your hand right over the Vampire. You barely feel any heat at all. The retargetable graphics are they feel 3 times as fast as my CyberGrafx card, which I love. And the hard drive controller is as fast as the SCSI 2 in my Warp Engine card. Absolutely love it. I would say putting a Vampire in a machine is a better solution than putting an 060 in there, because you get
I would agree with that.
You get the speed, and it's so unbelievably compatible with.
Can you disable the Vampire if you want to? Is it like a hotkey for disabling it so you can run on the old CPU?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Disable it and use the 020 or something like that. You can run all the.
The Vampire has a turtle mode, and on an A500, you have only the Vampire in there. The 68,000 comes completely out of the box. You don't use it anymore.
Okay.
No, that's the CPU. You use the Vampire for everything. Once you get on the A500 version, it plugs directly into the chip socket, and the chip that was in the socket, you can throw it away. It's not a 68,000 anymore. It's a 68080. It has a turtle mode that'll slow it down to about 020 level performance, but you can't go back once you put a Vampire in there unless you physically remove the Vampire and put the chip back in.
That's for the 500. The 1200 Vampire just slides into the standard Vampire slot.
Correct.
Now the 600 Vampire sits on top of the 600 CPU like all 600 accelerators do. And if you want to throw a 500 Vampire into a 2000, you can either set that, replace the CPU, or there's these slot adapters, so you can put it into the CPU slot on the 2000.
The problem with the slot adapter is, depending on the person you purchase the slot adapter from. I purchased mine. I don't remember, but it had the HDMI out on the top. Make sure if you're going to purchase one that goes in the CPU accelerator slot, make sure you purchase it so it shoots the HDMI out the back, so you can get an HDMI signal like this out the back.
Got it. Yep.
and people were talking, you were talking about, like, I heard someone say shapeshifter. So I can't twist my monitor anymore without knocking my beer over, and I don't want to do that, and that's the wrong thing. So I'm going to do the wrong thing and run the wrong thing. But I wanted to show you shapeshifter, and that's not it. So I'll just totally screw that up. Well, that's scum VM. But shapeshifter on a Vampire versus the 060. Click the Macintosh guy. I'm just going to click, let's save, start. And this is Mode Pro because it'll just start. Boom, it's up. That's the Mac System 7.5, and I can run whatever I want. If I want to run Doom, it's as quick as any Mac would have been in the day. I'm running an Vampire 500 V2, which is running a shapeshifter emulation one, and then I'm running Doom, and it's just, you can see it's quick as anything would be, and my keyboard's upside down.
That's just amazing. And the fact that you can switch right back over and it's a full-fledged Amiga that feels like an Amiga, 100%.
Down, and there she is. She's back at Coffin R50 something. 54.
Yeah, it's virtualized. That's the cool thing about this, because
it's not virtualized.
CPU.
It's recreated in hardware. FPGA. There's a. Yeah. If you want to get into a great argument, you can converse with John Chucky Hertel, and just mention the word vampire, and he will turn into one. And he is a firm believer in Motorola hardware, which is totally great. And I love Chucky. He is a great human, and he is a wonderful. We all can say that he is one of the best contributors to the Amiga community in the first century. Thank you. And but yeah, there's a large argument that FPGA is or is not emulation. I am a firm believer that FPGA is a recreation of the original hardware in new hardware. And I can get back on me now. Hey, how you doing?
But we've been using that kind of technology since the early 80s.
Of course. Right?
And
you know, I mean, some of the
ULA's Ferranti is the core custom chip in a Spectrum, and that was very early, kind of in the gate array family world, right? And even when we get to the Amiga 500, what's Gary? A gate array, right? And it's from a family tree perspective, gate arrays aren't really that far off from FPGAs, at least from kind of the substrate. So we've been using this shit for years. PLAs, PALs. It's
agreed.
It's all part of the family tree.
Have you heard of something called a mediator? Mediators have been running like Altera chips since like 96, 97. So, you know, they've been around.
And compatibility is fantastic. I run a ton of software on my Vampire. I'm running Image Effects, Ad Pro, Personal Paint, Deluxe Paint, word processors, spreadsheets. I've tried all the productivity software I could throw at it, and it just runs, and it runs beautifully. Games, I rarely find a game that doesn't work through WHD load, because WHD load brings everything down to a level where it needs to run. Now, if I try to run it off an ADF, I'd have a few more issues, but WHD load's so easy to use and simple. I rarely find anything that won't run. And you'd no longer need all the little patches. Like if you have a 68060, you've got to run the patch 68060.library. If you use Amiga OS 3.1.4, yeah. And 68060 or 68080 on the Vampire, you don't have to bother.
Yeah, it's got a full FU.
Yeah. Now, we've had a couple of more questions I want to get to that are all interrelated here. We've got Andre Bullock asking opinions about the T534 and the T536. He wants to look up or speed up his Amiga 2000s. There's opinions on this, but the T series, the Terrible Fires, are probably not going to be available anymore because our friend who makes them has gotten out of the making hardware for the Amiga business. So unless something changes, what's out there now is probably what's out there, unless somebody decides to pick up the torch and make them. But there are some great accelerators for the Amiga 2000 that can work with it. And I think Vampire is one of the best ones, since you can just generally plug it into the CPU socket or into one of those CPU vertical socket converters. Those work pretty well. Any other opinions on the Terrible Fire situation and the availability of those?
I have a 536 that's in a box, and one of these years I'll plug it in. It's an 03050, and I got it off of eBay after drinking some Wobble Pops one night, and it's in a box, and one of these days I'll put it in. It's right here. So
sell it to Andre Bullock. Apparently he wants one. So.
They're on eBay. I mean, you can buy them on eBay. I think I paid like, I don't remember, like a couple $100. I don't know. It's just money.
Mm-hmm. I had a 534 in my 500, and I don't know. It was lacking the RAM and whatnot. So I traded some guys some chips, and he gifted me a 536. That's the one with the 64 megs. I haven't been able to actually get that working in my 2000, but the 536 that was the nice one. The 534 I think was limited to 4 megs of memory and this and that, and that's just not quite enough memory. As far as him taking his toys and going home, I don't even know. I mean, he was going to make it public, but before he was able to make it public, somebody stole it. So he took all the stuff he had already made public and went home with that. And I don't know if he never. I don't know. I feel bad for the poor guy because he got his feelings hurt or something. But did he have to take everything and go home? That's an opinion, I guess.
That's the Amiga way, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I guess if he wanted to make a buck and really want to keep everything closed source, he should have. And
yeah, that's my opinion too, David.
If he didn't want it to get out there in the wild, he should have just never open sourced nothing. And I feel bad for him, like I said, but I mean, the
reason he open sourced it was that he wanted people to learn from it, to be able to do what he did.
Mm-hmm.
But he used the wrong license. The GPL says you can reuse it, sell it, whatever you want to do with it, as long as you don't restrict anybody from using the core for whatever they want to use it for. So they would just make a duplicate of his work and sell it and make money. I mean, that's allowed under the GPL license.
But they couldn't have just took his Gerbers and copied it?
GPL license.
Yeah.
Different versions of the GPL versions, like GPL 2 and GPL 3. There's different. We mustn't confuse the 2 with 3, and it's a lot of complicated when it comes to software license. It's not you have to read the fine print. So, but I've released a lot of my software in the LGPL because, okay, so what if somebody makes money on it? I coded it. I should be able to make something better if that's the crazy game. There's some money to be made. So, but then I just close sourced my changes, and then so that's not a problem in my option.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But once you publish those Gerbers, right, I could take them anywhere and make as many boards as I want and do whatever I want and sell them on eBay, right? And yeah, it might not be legal, but you publish those.
It is legal. It is perfectly legal. Once it's GPL licensed, it's open. Anybody can use it. It's licensed to the general public.
So then that even expands upon why I'm confused about why he's upset to begin with.
Exactly.
Yeah, he just used the wrong license.
Yeah, in my opinion, if he didn't want people to use his files and recreate these things, just build them yourself, sell them to Amiga vendors. We'll still buy them. We'll happily buy them, and we'd be just fine. If you release them to the public, you're going to get people who want a copy of it.
But I'm not trying to bash the poor guy. He's a fantastic guy. I've talked to him. I've chatted. He's a fantastic. It was great for what he did with the community. I'm upset that he got his feelings hurt. Right. I wish he could have done what he wanted to do in the community and just not gotten burnt like he did.
Yeah.
Which round of upset is this? Because he got upset like 2 years ago when
Yeah, I'm aware.
the Atari community, no, the Amiga community bashed him for going on Atari platform or something like that too, right?
Yeah.
And he pulled everything out of he closed his GitHub repo down and everything. Is this another round?
That's a possibility. He did claim that
Yeah.
he threw his Amigas in the trash, though. And I can't imagine anybody. I mean, that just sounds like drama to me. But I can't imagine anyone now taking their Amiga 3000 and saying, "Oh, you're going in the bin." That's not going to happen.
I hadn't heard that. I'll call that as a rumor. I haven't heard that.
If you're a vampire, if you're a vampire owner and you want to freak yourself out, plug a joystick into port 2 and hold down the button while you turn your Amiga on, and you'll boot into a toss and freak yourself out and wonder what the hell you did.
Yep.
That's
fun.
Yep. Emutoss, yes.
Which looks a lot better than the actual Atari operating system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got an Atari emulator on my FPGA CD. Let's see if I can get it up here without pulling the cords out. There. It's a little FPGA thing. It's runs the same cores as the Mist, except it's got a smaller Cyclone 4 instead of the Cyclone 3 that the Mist came with.
That's still faster than the Vampire.
It's pathetic compared to a Vampire, but it's what I could afford.
Bigger chip. Cyclone 4 is a larger chip.
Not this kind. This one's smaller than the Cyclone 3.
The Dollar General Edition.
Yeah, I got it for like, well, I mean, what do you expect? It's cost $80 to get the whole thing. So, and the only thing it was lacking was a power supply, and I had one of those.
Even in those series, there's different amount of LUTs, right? You got to look at the particular SKU. Like if you go and look at Cyclone 5, there's the amount of the logic unit, the lookup table, sorry, or like they vary in capacity. So you may not be able to synthesize something like a full Amiga on even a later Cyclone if it's got a smaller capacity, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So it's not just a chip.
Yeah, and then it varies again because the Cyclones 3 and 4 were, I heard, 4-way associative for their logic units, and then the Cyclone 5 was 8-way associative with diagonals, so that it could actually fit more onto the same chip with fewer logic units. So even the logic units, you can't always trust that it's going to be the same from one generation to the next. It's different.
Interesting. Very interesting. Cool. Yep. So in a nutshell, I'm happy with the Vampire. I'm happy with the way things are going.
I was happy when I had one.
Yeah. Personally, I'd love to have an Amiga 1200 Vampire too. I've got an 040 Blizzard in mine right now that does fine, but it'd be great to have one for my A1200. I don't think I'd ever have any reason to get the standalone. I don't think it's outrageously priced, but I think the price that it sells for should include like the keyboard and the mouse and the case and if it was a full-fledged system for $450 ready to go and just plug in, it might be worth it. But considering you got to get all the extra components for it too. Yeah.
I think you could actually get the best of both worlds by having a small FPGA for just the chipset.
Mm-hmm.
And then make a standalone from that using some other bigger CPU. Doesn't matter what, just any bigger CPU, and use a JIT on it. You could get a lot faster performance on your CPU if it doesn't have to emulate the chipset at the same time.
Yeah, I think so too. Since System Face is not working on OS 4.1, so I can't open a perfect screen, but I would love to see the number, the it. in Oscar gives, because I think Petunia can give a pretty high score. I wouldn't imagine on that benchmark, so it will be fun to compare. So I think also that just offloading the drawing and rendering of the AGA stuff, that is a huge job for the emulator, and just offloading that to an external chip and let the JIT compiler do its job without interruption. Also, the blitter is meant to run in parallel with the CPU. Current UI isn't designed like that. From what I'm reading the source code, it looks like it's counting cycles from instructions and just trying to fit it in and try to be as exact as possible. So you're not maxing out what you can probably get out of that. If it was running on a different core, it would run faster as well. So and you see these ARM CPUs, they have more than one core. So yeah, there's potentials.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're talking about UAE, the Windows version and the FS-UAE, I think both run on at least 2 cores, one for the CPU and one for the chipset.
No.
So no? Well, I know WinUAE does for sure, but I don't know about the others.
What compiler? Yeah, I'm looking at the source code area, so maybe.
So yeah, the Windows version I think runs on 2 cores, and that's about as much as it can, just because that's how much parallelism an Amiga had. You had the chipset running one thing and the CPU running another, and that's about as parallel as it got.
Yeah, you wouldn't really
dual
need
bus architecture.
Yeah, it wouldn't help that much. Yeah.
Because you have the copper and the blitter, and those are the 2 core processors you have basically, and the parallel, and it's not a core processor exactly, but it's some things that do something in the parallel to the CPU. It processes audio. So you can thread the copper and the blitter and parallel theoretically, but then you have to also think about it as to draw the scan lines and has to do the stuff, and then I think it becomes very hard to fit those things in. Then you have to at least do the rendering and the copper as one task, I think. Do that maybe.
Yeah, I've got a hack that I've been wanting to try out since I was since about 1998. I've been wanting to try it out, and I might finally do it. I'm trying to figure out a music player that uses the copper timing as its source of interrupts, and not only its interrupts, well, maybe not even have interrupts. It would just use the copper timing and then just feed stuff into the Paula registers during the visible part of the display when nobody else is using the copper anyway, and then just have a music player that feeds in register contents.
Groovy
and then
Player.
What's that?
It's called Groovy Player. It already does that. You can
they've done that?
You can download it on Aminet, and it sucks the crap out of memory. It also has about 600 CDDA titles that it unpacks to RAM, so make sure you have enough RAM. It's Groovy Player. It's a wonderful CD player.
Oh, CD player.
Yeah,
that's
CD
not
player.
What I was thinking.
You can also play like other files with it, but it has a listing of a ton of
Okay, I was actually thinking of an actual music player, like a mod file player.
Oh, gotcha.
So that it would just basically take a copy of each unique, every usually 60 times a second, it updates the registers. So I was going to take an AHI driver, record all those and all the unique ones in a hash table, and then just play them back one after another, and then have every time I merge the copper list, just set up the whatever just basically use the copper as a register feeder for the Paula, because on the Vampire if you're using on the Vampire standalone, if you're using the chunky modes, especially the true color modes, you don't need to multiplex all that palette data anymore. It's the copper's just sitting there worthless. You might as well do something decent with it.
Yeah,
so why not
Mm.
why not just feed the Arnie core with its 8 or 16 bit samples going on the and it can read samples not just from chip RAM but all of the Vampire memory, so you're not limited sample length either. So I was thinking that would be one use of the copper in a modern age, but it would only work on the standalone Vampire, because I don't think the regular Vampire actually has a copper in the FPGA. I think it's just using the chipset copper, so it can't access anything but the real Paula.
Very
But
interesting if you can add some extra instructions to the copper, like jump, compare, and increment, subtracts. Then maybe at register. Then you can do stuff. Really interesting stuff with it.
Yeah, they back in the day when the NatAmi was being designed, Gunnar started developing the Polycore, he called it. It was a polygon renderer, simple texture map, 3D, triangle-based renderer. He's not even messing with that anymore, because the software that it would run would end up being like Doom anyway, which runs fine on a non-3D accelerated system. But that little hack, I think, would be at least something handy for demo coders who want to free up a little bit of CPU time. So just using a copper-based player where all you have to do is feed it every time and then instead of using the CIA timers, you just count the number of lines down the screen that elapsed during that time period, and then just have it write to the Paula. I mean, it's all possible. I just haven't done it yet. It's about time I got off my backside and did it, or got onto my backside and typed it, whatever.
Well, today is the motivation you need. Yeah. Now you're thinking about it. Let's do it. Awesome.
Yeah.
I was looking at the source for the VHDL source for the Spectrum Next, and there's a little homage to the Amiga there, because they actually implemented what looks like copper. I'll see if I can find the source, but it's kind of interesting how they ended up providing this kind of very simple instruction set. That I think they may even use the same instruction names. I'll see if I can find it.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and the reason I've been holding off since 1998 was because I would have to write a new copper handler, because the merge cop instruction in the graphics.library really sucks. It doesn't sort anything. It doesn't let you do out of order anything. It's really very clumsy, and I need to replace that subroutine.
That hasn't been fixed or patched in 3.1.4?
Nope.
Okay.
In fact,
still using the same thing. Okay.
Yep, they're still using the same thing. I tried to explain it to what's his name, Thor, Thomas Richter.
Thomas Richter.
Yeah, and he didn't see anything wrong with merge copies. I'm like, yeah. I got to do it myself. I can't explain it. But it has to sort through the copper list. It can't just merge it all in order, or else you like say you've got dual playfield mode, and you have to know already which one's going to hit first or the other way. And if you're having things affect both playfields, and you can't just merge them, you have to sort them. I know how to do it. I just haven't done it yet, and I spent most of from about 3 a.m. Saturday to when we started watching AmiWest shows. But I was working on the natural merge sort algorithm I was going to use for my copper lists. So I think I can do it. I just have to do it.
I mean, are you still using CPU and Blitter, or are you just trying to do Blitter performance, or like AGA blobs or sprites, or
no?
What is
I
the
mean,
goal?
I will be adding that will be handled also by the copper, but most of the copper instructions happen behind the right border. So
because like I remember, I don't know when this was, like I think it was this year. Like there's a Amiga channel that I subscribe to, like probably like 200 or 300 YouTube channels because I don't have really nothing else to do. And there's this guy called Dutch Retro Guy. He doesn't have a lot of subscribers, but he did a video. I don't know when it was. I think it was like in January or February of 2020. He did a thing on CPU assisted blitting on the A1200 to use ouch, damn it. To use the CPU. That's an Amiga 2000 keyboard. That I don't know why they call this a funny bone. It's not funny.
No.
Anyway, he uses the CPU and blitter together to increase blitting performance.
That's an old trip.
On the
That's an old trick.
I'm old, so that's just a new trick to me.
Yeah, it depends on what you're doing. If you have to shift bits around, you're better off doing it with blitter. But if you're just doing a raw copy, you're better off doing it with the CPU, some things. And you can free up more time for the blitter to do other things that it is better at doing. It's demo coders have been doing that for ages. Like if you have a 3D and you're using triple buffering, you could use the CPU to clear the third buffer, and while it's displaying the second buffer and using the blitter to draw to the first buffer. So you can do a couple of things at once that way.
It's
That's
not
like
a trick.
science and math and stuff.
It's not a trick he's doing. I think about the CPU assisted blit. I think it's called the source code. It's a tutorial on YouTube. And that's basically what it's doing is drawing the upper part with the blitter, and it's drawing the lower part with the CPU, and it's timing with a number of CPU cycles. So the time it takes to draw for the blitter to draw and the CPU to draw.
And that is why Doom couldn't run on the Amiga.
So that's kind of interesting how that's done with the CPU assisted blit. So.
Oh, right. You're working on the chipset.library.
Yeah, so I'm reverse engineering UI basically and taking the chipset emulation out of UI and putting it in a library. And then I have calls I can call to this library instead. So you're writing to a virtual address, we call it like that. And then I made stubs so I can call the routines from assembler, 68,000 assembler. And I've written macros that would make it easy to replace certain lines in code that would can direct this to the library. So that's what I've done so far. But I can also patch the memory block, which and have it called the library directly. That is something I want to do later. But first, I want to see it that it's working, and that would be cool. So. If that works, maybe Hippo Player and Daily Tracker and a few other programs would work with the sound, so that'd be cool. Daily Tracker and Hippo Players is open source now, so those should work without memory patching the memory block. So, but for programs that isn't open source, you have to set up a memory trapper.
Exception
handler for it. So
I think didn't.
Yeah.
I thought that was already part of what do they call it? Pooter Bear was one of them, and the other one.
Three different. You have CIA agent, you have Blitzen,
yeah.
and you have Nalle Puh. And
Yeah,
was it really trying to do this? CIA agent isn't finished, and Blitten and Nalle Puh will actually conflict with each other because they're trying to patch the same memory block, and not sure that's
yeah. Well, if you're emulating the whole chipset, then that should be easier to trap just the whole block and redirect it accordingly.
That's what I'm
on OS 4.1.
So that's what I'm thinking about. But it's tricky because I'm not so sure, because I can't like tell amigos that I want to use this memories. You are not allowed to use that memory for memory. This address space. So I'm not sure if it.
Oh, they're already trapping other things in there too, because I remember the mouse click. The mouse click is trapped out to an actual. To an actual USB mouse.
Yeah, not
so that's part of the operating system too. It's trapping some of those more commonly used registers already. So maybe, I don't know if OS 4.1 can do it. MorphOS probably could though.
They maybe have done more to do maybe run software, classic software. Somebody told me that the debugger is working in bits basic in MorphOS, and this is not the case for OS4. So that's not possible. So I think MorphOS is slightly more 68 compatible. Yeah.
I think I need to do a video on the comparisons between MorphOS and Amiga OS 4.1, so us mere classic Amigans who don't get into that scene as much get a better understanding of it. So I should probably get a hold of you guys, and you guys can help me out in the knowledge department, putting together a nice tutorial video, how to use them, what they offer, what kind of equipment that it runs on. I think people would have an interest in that.
I can help you out, but it's got to be 10 minutes.
All my videos.
I got a Morphos machine. I'll say the European way, Morphos. It's MorphOS. I have it on a Power Mac G5, and I've had it for a couple years, and it runs surprisingly well. And I don't ever turn it on, but when I do, it does. But I don't really use it. I have 15 Amigas, so I kind of have to. They get jealous if you spend too much time with one. So you know how it is. You gotta move stuff. Look at this room. I mean, minus the Barbie stuff. That's not mine. That's my kids. But like I have totes and totes of Amiga stuff over like down that hallway. That's dark right there. There's like all my Amiga totes from years, and I found this Commodore hat, which was issued to me in 1992 from the company that I worked for, and I found it in a box a couple weeks ago. But yeah, I mean, I would be more than happy to help you out with Morphos or whatever you got. I mean, you can run it. You can download it right now, and if you have a machine, and run it for up to 30 minutes, and then you have to reboot. But I paid for mine. It was like $70-something a couple years ago.
All of my G4 and G5 Macs that I own, and I own like 3 or 4 of them, don't have the right video chipset to run MorphOS, which pisses me off. So,
well, if you pay for shipping, I have a G5 tower that weighs about 367,000 pounds. We could ship to Arizona from Pennsylvania. And make
Take my credit card. Yeah. There's a bunch of them at my local surplus shop. I just haven't picked any up yet.
You can get a G5 tower. It's wonderful. It's a great system to play with. I did upgrade my video card because the G5 that my Mac had this weird ADB, or not ADB, I don't know, some funky math plug and then a DVI. So I just upgraded it to dual DVI so I could do dual displays on the new the version of MorphOS that supports FireWire finally in 2020. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I ended up getting 4. I got 4 G4s, and I can't get Morph on any of them. I may bug.
Oh, really?
Use. Yeah.
Is it video issues?
No, I can't. I'm having failure on install. Right, it doesn't like the disk. I tried USB. I've tried the disk. I'm failing at install. I'm able to install the Apple OS, but when I tried the Morph OS C and the Morph OS, I can't get it to boot to install. So I may bug with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, on mine, they said to hold down left alt, and it didn't work. The Mac thing said to hold down C, and that didn't work.
Yeah.
I ended up having to hold down alt and tap C a bunch of times and reboot a few times until it worked. It's tricky.
It's really annoying.
It is.
One problem that a lot of people have with running MorphOS on classic Mac G5s or 4s is a lot of times the Apple products came with IDE devices, and when MorphOS loads and runs its initialization core, it doesn't like jive too well with the Mac IDE ports. So what I did was I actually used the secondary SATA CD-ROM, and it went like that. And then I ended up hooking the IDE back up after it was installed, and then the drivers loaded, and I could use the IDE CD-ROM fine. But for the initial install, if you have problems with booting the disk, or you're having to hold down the Command C or just C to boot off of the CD-ROM, just open the case up. If you have a PC SATA CD-ROM, just toss one in there on the secondary channel if it has it, and then you should be booting quite well. That's what I had to do to my G5. It was very Amiga-ish, so it tossed the Amiga attitude right away. So I knew it was legit.
Yeah.
I actually have a G5 that
except you can't do that on a Mac Mini.
Yeah, you can't.
What was that,
Not
Alex?
without a Mac clamp.
Oh, I was just saying. So I have a non-water-cooled G5, and it will boot like 1 times out of 10. It seems to have some like problem with the memory controller and or the actual RAM sockets themselves, perhaps. But at this point, those machines are not new enough to. They use an absurd amount of power for what you get out of them, and they're starting to have their own problems. And some of the power supplies in the G4s are notorious for being crap and needing to be recapped or rebuilt. Some people replace them altogether with ATX power supplies. And I do think that is the big downside to MorphOS right now. Is in theory, it's super easy to acquire old hardware, but very inexpensively. But in practice, once you actually start to use it, sometimes you run into issues that can be very frustrating.
Yeah,
I got four G4s sitting here that I agree with you 100% on.
And as several of our chat commenters have stated, they make wonderful heaters when
the G5s do. Yes,
G5s are wonderful 600 plus watt power suckers, and they do put off a tremendous amount of heat. I have a dual 2.0, and it will heat up my entire utility space over here, which has no heat or no air. It has a water heater though.
Yes, we hear that.
Men det
For anybody who lives on the West Coast and doesn't have solar, which would be almost everyone, power is not the same price across the whole country. And here in PG&E land, they screw you for power if you use too much.
Yeah, in California, I heard they were charging 20 cents a kilowatt hour, and then I was living in Fort Collins, Colorado, and they charged like less than 10, like about 5 cents a kilowatt hour. It was a lot cheaper. I was gonna get solar, but why? I mean, in Colorado, it just don't need it.
I have solar on my house.
It's tiered in California, and it's quite complicated to figure out what you're paying because there's not only tiering, there's different schemes. And I think it can start out at about 12 kilowatts, 12 cents a kilowatt hour, but quickly ramps into the mid 20s, and then can go much higher.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know.
that can get
I don't know
crazy.
why all houses aren't mandated to have solar built in with them. I mean, it's
They
ridiculous.
are in
And
California.
Chris, I've seen your setup, Chris. If you guys haven't seen Chris's videos, he's got a fantastic video where he goes over all his solar stuff. He's got a whole rack there. It's like a energy thing he's got, and an inverter, and you got to check out Chris's video on his power setup. He's like running the whole block on that thing.
I teach you how to make what's called a suicide cable.
Yeah, it's great.
I have a 9.9 kilowatt system on my roof, and it is now law in the state of California that all new construction must have a token amount of solar.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Your house, how many kilowatts, Alex?
Mine's big. Mine's 9.9.
Holy God, mine's hobbyist level. I'm like, Dollar General solar. I'm like, if you ran and you had like a couple $1,000, what you could do for like the bot. Look, that's me. I'm a realist. I'm gonna let you know how it is. Hey, you want to run solar? Does your power go out all the time? Do you have no money but you're stupid? That's me. And you can, it's just to kind of let people know what you got. Like I have 3. Don't laugh. I'm sorry, Alex. Your stuff's like bomb.com.
No. I started exactly where you are.
I started out as a hobbyist. I started out originally with at my job when I had this thing called work before pre-Rona. We had an old APC infrastructure unit that had 12 APC CSB 75 amp hour gel cell batteries that were 3 years old and being rotated out. So I asked my management if I could buy them off of them or whatever, and they were throwing them away. So something happened to them and they ended up at my house, and I ended up with these 9,000 amp hours of power. I then invested in just the cheapest level. I went to Harbor Freight Tools in the United States. This like the Dollar General of tools.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yes.
It's the Dollar General of tools. If you got $1, you can buy a solar panel. So I just started off very small, 100 watts of solar, just to learn about it, educate myself on it more, what inverters did, how you do with voltage loss, with ohms, and a lot of things we use in computers multiplied for voltage in solar. Then I actually got serious, and by serious I mean not really, and I bought 3 150 watt panels for my roof, mounted them on my roof, learned about the MC4 cabling. I think I have videos on it from like a couple years ago. I still have to edit them, but they might come out one day. And I learned a lot. But yeah, so what Dave was saying, I did do some basic solar, and I can run pretty much almost my entire house minus the 220 off of what I have, and it's sub $2,000. So
that's really cool.
If you're looking for a bargain, check out my channel. You'll be disappointed.
Yeah, and you can actually buy used solar panels and throw them out, throw them on your roof as long as you don't care how efficient they are.
Yeah, the 25-year life,
Yeah, I've seen people getting rid of 10-year-old solar panels for practically nothing.
Really?
That's a good idea.
It's actually common because of people end up leasing these things, and then they get in these very complicated lease agreements.
Agreed.
That then they need to sell the house, and the new owner doesn't want that solar system, and it ends up all being yanked out. I have 2 solar systems, one in my house here in California and one in Mexico, and the Mexico one is fully off grid. And it's really interesting to live a life knowing that you're completely dependent upon only the power that comes from the sun, and you can't tap into like something equivalent to PG&E. It's do everything in the day.
Do you have a battery storage system for your solar in Mexico?
This thing has if you were I think they're called L12s. They're batteries. They're about double the height of a car battery, and they're deep cells. So things like your gel cells you really don't want to use for long term, right? So you have these special deep cycle batteries for this case. These are I want to say they're Royce batteries, and they're 6-volt batteries. I have like 16 of them, I think. I can't remember how many kilowatts it stores. Certainly, the Tesla units are much neater and modular, but these batteries are extremely heavy. If you ever see people polishing floors, the same that have these massive batteries on the polishers, it's kind of the same form factor. But there's a huge. I had to have like a special outhouse built for these things with the right ventilation and all that crap. And then
yeah, those batteries you're talking about, Chris, they're like 480 amp hour batteries. They're 6-volt and they cost about $400 each.
Right, and I have 16 of them. So, and then there's two parts, right? There's the solar controller, and then there's the inverter. I think both of those, the solar controller is from Xantex, something like that, and then the inverter actually comes from Australia. Apparently, there's a lot of this kind of equipment that comes from that neck of the world. But my California stuff is much more boring. It's just a solar edge. With I don't have as much as Alex. I think I have about just over 8 kilowatt, 8K. It's like I have 24 340 watt Panasonic panels, so it's just over 8K.
I just had to have all the ash washed off mine after 2 major 60,000 acre wildfires within feet of us.
My neighbor had a problem with pigeons. All his pigeons were pooping on him. Really? No joke. No joke. Yeah.
Especially if you don't have solar optimizers per panel, it'll screw you bad.
Yeah, I mean that was the surprise to me when you install around here. The stuff I did in Mexico, I don't think I had those. But the whole, if you have one panel that's under shade, effectively starts drawing power, right? So you got to be really careful. And Chris, by the way, to go with your hat, I got my Commodore phone.
Oh, nice. Very, very nice. Oh, Commodore watch.
And I'll put on my Commodore watch. You want to get in the battle?
I got a
my
Commodore calculator.
I can go and get my Commodore calculators if you like.
Yeah, we've all got. I think we've all got calculators.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a funny story for you guys. It's solar and Amiga related. I ran my X5000 off of a 100 amp hour 12-volt battery connected to a 250 watt solar panel that used to live in my backyard on the ground, literally, for I don't know, almost a couple of years, and it was a completely off-grid X5000.
Oh, that's really cool.
Please tell me it was a pure sine wave inverter.
No, this was pure DC.
Oh.
I had I was using the higher end DC to DC power supply, Pico PSU, that gives a regulated 12-volt out instead of passing through whatever the 12 volts is.
Doug and I both live in the desert. We should both have all this stuff.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And it's my plan to get solar. My wife and I have been talking about it, but we have to make sure our roof doesn't leak.
And the problem, like someone else said, we got to lease them. It's not just and it's a long-term commitment. What if you want to sell your house later on down the road? It's not as simple as it should be, right? It should be a little bit more simpler.
Well, I bought mine outright.
I just bought mine outright.
I bought it as a kit, actually. And it came with the inverter with a one-line drawing and the basics that's needed to get a permit. And then I paid an electrician market rate to get up there and install it. And it saved me about $30,000 to do it that way.
Oh, wow. That's pretty impressive, Alex.
I didn't spend that much.
Yeah, no, can buy with 30 grand.
See mine on the floor.
Around here, they actually have the power company puts up solar. So, I mean, and then they've got windmills around here too, but I think the solar's better a little bit. But yeah, there's a place over by the graveyard that's just a solar farm, and there's another one. I mean, this is just flat Minnesota. There's no mountains to get in the way. I mean, why not? I mean, but the power company, I'm sure, gets the high-end models that can do the best work that any solar can do. But yeah, I mean,
I think the gains aren't necessarily the panels at that point. It's the efficiency of all the, the minimum loss in the cabling and the inverters that they use. But I mean, in California, you just got to drive around, and we have massive farms of panels that go on for miles, especially in like Imperial Valley. And if you drive, I'm in the Bay Area, close to Alex. If you go into like Lawrence Livermore direction, there's hills and hills of large windmills. If you head south to like Palm Springs, you drive for tens of miles. We have a lot of that stuff. We even have a lot of work now on geothermal and so on. But still, PG&E is not giving away electricity. You need to, yeah. If you don't put it on your house, you're not going to offset your costs.
Interesting. Well,
Speaking of
this all relates.
We get cut off. They're cutting us off in 1 hour and 54 minutes for 2 days. We have no power.
Oh my goodness. Oh, is that so they can repair things after the fires?
No, it is a public safety power off due to extreme wind.
California.
Yeah.
Yep. Interesting. Well, let's shift this back kind of Amiga related. We got off on a tangent there, but it was a really cool tangent if you ask me.
It was tech.
Yeah, and we need to power our Amigas, and solar power helps us power our Amigas. I mean, I'm surrounded by 4 monitors right now. I'm sure I'm sucking down a lot of electricity.
Well, I mean, getting rid of CRTs is probably a good thing to do if you're worried about power. I mean, all of my 1084s have bit the dust a long time ago, and so I'm using flat panels for everything. I've got a friend down in Melbourne, Australia, who wants to make fancied up Amigas that are FPGA based for the chipset, so they can be all new. But then what he wants to do, he wants to add features like a little bit of Gaussian blur on one of the outputs, so that if you're running on a flat panel that's got the razor sharp pixels, that'll kind of soften them a bit so that the old dither patterns don't kill your eyes.
As long as you can turn that feature off, that'd be great. Yeah, let's talk about.
He was going to have 2 ports, one with it and one without it.
Yeah. Welcome to Gregory Hayes. I see you just dropped in here, Gregory. It's wonderful to see you. Loved your picture from 1975 and then your current 2020 picture. Absolutely fantastic. If you guys haven't seen that on my Amiga Art Contest page, Gregory did a great picture of himself from 1975, and then this year he realized his hair was starting to look the same as his 70s hair because his lack of COVID or his COVID haircut and lack of getting a haircut, and he did a side-by-side comparison. Absolutely fantastic. Loved it. Yep. Yeah, but getting back to the Amigas, how about let's talk about the options for new Amigas, like the Unamiga and the Misters.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I myself, I've got an Unamiga that I got from Eduarana. It's the one that fits in either an Amiga 500 case, or you can fit it into a Checkmate case. which is one of the things I did on my show. But this is what I ended up doing with it because I didn't want to sacrifice either an Amiga 500 case.
I think I saw that show. You put it on the back of your monitor?
Here you go.
Didn't the Amigos razz you on that?
Oh, the Amigos razz me about everything.
Your sponsorship is now terminated.
That's why I love them. But yeah, I mounted it literally right on the back of my my monitor there. You can't see it when you turn it around. So here's the Unamiga by itself.
Perfect. Works for me.
You can't see it. You just got a couple wires coming out here. Although in theory, I could probably use a wireless PS2 interface and get that keyboard and mouse wireless. This little guy, in my opinion, let me rearrange everything here without it all falling. Great if you do gaming. If that's your thing is gaming, something like the Unamiga is perfect for that. It emulates kind of an A1200 with AGA graphics running at about 20 to 25 megahertz with 20 megabytes of RAM and 2 megabytes of chip RAM.
Well, that's about what my CD does too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, and it's got a virtual 020 on there, and you can turn all of that off with a couple. You hit the keyboard, you bring it down to a 68,000, bring it down to OCS or ECS graphics, get rid of fast RAM to run the really old stuff, and for the $150, $160 that these guys are charging for it, that's a pretty darn sweet deal for a functional Amiga. And he's designing a new one that's going to fit, or I think he already has designed it, that's going to fit into Stephen Jones' new Checkmate case, which is the smaller version of, there's my hand, of that case that's currently covered with all kinds of stuff there, but it's 30% smaller than that. And the Unamiga is going to fit right in there. Sure, we're going to be able to just buy a brand new Amiga that's as powerful as an A1200 already in a case that you can just plug a nice keyboard, mouse into, plug in your joysticks, and you're off and running. Anybody else own an Unamiga here or something similar to that?
Just my CD, which I showed you earlier. It was a little cheaper than the Unamiga, but it also, well, for example, it doesn't have any joystick ports. I had to buy these off-brand USB controllers.
Mm-hmm.
But that was cheaper than getting an extension card for actual real joysticks.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've only got one old Amiga joystick anyway, so why bother? So but the CD is probably the weakest spot on it is the fact that it's only got the 4 USB ports, and that's all it's got for its inputs for keyboard, mouse, and 2 controllers. And other than that, you're kind of on your own. But yeah, I got it for I think 80 euros.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Greg got it for me for 80 euros because he wanted me to learn how to program FPGAs. But I haven't started yet. But anyway, it came with a 16 gigabyte SD card full of wares, and so I've been playing with that. It's got emulators for Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, of course the Amiga. That's the piece de resistance.
Sure.
And let's see, but yeah, it's about an A1200 type class performer, and it uses the same cores as the Mist.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds very similar.
It's made by a Spanish guy, so if you end up with some of your menus being in Spanish, then that's why it comes from a guy in Spain.
See. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the performance and the compatibility. It feels pretty darn close to working on an Amiga. when I use my Amiga. Get into Workbench just fine. And it's got VGA output. You hook it up to a standard 31.5 kilohertz monitor, VGA monitor. Works fine. You want to switch it to 15 kilohertz mode? No problem at all. It's a keystroke. Now it'll work on a 15 kilohertz monitor just fine. And I think they're viable solutions for modern Amigas. I think they're reasonable.
Yeah, definitely cheaper than the real thing.
So I had a quick question about older hardware. So I don't mean to digress.
No.
Doug,
Okay.
a couple months ago, you did a fantastic video showing speed of hard drive usage. I think you did the DOM, the SD card, and another, right?
Yeah, CF card.
Yep. Because regardless of how fast we can get a chip, right? Whether we're getting a Vampire, whatever, getting the data in and out seems to be one of my slownesses, right? Any thoughts on IDE versus SCSI? And even in that realm, are all SCSI cards created equal? And
no, absolutely not.
Nope. They're not all equal. Some have DMA, some don't. It's kind of the same way with IDE too. The newer ones will have a controller that pulls in the actual hard drive controller. Some of the older ones, they rely on the driver to do that. Like the PIO on the A1200 is infamous for being slow. Yeah, no, they're not all equal. I mean,
yeah, I've got a Warp engine on my Amiga 4000, and that I think has about the fastest SCSI on any Amiga, and I can get 9-10 megabytes per second out of that. No problem at all. Works great. My Amiga 3000, which has reasonable SCSI, if you can get 3 to 4 megabytes out of that, you're pretty lucky. It's going pretty good. And then I've got my 2091 card, and I can get maybe 1 megabyte out of that, maybe 1.2. And then I've got an old 2090 card, which are garbage, and that's going to be 500 kilobytes per second. So yeah, not all SCSIs created equal, but you can speed up the IDE in your Amiga 1200. I know Jens makes these accelerator cards that actually very substantially boost the IDE performance of your onboard IDE by like a factor of 2, factor of 3. I don't know what funky magic that man uses, but they actually do work. And for big box Amigas, you can get like the Buddha card for faster IDE, and they have a couple of other solutions for getting much substantially faster IDE out of your Amiga.
So I do get the Buddha. I couldn't get the Buddha above 2. I was actually getting better performance with a random SCSI one I was getting. But yeah, it's the one thing I seem to be able to get better performance or better just screen pops is just the hard drive, right? I've noticed that originally I was more around 1 meg and it just seemed dog slow even though I was running a 30, right? So trying to get the most out of my hard drive is definitely the key to speed for me.
Yep, that's absolutely true.
Yeah, some of the even between IDE and SCSI is a smart drive where the drive does most of the work and the SCSI controller was cheaper. And then IDE was the other way around where the IDE controller did most of the work and the SCSI or the IDE drives were cheap. And that's been amplified manyfold in modern times because the IDE are still cheaper than cheap, and the SCSI is getting really expensive and rare.
I haven't bought a hard drive in years, right? It's all SCSI to SD or IDE. I'm not using any physical no physical drives. It's all CF and SD and
I don't have any problem using real physical drives. I would be happy to use a real SCSI or real IDE in my Amiga, but they're just so loud that when I do a video, that's what you can hear. You can hear this whine in the background if I use real hard drives in my Amigas. And so I've had to switch to all CF cards or SCSI to SDs just to keep the noise level down when I do a video. And the performance is fine.
I'm kind of nosy, and I bought some Amigas and parts over the years, and they have hard drives on them. I want to take a look and see what's on them. That is one of my projects, but I can't. Like some of them are SCSI. I haven't figured out how to actually mount that SCSI onto like my WinUAE or whatnot. I might have to bug you about that as well.
Sure. Once this COVID's over, we'll get together, David, and have a good old time. Go looking through the hard drives. Yeah, I was looking for a USB to SCSI adapter the other day. You know, you can get USB to IDE, USB to SATA, left and right, $10. And the cheapest I could find was like $900. Some guy was trying to sell one for. I'm like, what the? It's USB to SCSI. And so that's not a viable solution. But yeah, if you have some old PC hardware, I actually have a couple of ISA and PCI SCSI controller cards. I'd be happy to get up to you. And but I don't know what you have as far as old.
Well, these are Amiga hard drives. These are Amiga SCSI drives and Amiga IDE drives. I only buy Amiga hard drive.
Oh yeah, they'll work fine. They'll work fine on a PC. You just use WinUAE. You can mount the hard drives all day long. You can see them fine in WinUAE. Yeah.
Chris has a toy.
Oh, what do you have there? Is that a SCSI USB to
Chris,
SCSI?
you're on mute, buddy.
No, we can't hear you, even though you're unmuted, Chris.
He's got like 4 mics.
Oh no, my belly bumped the button. This is a Microtech USB to SCSI HD50, and I got this after drinking some Wobble Pops on eBay. This was for a Macintosh Classic or an iMac early 233 model that came out that you could use, but it also works on a PC. It has regular Windows detectable drivers, and you can use it to mount external, or if you have some kind of mathematical adapter that you could just plug this into. But I just plug it into whatever drive I'm running and provide it with additional power, and it works fine. And it works
really?
in WinUAE.
How much did you pay for that, Chris?
Do you know what an 8372B Agnes costs these days? About the same thing.
Couple dollars, yeah.
Just like $3. It's a Microtech, MICROTECH USB to SCSI. You can eBay it yourself. It's on the internet.
Couldn't find any for less than a couple $100.
I think I paid $199 for this one many years ago. So, but they're available. It was an early thing when Mac was going from their SCSI bus to the IDEs of the iMac series. That's around the same era as Myth.
They're selling for about $190 at the moment.
Oh,
so
are
that's
they?
Like, that's like £3 British or 1.2 euros at this day.
Yeah, there's a couple on eBay, 600, 299, 238.
What? I'm gonna sell this one. Doug, I got a deal for you.
What, 350, right?
It's 1,024. So Doug's next video is going to be on a personal animation recorder. He needs a hard drive. I have a nice Micropolis for him, full of stuff from QVC from my 4000.
Yep. No, I'm still working on that video for the personal animation recorder. I've got the hard drives available for it. I just have to get everything hooked up and do the video on it, Chris. But I'll get
no
to
rush. I just like razzing you because it's fun.
Well, sure.
Dane
That's
Archer,
great.
I believe I have one, but for the 68 pin. If I can hook up a 50 to 68 pin converter to it, would that be perfect? I really don't know.
No, they work
I presume it would. You know, I have some 68s, ultra wides from some like compact LVD tape drives. I was doing a series on like how to make an actual magnetical media work on an Amiga. I did a tape drive thing and it worked, but it was 50 pin, so I don't see why not.
Yeah, I use those converters all the time from 68 pin down to 50 pin and vice versa. I use those in my Amigas all the time. They work just fine. No problems at all.
I'm being summoned by the Lord. I have to go pick up a pizza, so I would like to say adieu or whatever
Grab
that
a
word
slice
is.
for me.
Thank you guys. It's been wonderful chatting with you all day, and I will see you guys on the flip side. So thank you, Doug, for hosting this.
See you, Chris.
I appreciate it, and I will talk with you guys later. So,
okay,
ciao.
Take care. Awesome. So glad he could show up. That was wonderful. Another personality in the Amiga community. So yeah, I guess related to the un-Amiga that we were just talking about before we got on the SCSI tangent is the Mister. And I think those are going for what, like $350 now? Any Mister owners out there? I know we had Eric from Pixel Gaiden who owns a Mister and just swears by it. And I know you didn't use it.
I mean, they're very neat units. And then I have a couple of different FPGA developer units that I could probably alter for running Mister, but I've never got around to spending the time.
Sure. Now I've never really gotten a clear answer on just how fast those Misters are. I know I think they're a little faster than the un-Amigas, but they still can really only emulate an 020. Is that correct? Does anyone know the answer to that?
I'm looking one up.
They're all based upon either a Xilinx or an Altera FPGA. I would say of what they could emulate is back again to the how many logical units they have on them, what they could actually synthesize. But I can't imagine they would run if you took like a stock synthesis. I'm sure they'd run pretty much the same no matter what you run them on.
But I don't know. I think that they're a reasonable alternative for if you can't find a real Amiga. I don't know about the price though. The $350 price.
I see one here for none available.
I get lost in the options, right? You got to buy the board, and then you got to buy a USB expansion, and there's memory, and then there's a case, and is there a plug or a power supply?
Mister or the Mist?
I have no idea. I thought they were the same thing, so maybe I'm wrong.
The Mister is bigger.
The Mist, you start off with like a D10 or whatever it is, FPGA developer unit, and then you buy all the boards with an SRAM and all that crap on it. And then I think there's the Mist that Lotharek, some Polish guy, it's kind of like a Jans, but mostly for Atari. And the unit, it comes in a little aluminum powder coated case. It's very, very neat. I'll go and get one in a minute, but they're very neat little units. So the Mister is more of like a bolt everything together yourself, and you're right, you have to buy all these extra parts.
Yeah, I think the Mist is actually more expensive than the Mister because the DE10 dev board is built with such huge quantities that they can bring the price way down. So the part with the FPGA actually ends up being the same actual chip as what the standalone Vampire uses, but it hasn't been programmed like a standalone Vampire yet. And
so Mist 1.4 in a case, right? You just basically need a USB power cord, and then they're $230.
Okay, well, my CD was about half that, and it's almost as good as a Mist.
And a Mist, is that the single developed one, or is the Mister the open source one? I'm still confused. Good thing they named them different things.
The Mist is open source, but is expensive to make. Whereas, and the CD, I think, is a derived unit using a slightly newer but slightly smaller FPGA. But then the Mister is more powerful and actually just about as cheap, maybe cheaper than the Mist is now. But then the CD is cheaper yet because it's got different chips.
Well, it's wonderful that they can emulate so many different machines too. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Our Atari ST, Atari 8-bit, C64, Really nice.
Everything.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And MAME too, I think. Can't they do
Yeah.
MAME?
MAME?
Well, more than
there's our
MAME, they do like the boards. They do the actual emulation of the boards.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, the arcade boards. Yeah.
yeah. It's more because it's FPGA, right? That's what it's for. It's
that's
you
what
don't
my
need to run
CD.
MAME.
My CD actually came with a bootleg ROM for
Yeah.
I think it was a 1942 arcade board. Of course, everything's sideways because it was designed to run not landscape but
portrait,
and so everything's
Just run through the screen,
sideways.
you'll be fine.
But there's an option on the emulator to turn your controller sideways too, so it does the right thing. And but the CD, one of the bootlegs things that came with it was an arcade ROM for a 1942.
Yeah, so
game.
you're not I think there is a front end for MAME on it, but even better than running the MAME, you can actually run the boards.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, Chris Hooper just put in the chat that he ran sysinfo on his Mister, and it scores 2.83 times the speed of an Amiga 3000 030 at 25 megahertz, and that's pretty impressive. That's a speedy little Amiga.
So it's a good speed 040 then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, easily. Yeah.
Okay, so one thing to note though is that that's on what's the core called? Oh, I might have to look at my links here. Blah 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 blah.
Well, I think one of the nice things about the Mister is that because it's being used by so many different communities, there are a zillion and a half YouTube videos on how to get it going and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the what I was gonna say was that the CPU core on the Mister is the same as the one on the Mist, which is let's see, TG68.C.
Mm-hmm.
Not pipelined at all. It's just a 68,000 core.
Mm-hmm.
That's had caches added, and then they just clocked the heck out of it, and that's how they got their 040 level performance. It's just a really, really fast 68,000 with the 020 instruction set added on, but it's not pipelined at all. There's another that I'm not going to remember the name of. I think it was Suska made a Atari ST, or no, not an Atari Falcon. Is working on an Atari Falcon recreation, and has an 030 class soft core that's actually got a 4-stage pipeline. So with some work, that and some caches added, that could go as fast as a vampire. I mean, it seriously is much better. But it also takes a much bigger FPGA than what my CD has, so I haven't messed with it.
Sure.
He's an interesting guy because he literally went through every single separate chip on an ST. So a lot of these guys are just trying to mimic the system as a whole, right? He literally went chip by chip on the ST and was doing like plug-in replacements for each chip early on. He's actually got 2 websites, the current stuff, and then there's some historical stuff showing him with all these massive arrays of wires trying to go chip by chip, synthesizing them. It's a fascinating approach.
French Shark is doing something similar for the ECS Amigas, a very highly accurate chipset on an FPGA.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know I forgot what his real name is, but his screen name is French Shark. He's not on the forums very often at all, but I got a few words in edgewise with him on Discord, and he's working on very accurate ECS on an FPGA.
Okay. So he's thinking of putting this in as or creating this as a separate device, as a new device, or as a core or something that can run on a Mister? Okay.
A core, yeah. That if you have a Mister, then you can probably get ECS running much more accurately than the Minimig core.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm running Minimig on mine, but from what I've heard from somebody else that had looked into his work, the actual ECS cores took less space than what the Minimig does and is more accurate. So French Shark is making a lot of headway. I think he's on I think it was the Gary chip.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got the graphics cores all done pretty much, and the sound, I think, too. But yeah, it takes about 5,000 logic units to do ECS. AGA isn't much better than ECS, really. It just has more bandwidth on the display, and a few more bit planes, and that's about it, really, for AGA. If we could get a hold of French Shark's work, and I don't think he'll release it until he's done.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he'll even release it for free, but it's going to be worth it even if he charges something, because it's going to be highly accurate.
So I have a quick question here, I guess, right? So you're able to emulate everything with these cores, right? So these cores must be emulating Agnes. Why can't I take that piece and put it on an FPGA and have a 2 meg Agnes?
Greg, my friend from Australia, is wondering the same thing, and he's trying to make a card similar to some of those that Jens Schoenfeld has made that will plug into an Agnes socket, but will have some other chip on it emulating an Agnes. That's the idea. But I didn't want to make mention of it because we haven't gotten it quite there yet. But in that, and we don't have French Shark's work, so we just have to use the Minimig core at best, which is not quite so accurate. But it would still perform. I mean, you could. And it could be very easily adapted to give the 4 or 8 megs of chip RAM. So, I mean, about the only objection I would have to doing something like that is if you really wanted something that was really pumped, then getting a standalone Vampire would go farther yet. It's got the Super AGA core on the Vampire. I mean, even the Blitter emulation is running on a second thread of the CPU using AMMX for all of its Blitter operations. So if you wanted to pump it to the max, then Vampire is the way to go. But if you want something accurate, French Shark's work or even a Minimig would be better.
So along the same kind of lines, video. I hope you don't mind if I'm crossing the streams here.
No, not at all, David.
Here's an opinion. I would like to know your guys' opinion on your Amiga. What is your preferred method of viewing, PAL or NTSC?
PAL. There's more software for it.
NTSC all the way.
Well, you're a productivity guy. You don't want the eye strain.
Yeah, I don't have any problem. Yeah, and that's the beauty of most more modern Amigas, like that use the 2.0 ROMs and above, is it's so easy to switch between PAL and NTSC. It's almost a moot point.
Yeah. And it's not just the ROMs, though. You also have to have a new enough Agnes to handle it.
Yeah. You need the ECS chipset in there. Yeah, you need the ECS to really do it. But yeah, it's so easy to do. The only machine I own that doesn't do it is my Amiga 1000. That's the only one that'll just stick
it's hardwired.
I remember being in the UK with my first Amiga 500, and when I replaced the Agnes with an ECS Agnes, I recall lifting some traces and putting a switch in so I could get NTSC. And I can't remember why I did it now. There may be like some games like some of these like plan view shoot 'em ups or something that work better in that mode. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, Felix Galaga was harder, but more challenging if you wanted to play it 60 frames per second instead of 50.
Yep. And growing up here in the U.S., I had an NTSC Amiga back in the day, and there was, I was nowhere. I had a software kit that would flip it over because all the cool games coming over on the bootleg was all
yeah,
right. And
not even the bootleg ones, just the freebies. Everything written in Amos over in England had to run in PAL mode. So I've almost given up on NTSC mode.
No, I use it probably 80% of the time, but I'm also not a big gamer. I do play some games in my Amiga, but not that many. But yeah, mostly what I do is the productivity stuff, and I'm in NTSC all the time. I use my video toaster, and obviously that has to be NTSC.
That has to be, yeah.
There's just no choice. And so, yeah, I'm perfectly content NTSC all the way.
But it also affects the sound when you play NTSC or PAL, so it's not you have certain modules you want to play or something like that. Maybe.
Yeah, the music playback is a little bit different sometimes depending on what mode you're in.
That's true, because some of them use the video blank interrupt to synchronize their music. And that was a common complaint on version 1.77 of Scorched Tanks. It was made in the US on Amos Pro, but the Amos Pro sound tracker support used the video blank. So then you ran it in PAL mode, and it would run in PAL mode, but the music would have some full sample sections where they overlaid a few instruments, and they would play at the wrong speed for the rest of the song because the song was updating at 50 hertz instead of 60 like it was supposed to. So, and then usually it's the reverse where you're running something in PAL on an NTSC mode and it runs too fast, and it's obvious that it's not running right speed. But yeah, it's very sensitive to run one or the other. It just depends on what software you're running, I guess.
Yep, but yeah, works out okay. When I did the art contest, I probably had maybe 65%, 70% of the pictures sent in were in PAL and the other were in NTSC. But it was so nice because the vampire could just do whatever. If I needed to display a PAL picture, sure, why not? But I ran into a situation where the retargetable graphics on the vampire, were 640 by 480, 800 by 600, so I did have to, on many of the pictures, go back to displaying those in the standard Amiga RGB, which is great anyways. That's what they were designed to display in.
Yeah.
But yeah, just able to switch between them, send them out to my capture box, which can handle PAL or NTSC just fine. And no issue.
Yeah. When I had the Vampire prototype that I was running on the 500, it only had graphics modes for let's see, I was only able to crank it up to like 950 by or 960 by 500 and something. And it's on my 1084 display, my 1080p display. I mean, I was lucky enough to have a Vizio that would double the pixels in both directions and just show it. But some people's TVs don't do that. So that's my one niggle with the Vampires. If you want it for an RTG card, you could probably do better with a Warp 1260 if you have a chip for it. It's got a rock solid 1080p display and it's actual 1080p running on its ARM chip.
Yeah, it's better now. I mean, my Vampire generally displays in 1366 by 768, rock solid, 32-bit color, no problem at all. And I can set it to just about any display mode in between there, and they've
Okay.
definitely improved.
So 720p basically.
Yeah,
A little bit
yeah.
more then. Yeah.
Yep, works fine. And you can theoretically get it higher than that, but you have to.
But you
go in
lose
and
half of
tweak-
your frame rate.
Yeah, you have to tweak a bunch of stuff, and yeah.
Yeah,
And,
it's not worth it.
So just going back a little bit to the Mister versus Mist thing.
Absolutely.
So I'd open, this is a Mist. So remember, these are $240 complete. You don't have to futz around with them. They have probably some things around here are more interesting to ST owners because it has like built-in MIDI.
Oh, that's clever.
But it's complete with
Atari STs all had that.
Yeah, and so this thing's complete. If you compare this with going the Mist route, to get the D10, depending on where you buy them, don't get them off eBay. Just get one off Amazon. They're cheaper there. It's $140 for that board. But then you'll need to get one of these I/O boards, right? You're going to be spending at least the cheapest I've seen kits is about $90. So, it's not really that much super different pricing wise. Obviously, you've probably got more choices for expansion later with Mist, but if you just want something neat, these are kind of, don't have to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I hadn't already bought the CD, I'd probably go with the Mister just because I want to be able to customize it more, and it has a bigger FPGA. I just couldn't afford it at the time, so I've got the CD now. It works. And
well, the interesting thing with the D10s is they also have two ARM cores on them, which is a little bit different than most of the other offerings. So at our local computer club, there's a couple of guys that, for shits and giggles, who were big SGI fans. They wanted to bring SGI type graphics to Linux. So they actually ran a Linux kernel on one of those D10s and then emulated the SGI video hardware on the FPGA, which is pretty neat.
Yeah, if you could run a JIT on one of those ARM cores, you could probably get better performance than what the Vampire gets with its FPGA soft core.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it wouldn't be as accurate because JITs always spend a certain amount of time compiling and a certain amount of time running, and it gets kind of non-deterministic. It waits for some of its loops to have to compile before it can actually execute them quickly, and so JITs are not a panacea, but for running productivity software, it's perfect.
What's a JIT?
You got to remember, an FPGA is not a CPU, right?
Right.
So you have a lot of opportunity there to continually offload things to logic that effectively is running in the same cycle time as like your core. So I'm sorry, that's not very descriptive. The point is that with a JIT, you're effectively executing sequentially on a single processor, right? In an FPGA, that's not the case.
Right.
This is why people don't call it programming on FPGA. You're synthesizing, right?
Right. Correct.
And so I think there's still an opportunity for somebody to build something, as you've talked about things like pipelining. If you look at modern machine architectures, some of the magic shit that they do in the background there,
and super pipelining beyond that.
Well, it's not just pipelining, right? There's all the other tricks that they can play.
Out of order execution.
Right. I mean, pipelining there is primarily to allow you to do, read and write at the same time as something else is further down in its processing sequence, right?
Yeah.
And also hide some of that stuff. So, but I think there's a lot more tricks to play in a processor if you have the ability to design one from a logic element up versus a JIT.
So
True. It's more accurate, that's for sure. But I think Gunnar's got the 080 about maxed out for what a 100 megahertz core can do. The 080 is a 4-stage pipeline. Secondary pipeline is going to be one less because it has to be delayed one. But so you can't always run everything on the second core or on the second pipeline as would run on the first. But it runs more stuff on the second pipeline than what a real 060 does. And then there's the opcode fusion optimizations as well. But I think that's about as much as you can get out of a FPGA core, just because the clock speed is so hobbled on an FPGA compared to an ASIC. And ASICs are so expensive to develop.
Mm-hmm.
Though I've heard that Google's working on some artificial intelligence to lay out ASIC masks, and they had a contest for some of the most popular open source cores to try and synthesize an ASIC out of it using an ancient, I think it was 130 nanometer process, but it was just trying to make real chips out of FPGA simulations. And I don't know, they were going to do it for free, of course, but only for limited quantities. But they were just using that to try out their artificial intelligence mask layouts. So it could get cheaper to make chips soon.
Well, I think the primary problem with layout is you were talking about clock timing. I think I'm not an FPGA expert, but it's my understanding one of the limiting factors when you lay out your logic on an FPGA, you can lay it out well or not, and that is going to have massive issues with, or can cause you issues with propagation, right? Which is the work of the devil when it comes to this type of synthesis.
Yeah,
So
I looked at the core for the whatever 68.c, and it has a lot of nested structures, which means they have a lot of propagation. And so I'm surprised that such an unpipelined and unpipelinable design could even perform like an 040, like it does. It's a miracle it's doing as well as it does. I mean, we'd have to start over from scratch to get anything really competitive to the Vampire.
But it's not just nested structures; it's from one end of the die to the other.
Yeah,
so
it's the weakest link.
A lot of I think some of the stuff you're referring to from the Google AI stuff is it's with classic optimization techniques, we're not necessarily able to globally optimize for the layout on an FPGA, right? So it's not necessarily, I don't know your paper specifically you're referring to, but I think one of the primary challenges is how do you maximize your use of the silicon you have available, knowing it has a number of constraints. So I don't know about the ability, because if you're going to go and build ASICs, that's a physical process, right? And it's not necessarily the AI is necessarily going to optimize that. That's to do with
just taking the grunt work out of it.
The final two layer, well, a lot, it depends whether it's full ASIC or if it's something like the gate array approach.
Oh, right, the hard copies and stuff.
So
like the Altera hard copy.
I'd like to ask your guys' idea on another subject here. Future software development, right? So even towards the end, one of the things that Commodore always did was they made sure that software could run on the lowest box, right? Like even towards the end, the very few AGA games, I'd say 90% of anything published on a Commodore could run almost on a Commodore 500, right, with a 1 meg RAM expansion.
Mostly, yeah.
If all these people start developing all these new fancy apps and videos and games for either a Vampire or an 060, are we limiting our audience to the top 10%? I mean, is there that will eventually every Amiga owner have an 060 or a Vampire? Or, I mean, thoughts?
Well, the good thing, in my opinion, is that it's so easy to emulate any kind of Amiga we want to on WinUAE, FSUAE, on any platform we want to, that, we've got some games out there that are being designed that are AGA only. If all you have is an Amiga 500, heck, run the thing on your WinUAE session. Works fine. No problem at all. So I actually encourage the development of software for higher end Amigas. I think it's great to be able to take advantage of, running Diablo on your Vampire like I can do on my Vampire. And, if you want to do that kind of thing and you don't have a powerful enough Amiga, you can emulate it. No problem at all. That's my opinion.
And there's even some RTG games out there that will use chunky modes on the Vampire in its Picasso 96 drivers, though they'll have to, as they switch to Apollo OS, they'll have to switch to CyberGraphics. But I digress. But still, I mean, just having those chunky modes there doesn't mean that these older graphics cards won't work. It just means that to get them to work, you'll have to figure out a way to shoehorn a graphics card into an A500. And that's another thing Greg and I have been trying to discuss lately, trying to figure out how to make an Agnes socket that outputs like HDMI or something directly instead of having to go through this external scan doubler or upscaler or whatever. But so we're trying to make things that will make Amiga work harder for you. High-end stuff is almost an unexplored territory with the Amiga just because it was so geared towards the A500 with the 7 megahertz 68,000. And some people wanted to port some games on EAB, and I suggested just throw in another meg of real fast RAM, and then you'll get more bandwidth both for the chipset and the processor. And it was like a sacrilege or something that I was going to deviate from a stock A500 or an A500 with only the Ranger second half meg of RAM. It's like you're not going to be able to do as good a port on that stock configuration, and they just won't listen.
Mm-hmm.
So, trying to get people to develop for an advanced system is like pulling teeth with some people.
By the way, I don't know how you would get HDMI output without a frame buffer in between.
Line buffer. Yeah, a frame buffer would have the whole frame, but if you have just one row of pixels buffered, then there's a lot less latency. And then just have the delay of maybe 1 or 2 rows of pixels between what the output is and what the screen sees.
No, I need my interlace, buddy. I need my interlace for my desktop.
Yeah, and we wouldn't be flicker fixing very much without having a full frame buffer then, because you to de-interlace you'd need the full frame buffer.
Yep,
Though,
for sure.
That said, if you have a chunky mode that's full HD, you're not going to need interlace anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not just an Amiga thing. I mean, every platform has suffered from this.
Yeah.
You know, new graphics hardware comes out and they create games for the lower common denominator. Happened on the ST, happened on the Commodore 64. I mean, imagine what kind of programs and games we could have had on a Commodore 128 if people would have just written for 128 kilobytes of RAM and the enhancements that you could do with the Commodore 128.
The video display controller. Yeah.
Yeah. But
one thing that bugged me until Kontiki came out was that there was a DMA controller built into that 80 column chip, so you could copy memory around really fast on a 128. But until Kontiki came out, no operating system there. Nobody actually did it.
Yeah.
So my first computer was one of these, and
Spectrum. Yeah.
And so I'm reminded of what happened to me with my Spectrum, because the Spectrum 16K was 130 pounds and the Spectrum 48K was 179 pounds. And that Christmas, when my parents got me my Spectrum, well, you know, what's the difference between 16 and 48K? Quite a few pounds at that time. And they got me the 16K. And what was interesting is that mid-year, it's only a few months after I had that machine, almost all the good stuff was 48K. And at that time, it wasn't practical to upgrade a Spectrum, so I moved to an Atari. And the interesting thing there is most of the Atari titles, at least, you know, if you're a cartridge player or tape player, most of the software would work on a 16K Atari. And so it's almost like the flip world. The Spectrums went with more RAM because you couldn't get much done with 16K. But I think, you know, the software vendors for the Ataris were much more careful about what they did. And one choice forced me to move platform. But now it's different, as Doug says, right? We can just go to a PC and run this stuff if we really want to try something.
And even the PC has their own solution, like I brought up earlier with WebAssembly. That is a bytecode that, once it downloads, it translates once into binary and then gets cached and then runs like a native system. It's an ahead of time compiling JIT. Well, not JIT. It's not a JIT. It's ahead of time. But ahead of time compiler for this bytecode. And it's like Amiga DE would have been if they just did it right. They could have run PC software on something non-PC, like a MorphOS box. Well, not a MorphOS box because it has to be little endian with WebAssembly, but even a PowerPC is bi-endian, so you could futz around and get it to work. But if all the game titles start jumping on this, or at least all the light and easy going game titles jump on this, we might see a lot of titles come to the Amiga if we could just get the WebAssembly open standard implemented in our browsers, or even independently of the browser. Because I have the WebAssembly C++ compiler installed on both my PC and my ARM laptop, and it looks like the libraries it comes with are SDL 2.0 and all of the associated libraries with SDL, and WebGL is basically OpenGL ES2, like what you get on an OS4 box with the enhancer pack. So just trying to get that stuff to work on an OS4 box could almost be automated. In fact, more than almost. We just need to get that last step from the bytecode down through like a VBCC style compiler. Since all the optimization takes place on the developer box down to the bytecode, we wouldn't even have to do a lot of macro optimizing. Just something that would take the bytecode and spit out PowerPC and do the endian swapping internally, so that anything sent over the net or back will still be the correct endianness to communicate with another WebAssembly thing.
Yeah. Just one thing I'd bother about that is, Java is.
Java. Yeah, Java wasn't so good.
Yeah, JavaScript is just the variables like string or number. It doesn't have the idea of bytes or bits, as far as I understand Java. So endianness shouldn't be a problem, since that's something that happens when you try to divide the data. You try to pick the first bytes or the last bytes or something like that. Then you run into endianness stuff.
Yeah, Java didn't, I think, have endian native anyway. It just had depended on the implementation of the virtual machine. So to try and get something sent over a network, you'd have to use XML or something that was endian agnostic, I think. Though I'm not real sure. I haven't used Java since college back in 2007. But
it's not your Java anymore. I mean, the performance of a Java VM nowadays is close to almost anything people can write and see. Right?
Yeah, my only complaint is that the runtime library is so huge, for one thing, and then there's one other complaint. The JIT has a garbage collector that's always going to have to run in the background, so you can't run efficiently without at least a second core.
So there's a lot of research into about garbage collection versus no garbage collection, and I think you should probably read some of that. I mean, it's
depends on what you're running.
Well, there's a lot of trials that show that GC based environments like that can easily outperform its non-GC brethren, simply to do with locality of where the data is. There was a lot of tests where they did this type of thing with Python with a GC and no GC. So it's not a slam dunk to just go at complaining that GC based systems are slow.
I don't think they are slow if you're running a multi-core system. I think that's the key there, is that you have to be able to run at least, well, to have the JIT to work right, you have to have the garbage collection and some of the translation running on a second core to get the performance out of the first core that you've got. And everything now is multi-core, so you're not going to see the pain on a multi-core system as far as the garbage collection goes. But for systems programming, something like Rust catches a lot of the errors and memory leaks in the compiler itself, so that you don't need a garbage collector. So it's not a slam dunk to say that the garbage collector will be faster either. It just depends on what programming language you're using. I'd like to ditch C because it has neither garbage collection nor catches most of your mistakes in advance. But that's what Amiga's written in now, is C.
Well, there's a perfectly functional Objective-C LLVM port that could be used easily.
Yeah, and it's used on the. They have Objective-C very well on the MorphoOS side of things, and that's basically what their web browser is written in, Objective-C++. And they had a nice framework for accessing the MUI calls through the Objective-C frameworks. So it smoothed out a lot of the transition and paved the way for making this Wayfarer browser that's almost as good as what the Macs have, with the exception that it doesn't have a JIT for its JavaScript, and of course doesn't implement WebGL or some of those other features as well. But still, I mean, I think that has a lot of potential. It does. But I think OS 4.1 has been asleep so long that I don't think it's going to be able to pull it off, like even to the degree that MorphOS is now. So there's no panacea. It's going to take a lot of work to get anything done on any platform. Even that ARIX hack that I mentioned earlier about putting a thin environment on top of a Linux kernel just so that you can get the Linux drivers, even that's going to be immense just because the Linux kernel is so huge compared to the microkernels, the Quark microkernel on MorphOS and the exec-SG one on 4.1. They're microkernels. They're very small. They're very modular. And Linux just isn't.
I would have to say that Bill there gets husband of the year because we just got to watch him putting away dishes for the family. So big thumbs up to Bill there.
Yeah, you can't hear the kid just woke up, my youngest. So I got to run down and deal with him. How's everyone doing today?
We're doing great. We've talked about just about everything today. Ranging from every Amiga, old and new, to solar panels, to programming. So it's been very, very, very interesting. This is a great experiment. I think it's working out wonderfully.
This is interesting too, because we'll get back to AmiWest at some point, and then the question is, like everything else in our lives, is it going to look the same? Mm-hmm. So Doug, after this, we can compare some notes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, certainly yesterday was interesting because you actually had quite a few international presentations, and frankly, I kind of missed. That's one of the disappointments for AmiWest for me. It's it didn't seem like an annual Wildy Amiga conference when it was just local people. So I thought it was kind of a welcome change to have like people like Francois and David Pleasant on the call.
Well, Francois was going to come to the 35th anniversary, and that's how he got into how he got started. But obviously that didn't happen because of COVID. So yeah, I agree.
I think last year at AmiWest we had quite a few international people there. Trevor was there, and there were a couple of other people that came in from fairly far away, and I think that was a wonderful international thing. And I think we're at a level of technology now where it's going to be so easy to have guest speakers in from other countries, and just project them right on the screen and live stream them at the same time, where it's not necessarily required to have them in to be able to enjoy their experience and enjoy their input at events like this. So we got 100 people live at AmiWest, and several of them speaking. And then we have 4 or 5 people from all over the world doing virtual presentations. I think it would work absolutely perfectly, in my humble opinion. This last February, I didn't go to Amiga Ireland, but I interviewed Trevor at Amiga Ireland about the Tabor board, the 81222 board, and it worked okay. We had some audio issues on their end, but we got those worked out for the most part. But yeah, I think virtual guests work out fairly well.
Well, the advantage of Daniel and Trevor being there is we can all get drunk together, but that's a different topic.
That's absolutely.
That's the best part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
It seems like every time AmiWest happens, we're having major fires.
Yeah, we need to change the when it happens. October is a non-starter in California now, moving forward probably forever for fire safety reasons. I don't think it's a reasonable month to attempt to do it in the future.
Can you just change when you guys have your fires? Can you have your fires earlier in the year?
Yeah, we'll talk to Trump, and he's going to help us out with getting us some brushes, some rakes. We'll get it done.
No politics. No politics.
Actually, Zach went out with some buckets, and we put out the fires before the event.
That's a great idea. How big of a bucket do you have?
Oh, like the 5-gallon buckets you get from the hardware store.
So anyone who was with me at AmiWest last year may remember that I was watching wildfire burn in my general vicinity via webcam the entire time I was there, and I was ready to leave it at a moment's notice. And then this year, the wildfire actually made it into my neighborhood and destroyed about 15 homes within 1,000 feet of mine. We're very lucky to still have a house. So I don't think personally I'm going to be able to continue to come to AmiWest if it's this weekend in October every year.
So Alex, what is a better time of year, in your humble opinion, for a show like this?
Before June.
Before June? Okay. All right. Well, I mean, that's something that I'm sure Brian would at least have a conversation about. I mean, if
Well,
it affects.
there is the other LA group. The other LA group does meet. When did they meet? The class, Commodore LA Super Show.
Yeah. Robert Bernardos. Yeah.
Yeah, they were scheduled for April this year, but they had to cancel, obviously.
Yeah. But yeah, I wasn't able to make that one either. But I was able to make this one just because, ta-da! I'm sitting in my bedroom in my parents' house in Minnesota, and I'm still coming.
Yep. Yeah.
Well,
Nothing
I think
being there for sure, but being virtual is the next best thing. I know
Wait a
me
minute.
personally, I've met some really wonderful people today. There are several of you I'd never actually spoken to before, and now I've got a whole bunch of new friends because of this. I think it's wonderful.
Sam, I thought that was a virtual background you turned on.
No. No, I usually don't even make my bed, but just for your benefit, I made the bed.
Thank you for that.
So you thought it was from bedrooms to billions back up there?
Yeah, that's
Back to bedroom.
Exactly.
Hey, Bill, do you have any thoughts on an alternate time of year for AmiWest, given the realities of fire season in California moving forward? I know you've sort of had some conversation with AmiWest guys about that in the past.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this. It's typically raining at AmiWest. For the first, oh my God, I don't know, 12 years, 15 years, we were doing summer. So the July timeframe, which this year would not have been better. Shoes, yeah. We did, it was in the July and it was hot. I mean, like really freaking hot. And that had problems for people. So then Brian shifted it to October. And prior to about 2 years ago, the fires hadn't been that prominent. And Alex and I both had the same experience of driving past numerous wildfires to get back to our homes and families. And that was, it was kind of like Armageddon, honestly, that one. But well, there wasn't asteroids, just everything was burning. I think I drove past 5 fires to get home. But the point is that, and Alex and I were just talking on the phone a few minutes ago, but AmiWest is a really useful forcing function in the Amiga community. One of the things that's happening this year versus 5 years ago is the classic side of the house, MorphOS as well. They've started to come on strong, especially the classic, and that's a good thing. Because it just creates more energy, more interest. Amiga Bill showed some incredible games, and no one 10 years ago would have thought people would still be making games for classics. Jens is still building his hardware, all that stuff. But the point is that we kind of need a before the end of year show, and we kind of need a before summer show in the US to create those, to bookend the forcing function, and to keep that interest going. We don't have the earlier show. I could talk to Brian about that, possibly shifting it. I don't think it can be done for next year. That'd be really difficult. But it might be able to be done for 23 to turn AmiWest into the spring show, and then do an East Coast thing in the October timeframe. That might work.
Or
as
maybe
well.
combined with class, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the AmiWest is really an Amiga show, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that do Commodore stuff, but I think if we went retro, yes, it would be a much bigger event, but it'd be a very, very different event. Even if we went to
Yeah.
Commodore 64, it'd still be a different event.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think AmiWest needs to stay an Amiga show. I mean, like today, we were happy to talk about some other Commodore stuff, and we had a tour of some people's rooms, and they showed us some of their other Commodore equipment. That's absolutely fantastic, but it needs to stay 90%, you know, Amiga oriented for sure.
But I think in the last few years that it's been heavily 4.0 biased. So if I agree with you, but it was a little bit of a turnoff for me, especially since I'm still waiting for my Tabor board. That's a different topic. I have a lot of classic Amiga stuff, and I feel like, you know, almost all the presentations are about new stuff. Or 4.0 stuff, new stuff, not necessarily classic new stuff. So I was happy to see a decent amount of old timer thinking, you know, this time around. It seems like most of this conversation today has not been about anything 4.0 related.
You know, Chris, I think you're absolutely right. I think that Amiga OS 4.x has certainly a group of hardcore fans, but the classic Amiga has really, really taken off in the past couple of years, getting more people interested, more people involved, more people talking about it. And it would just be silly to ignore that entire market, especially considering that this is a whole group of people like myself who are classic Amiga users who have a passing interest in, you know, the X5000, the Tabor board and everything like that. We're like, all of us are like, oh, interesting. And this gives us an opportunity to learn more about the newer Amiga stuff, the newer Amiga 4.1 stuff that we never knew before, that we never knew we were interested in. Just yesterday, I think Amiga Bill was talking on the in the chat of the YouTube stream saying, you know, by gosh, I need to pull my X1000 that was donated to me out of the closet and start using it more. There's really some cool stuff on there. And, you know, it opens it up for everybody.
Well, I think all of it's very interesting and fun. The problem is the hardware required to run it, right? If I could run, you know, 4.1 on my 500 or 600, I might try it out, right? But it's just, I need to get an Amiga 1, or I need to get some hardware that I don't have.
Yeah, and it needs to be something reasonably priced too. It's, you know, we can't drop $2,000 on an Amiga 1 just because maybe we're curious about it. But would we drop $500, $600 on something with an A1222? Yeah, maybe. I'd be much more tempted then.
So I have a question for people on that front. If you could pay $100 or $200 a month over the course of many months to obtain a 5,000, would anyone even consider doing that?
Depends upon how many months.
Well, it's going to be $2,000, however you cut it.
Yeah, that's the problem. You know, $2,000, man, I could almost get an Amiga 3000 for that.
Yeah, and that's a known thing to people like David and I. You know, we say, okay, we could drop $1,500 and get a 3000 tower, and we're like, yeah, I'm on board. Where $2,000 for an Amiga 1, it's more like, not really sure what it can do for me. But at a more reasonable price point, I think that it would, you know, we'd jump on that bandwagon a little bit harder.
Well, I mean, look, let me give some credit to Trevor here, right? I mean, he tried. The Tabor project
I'm not
was to
knocking
do
it. I
this.
think it's a fantastic box. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a fantastic. I've seen Paul. There's lots of people who love him. I've seen videos. I wish I had one. I think it's fantastic. I'm not knocking anything he's done. It's fantastic. I love it.
But going back to Chris's point, you know, at AmiWest itself, I'd say probably 50%. I mean, I'm not even a good character judge for this because I'm not in those conversations, but a lot of people are talking classic stuff, right? It's not that it's not there. It's just, the content to present and who's doing new stuff. And to be fair, I don't do classic. Like my Amiga work is OS4, and I'm driving a lot of this personally. So if you see a lot of OS4 stuff, it's because people who are doing classic things aren't coming to us saying, hey, can I talk? We're not getting people to us to say, I want to participate and bring that information.
Except
but
me.
Bill, I think part of the problem is that the format prior, so Daniel Musner made it over, but and obviously Trevor, a very important character. You're not going to see many Europeans fly over, and frankly, if you're looking at what's going on in the classic world, most of it's from Europeans. So I really welcome the format yesterday because it reduced the friction. We have this new reality that Zoom is our friend now, right? And last year that would have been a little bit more. But I think there's a huge amount of people in Europe that it's just AmiWest is not accessible to, and I think that there are a lot to do with classics, right? Whether it's Jens who doesn't turn up, he's I guess another character who's turned up in the past, but if you wanted to get Chuck on a call or some of the guys working on the Vampire or whatever, I reached out to several of European names when we were planning for Amiga 35th, and a lot of them like, yeah, I can't make it. That's a big journey, right? So I think the fact we're much more an online presence this year, I think there's a lot of opportunity to bring in more classics just through that medium.
Yeah, and to be fair, one of the reasons why the stream at AmiWest has been what it's been, toaster driven, low def, and all the rest of it, is because I don't want to do too good of a job. I mean, you saw what I could do for this broadcast. We went full HD. I mean, from my console looking at it, it looks spectacular from a quality perspective. But there's also my concern that we become an online event, and apart from getting together to drink, which is a pretty sad reason. I mean, it's a good reason, I suppose, but I was always afraid historically that if I did too good of a job on the broadcast, that people would be like, I'm not going to do the hassle of a hotel travel and all the rest of it because I can get what I need from the video side. The world has changed, and it's a time to sort of reevaluate that. And I think there is an opportunity to schedule in, maybe one or two folks that are not at the show, and biasing people from Europe makes a lot more sense. To try to force people to show up, to say, look, if you want to get here and see this stuff, you can watch it online, but it's not going to be anywhere near as good as physically being there, even though I could fix some of that.
I mean, let's face it, we're getting physically thin, right? On the ground, the amount of people into Amigas nowadays, okay, our waist's not getting thin.
I was going to say, the cameras are on. I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I got to see everyone here, and that's not our problem.
But our numbers are getting lower. We're dying, right? We're dying, or we're throwing our shit away, and
literally dying, literally.
Yeah, literally dying. So I think maybe it is time to readdress doing everything low tech and in person. Maybe more people will turn up in person if we make it easy to reach out to a larger audience. Maybe those people who. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. But there's another part of this too, Chris, is the reason why the community is dying is because development is dying. MorphWest now has a new build and a fantastic web browser, but they were light on releases for many years as well. And now OS4, due to some decisions by some people that the beta testers were vehemently against, OS4 is now sort of in a waning, dying period. Because of that. So part of our personal attendance, people coming, is also just the state of the market in general, right? Classic is picking up, but it's starting in Europe. If we see that happen in the US, then AmiWest is going to get bigger.
Bill, I wasn't referring to what you're referring to as dying. I mean, we are literally dying. Like people are getting older, right? So the influx of new Amiga people isn't the same rate as people are exiting this plane of existence.
Well, Doug, to the point you made earlier about, I myself identify as a non-native Amiga user. I explained why, and that I hadn't owned an Amiga until 2002 when they were fully obsolete. But there is a general interest in retrocomputing, Chris, and Doug had mentioned meeting a 22-year-old kid who is fascinated / interested in the Amiga as a historical platform, and I do think that every time we have AmiWest, there's at least one or two people, if not more, who kind of randomly show up and say, yeah, I saw it online and I kind of wanted to just check it out. And I think that it's on us to do better outreach, frankly, if we want more of those people to show up.
I don't disagree with that. I was walking into Trader Joe's. I think I shared it on the Amiga 30th email list. I was walking to Trader Joe's, I think it was 3 months ago, and I have this T-shirt with a big Boing Ball on it, and I was walking in, and this greeting Trader Joe's guy, who had to be no older than 19, immediately recognized that and started telling me about retro computers, and I think he was even, if I remember, we were talking about the merits of the Amiga hardware, and I ended up talking to this guy until his manager basically made him off to do work. I hope it didn't get him into trouble. So they certainly exist. It's just the it's simple queuing theory, right? Like we don't actually have that much of a input demand of new, and the people falling off the lemmings cliff on the other side is pretty consistent. So I hope we can increase the our marketing reach and bring in young, but I think we also have to be pragmatic about that. There's only a few of those compared to others, but
well, to be honest, this is the exact reason that I put out the invitation to the Amigos, Aaron and Boat, who came in today, Pints and Amiga, and the guys from Pixel Gaiden. They have their own fan base. That maybe have never even heard of AmiWest before. Some of them are American. All the guys I invited today were right here in America, but they've got their own group of people that they reach out to, and I wanted to have them bring their people in, so their people would hear about AmiWest and start rolling the ball and getting the interest going. And I hope we do. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, the Amigos talked about AmiWest on their podcast. They reach out to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people every week. And now those hundreds and hundreds of people, oh, there's an AmiWest show. So I think getting the ball rolling, getting more of these other groups who are right now disparate and out there doing their own thing, bringing them together, I think will help improve things in the future.
I mean, one of the huge things too is the cost benefit as well, right? Maybe I'm not financially able to fly out there and spend a couple nights in a hotel and do all that stuff, right? But you have a couple online presentations and I'm able to hop on and see stuff. It's, yes, I do. I love going to cons and whatnot and expos in person. Yes, I do. However, it can't hurt to have the online presence.
Especially, yeah, I mean, I think if we reach out, it's a law of numbers, right? I think there's several YouTube presenters that I'm sure, Doug, you're if you reach out to people like Chris Simmons, Parafractic, he's a real big Amiga fan. There's he's in LA now. There's certainly characters like that and he loves to mention who's given him what. I think he would be another great example of someone local-ish that has a very large following. So I think that's great what you did, Doug. That's certainly hopefully going to create a potential stream of people interested.
Mm-hmm. Could we handle all of his puns, though? That's the problem. If we got him involved, can we deal with all of his puns that he uses?
Yeah, but he's harmless. No, Dave.
He's
Dave
an awesome guy.
the
8-bit guy. Dave Murray.
The 8-bit guy. Perhaps we don't invite him because people will start to want to commit suicide. He's like, some of the way he talks is so miserable at times.
Huh.
So let's be careful with Dave. I'm kidding. He's very good. He's just he loves to put everything down. So.
Yep. No, I think it has real potential keeping this kind of thing going. The Amigos, we'll go back to them for a second, have started an international users group where once a month they're starting to do meetings like this and trying to bring in Amiga users and retro users internationally to meet up in a meeting like this once a month. And I think it's just the coolest idea in the world. And that just becomes another way to get the message out there, the message across. You know, when I go to meet at their virtual meetings, as it gets closer to next year, you can bet I'm going to start talking about AmiWest and encouraging people to come out and join in, and if not in person, at least virtually. So yeah, I think it all takes a step towards getting the message out there.
Strategy. The other one is Neil from the Retro Drops the Word Man, Dave. He's a super huge Amiga guy, and I don't know if you're observing what's happening there, but Dan Woods and Ravi, I think you're going to see a convergence of their channels. So obviously there's a big, very strong Amiga play there that we should probably at least keep in touch with.
Yeah, Neil from the Neil does a show with Boat from the Amigos. Yeah. They do a podcast, an audio only podcast, and everybody's so interconnected here. It's Ravi hangs out with the Amigos guys. Everybody hangs out with everybody.
Right.
Yeah, we're all friends. Yep, we're all friends, and we Ravi and Dan. I talk to them online. Ravi more than Dan, but Neil, I've got a good relationship with Neil. We talk back and forth. I invited him today, but I didn't hear back from him in time, so I don't know if he got the message. He must have been busy, but he loves to drop into things like these.
But, Neil's a great guy. Yeah. Actually, Robbie and Dan are also great guys. In fact, Robbie was going to be doing the music for us at Amiga 35th, but sadly, some virus seemed to interfere with those plans, right?
Yep, sure thing. So that's awesome. So if we were to change the format of the way we presented this year, how would you guys think we would change it? Because I wanted it to be fairly open like it was, where the conversation dynamically would change to whatever we wanted to talk about at the time. I definitely had certain things I wanted to cover, and I think we did, and I'd mention them, and we'd start whole conversations. But would you guys prefer next year something a little more, boom, this is what we're discussing, this is who's talking at the moment, and more control over it? Or do you like the dynamic conversational feel of the way this presentation was this year? And be perfectly honest, because you're not going to hurt my feelings.
I actually think you go the opposite direction, and Zoom and other platforms now have this concept of breakout rooms, and I think topical breakout rooms in some ways mirror what actually happens when you're physically at a show, where you have lots of parallel side conversations going on in addition to the main presentation.
Yeah, that's reasonable, but would it be kind of annoying? In our case, we've had anywhere from 25, 26 people maximum on here today at a time, which is great. If 4 of us were over here and 3 of us were over there and 5 of us were over there, and we never got back together and got to get to know each other and talk with each other. Now, in your particular instance, we probably would have had more people actually on board conversing. There's several of us who've been on the stream today who haven't piped in and said anything or even turned their cameras on, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But do you think it would Oh, there's Eric turning his camera on now. Do you think it would segregate us a little more if we split up into groups?
Yeah, I think if we split up into groups, that might make little pockets where you said something cool over in that room and I never heard it, and I was never aware. And you know, the openness of this forum. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That happens at the show too.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's a rule for the breakouts, which is as when you come back together, you have somebody that perhaps was responsible for the group, which is a common approach, that they come back and say, hey, well, you know, Alex mentioned blah. We thought that was kind of interesting, and maybe it's repeated.
You could probably record them too. You could probably record the breakout rooms.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, I can bail. This has been really interesting. Doug, let's try to connect next week. I'm actually going to be in Atlanta, but let's catch up, and I think we can do something in this format during the show if we have a sponsor, and you know, we could drive a feed of the show floor and the topics, and then maybe do a Zoom like this for the folks as a different way, another way of engaging.
Yeah.
So we can have many different modalities to engage. Okay, bye guys. This was really fun. Take care. Thanks everyone for coming.
Thanks.
Yeah, I've actually helped out with some Zoom stuff before, where if you do breakout rooms, you break out for half hour, an hour, whatever. Have like classic 8-bit stuff. You could do Amiga Classic, Next Generation, and after the time limit, everybody gets sucked back into the main room. So it's not like everybody's off by themselves entirely forever.
Yeah, and it'd be like we'd have a schedule, right? So like for yesterday, right, you would have a schedule of, you know, from 10 to 11, you'd have had, you know, software in room A and hardware in room B, and then, you know, from 11 to 12, everyone would get back to a general chat, and we do all of that.
Okay, so instead of having people just break off and say, oh yeah, we want to talk about this, we're going to open up a room, it would be a schedule. Okay, we're going to have this room.
Like a con.
Okay. I like
you
that idea.
You have all your keynote speakers that way, but that way if you have, well, like yesterday, we had a lot of conversation about programming. If you weren't interested in programming, you could maybe go over and talk about classic Amiga games or Commodore 8-bit stuff as to what's going on there. But all the big stuff like Trevor's presentation or, you know, your art contest, stuff that everybody would be interested in,
all come together
in
for
one
that.
main room.
I mean, I used to go to comic conventions, right? They did the same thing, right? You get things, but you got the regular show you can go to, and
But there's the pivot to that too, right? So you could also have a theme like Doug had, you know, a list of themes, and then people break out, talk about those themes in smaller groups, and then come back with the highlights from those channels, those separate groups. So rather than having like we just go off and talk about different things in different groups, you know, there's I don't know if you're aware of Conway's law, but at some point there's too many people in this forum for everybody to have a word, and maybe some people are intimidated. Breaking out on a topic into smaller groups, you know, the whether it's the NTSC versus PAL or whatever the topic, right? You can imagine coming back, and then, you know, it's hierarchical. You come back together, and now some of the highlights from those different subgroups can be talked about in more general. So that's another way of doing it. Common.
I think that the whole breakout thing is good, but there's a concern that you may miss something. But in fact, I've had like 2 other meetings on right now, so you can turn on multiple things and pay attention, zoom yourself in and out of them, basically. So it's not as big a problem.
And they'd be able to record them, right? They'd be able to record them, so you can always watch the review later on, right? Well, I was in this room then, but you know, I'll watch that other breakout later on.
Yeah, and the rooms would be, if we had them somewhat timed, you know, a half hour, an hour, then those particular videos wouldn't be that hard to digest later on. Where something like this, you know, if we put this online, somebody's going to actually go through 7 hours of, you know, looking at this face here to get to the part that they're interested in. No, I like that idea too, Ellen. It's a good idea.
I have one final question. So when I grew up, my first one and my love forever is my Amiga 500. Although I do prefer the PAL, I have to run with NTSC because my first one was an NTSC. So my favorite Amiga is a Amiga 500. Do you guys have a favorite model? If so, what?
Sure. Who'd like to go first?
I'm one of the
I
odd
love them
ones.
all.
My first real Amiga was an Amiga, the X5000. So I'm one of the few that started with next gen.
X5000 for Eric. Good, good.
Yeah. I'm an old Commodore guy though. I have a whole room full of Commodore 64s and 128s. So.
Yeah, but your first Amiga was an X5000. That's really cool.
Besides emulation, that was my first real Amiga.
Mm-hmm.
My first Amiga was an A1200. So it's like pulling teeth to try and get people to support the 020 Plus because they're all from the other generation that made A500 games.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely true.
The first one I used was a 1000, but my ones that I use mainly are 2000, so I'm kind of fond of those. I have the toaster fire system and all that sort of thing. So.
Mm-hmm.
It's my favorite. It's still the 3000 Tower. I have an interesting story on how it's interesting-ish story of how I got my first 3000 Tower. I was helping out at these things called car boot sales in the UK, and I was working on a stand that sold like floppy disks or something, and there was a dude that he was technically a farmer that also owned a hauling industry, right? He basically had some trucks and he would haul things across Europe, and he had acquired a large amount of Amiga hardware from the Netherlands office when everything collapsed. So he got this farmhouse, this barn full of 3000s, 3000 Towers, some Commodore PCs, and a bunch of other shit. And he was selling this at car boot sales. And I actually helped him to repair some of these machines, and in return, I got a 3000 Tower out of it.
Oh,
So
that's nice.
My 3000 Tower came at the end of the life of Commodore, but I now have a sick disease. I have several of every single production Amiga, so they're all my babies.
Absolutely. Myself, I'm my Amiga 3000 is the one I have the fondest memories of as a youth. I started out with a 500 and I loved it, but once I got to the 3000, 2 megs of RAM of chip and 4 megs of fast RAM and a hard drive, there was no looking back. I just absolutely loved it. And if you guys saw my video a couple weeks ago, I think the 3000 is one of the best designed Amigas, not necessarily the most powerful, but one of the best designed Amigas and most well thought out Amigas. The one I actually use the most now might even be my Amiga 1000 because that thing is such a workhorse. I get on there and I create ADF files from floppies and I do some artwork on there. I've got a nice classic 520 accelerator, so it's actually pretty fast right now, an 020 with 8 megs of RAM. But I just love that Amiga 1000. It's such a little beauty. But I love all of them. Next.
It's like picking your favorite child. You can't pick, can't choose.
What's he got there? What's he got there? Is he raffling that off? What is that?
Well,
he's giving it away to the first person wearing a 10 mark shirt. Hey, it's me.
Not really, seriously,
retro
writing.
This is my coronavirus project this year. We had an old, I didn't want to retrowrite it. It was an old tore up case, so I went and did the yellow and black racing stripes. It's got the little flicker fixture in it. It's got a little micro GoTech in it that can switch between the internal floppy and the USB. So this has been my project for the last several months, just playing with this. So right now, the 500 is my favorite.
Nice. That's a beauty.
People should be careful about spray cans though.
Holy moly.
Really nice.
Ooh, nice. Rainbow. I love it.
What you got over there, Sam?
You got a matching joystick?
You're on mute, buddy.
Nice.
Sam, you're on mute, buddy. Oh.
Come on.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, this was my first Amiga 1200. It was the first Amiga I got. I was on Commodore 8-bits all throughout high school, and when I finally graduated and wanted to go on to college, I graduated and got one of these.
Very nice.
AGA.
AGA, yes.
They are so
If we
versatile.
can only get people to write software for them.
Very versatile machines. I love my A1200 too. There's no doubt about that.
I am going to build one. I got a box. I got the empty case. I need to get a keyboard and a motherboard and all the other good stuff. But yes, I love my 1200.
Litwarsky, we haven't heard anything from you today. What's your favorite Amigas?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me actually?
Beautifully, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, my favorite is 1200. So as a kid, we had that 500 for a short time and then 1200.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the last 8 years, I have owned my own 1200.
It's
And
not
actually,
the
I
one you had as from your youth, though, huh?
No, my youth, it was my brother who owned it.
Oh.
I was a small kid, so I was born in 92.
Mm-hmm. Okay, young.
But,
yes.
Yeah. But if you're interested, I can show you my collection. I have collected.
Yeah, show us. Wait, do you guys mind? You want to see Litwarsky stuff?
Please, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're in.
Let's go Amiga hardware. Oh.
Yeah.
You're in Sweden, right?
Finland.
Finland. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
I should know that. Sorry. Oh, a Switch. There you go. Good stuff.
Yeah, Switch. Maybe I switch myself a bit further. So here's my 1200. Doesn't really focus.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
So it has an 030 and fast ATA system. So it has
Oh, you should be
speedy
getting about
hardware.
what 6 or 7 megabytes of
about
data
that.
transfer on that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
6, 7.
That's
Then-
what you need, David.
Up. Sorry about that. And here's my big television, 48 inches.
Hi, everybody.
So
Ta-da!
then I have a A500, which I got for playing floppy games, which don't have the VHD load install.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it has this A570.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sit on the side. That's beauty.
Yeah, I can listen to CD music with it.
Mm-hmm. Litwarsky, did you get one of those SCSI adapters for the back of it and the 2 meg memory upgrade for that A570?
Yeah, I'm speaking with the creator of the SCSI to SD, so
Mhm.
I haven't got it working just yet, but I have had contact with them.
Mhm.
So it was this firmware update which went wrong,
Okay.
apparently.
Yeah. Mine works fine. So holler at me if you need some help too. Happy to help you out, buddy.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Oh,
Then I have
look at this.
Oh, there she is.
yeah two systems, A2000 and A1000. And
Lovely. Look at that 1000. They're such
Yeah,
pretty.
it's so beautiful. The way it just sits right under there, man, that's fantastic.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're beautiful, beautiful machines.
yeah, and Vampire Standalone also.
Ooh.
Oh, you did not. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's a pretty penny.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
And you just put a 386 bridge board in that Amiga 2000, didn't you?
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago, yeah. You and I were talking about that.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Then I have a CD32 with the terrible fire card 030, and then finally a PC engine, which is a console which never made it to Finland, but I'm quite fond of it for some reason.
Nope, people love them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very
That was
awesome.
fantastic.
Very awesome collection.
Thank you
Yeah,
for sharing your collection, my friend.
Yeah, no problem.
Is
Oh,
that
we've got a
Kubo?
CD32, and what on earth have you done to that thing?
I didn't do anything to it.
It's a Kubo. What's a Kubo?
It was an Italian company that. So this is that's a JAMA interface. If you're aware of what JAMA is.
Who cares? It sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
I want a jammer interface.
They I guess it was an Italian company that there was this Japanese arcade manufacturers association. That's what JAMA I think stands for. And they for a period in time, arcade machines had a standard interface that you could plug the hardware into the cabinet. And this company basically took CD32s, had this nasty looking arrangement, and they produced some games for, coin op games that so you could buy these units and convert your arcade machine to these horrible crummy games that they made for it.
That was all too common for the A1200s and CD32s. We got the short end of the stick.
Yeah. Hey, Eric.
It's Eric Hill, Amiga Love himself.
Hey guys,
You
how's
were
it going?
Well, you missed about 6 hours of absolutely delightful conversation.
Wait,
So
is this
we're
the AARP meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a little young for that.
So guys, let's go back to the beginning of our conversation at 10 this morning and recap for Eric.
That's awesome.
I thought it was the Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, but
I'll raise a beer to that.
Oh man.
So I
spilled my guts out, and now you're telling me it's not.
So in case any of you don't know Eric Hill, he is known as Intricate or Amiga Love, and he has probably the best Amiga-centric forum out there. Not the biggest, just the best. And so I encourage you to go to his website, amigalove.com, sign up, and there's some cool stuff, cool projects, cool things that are shared on there all the time.
And when I first created that domain, Doug, I was worried that people were going to think it was a porn site.
It's not?
No.
I shouldn't have posted these pictures there last night. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It was about 4 or 5 years ago when I was trying to answer some what I considered fairly basic questions in the Amiga world. And most of the answers were found in forums, but they were extremely difficult for me to parse. A lot of times you would have to go through pages and pages of just try and get an answer or at least an idea of something you might try yourself. And so ultimately I decided, even though I used a forum software, it's a place where people can post detailed, descriptive pathways on how to solve some of the most basic problems. So, and we sometimes post interviews. And I was going to tell you about this today, Doug, is that this week we're going to be posting an interview with Jim Sachs.
Oh,
yeah, I've been working on that one for months, and it's been really challenging getting the communication flowing with him, but he's a really cool guy. He's still active, not in the Amiga scene, but in terms of what he wants to do with his life. He really wants to be in movies. He writes screenplays, and he's been creating what he calls his castle in Oregon for the past 15 years. And one of his buddies from the Amiga days is actually living in it right now. And if you've never seen it, I hope he sends me a photo of it for the actual article later this week. But it is something he personally designed, and I think he sank his entire fortune and life into this thing. It's unbelievable.
Now, it had better look exactly like the castle in Defender of the Crown that he drew, or I'm not going to be impressed at all.
I actually talked to him about that castle, and yeah, he built that sucker one dot at a time over the course of 10 days.
Oh my goodness.
That's how long it took. So it's pretty crazy. Pretty cool
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, and if anyone doesn't know who Jim Sachs is, he did he was very prolific in both the Amiga art scene, creating art for various video games, and actually working on a lot of really great and well-known Amiga video games, like Defender of the Crown that I just mentioned, and
He didn't just do the artwork. He wrote the whole game. I mean, he taught himself how to code. I asked him about this. He just bought some assembly language programming books and sat down and just taught himself how to do it, and became one of the most, I think, notable digital artists of the 1980s and early 90s. Really, really interesting story.
That's really cool. And when will that article be out?
Well, I'm waiting on some graphics from him right now, and so he was going to send it to me, I think, today. So it should be sometime this week. The interview's he finished it last night. So
nice.
Very
That is
cool.
very exciting. So everyone sign up for Amiga Loves. You can read the interview with Jim
You don't
Sachs.
even have to sign up. You can just go.
No, we want them to sign up, Eric.
I do love your videos. You helped me clean out my Space Invader keyboard. I was scared. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to touch it at all. I didn't know what was going on underneath there, but it was horribly dirty. Then I watched your video. It was like, no problem. Everything came right up. So thanks a lot, man. Good stuff.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm so glad to hear that. I mean, honestly, when I first got my own Space Invaders keyboard, I didn't know what the hell I was doing, and I just pulled one of those suckers right off of there, and the little spring went boing. I was like, holy, thank goodness I don't have carpet in my room. I heard it click somewhere, and I was like, okay, it's somewhere, and it took me about 5 or 6 minutes, and I finally did find it. But turns out there's actually a really easy way to remove those safely with a little it looks like a little plastic thing with leg, almost like a Space Invader itself, and you just wobble it a little bit back and forth, and it just pops right off, no damage. It's great. So, well, cool. I'm glad you enjoyed that.
I used a big magnet to find my spring because it did fall on the carpet.
Who knows what I would find?
Yeah.
Gold coins.
Yeah. And Eric's videos on YouTube, if anyone has not watched them, I encourage you to watch them. It is honestly like watching Amiga porn. The way that he does the camera angles and the zooms on his Amiga 1000 and everything. Oh, beautiful.
You're making me blush.
Beautiful camera work. Really, really fantastic. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. It's even if you just watch it just for the beautiful images, it's worth it. But he also talks about some really cool stuff.
I feel like every time I put one of those out, I wish I had a copy editor. Maybe someone like you, Doug, who could actually sit there and listen to what I'm saying and go, well, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. Because I don't find out till after it's over. And I'm like, I've read through this 100 times and I still screw up. But thankfully now on YouTube, you can go back and put little notes in there and be like, nope, that's wrong. So, because I always get told in the comments.
Dane Archer says, real-time clock add-ons never looked so sultry. Yep. Only you could make real-time clock for the Amiga 1000 sexy, Eric.
The external ones anyway, yeah.
Yeah, we were just, as a matter of fact, talking about our favorite Amigas. David brought up the topic of our favorite Amigas, and I think I know what yours is, but what's yours?
And it's hard to pick a single unit because I kind of feel like, well, for a lot of people, it probably depends on what they grew up with, etc. But for me, I flip-flop between the 1000 these days. I've been flipping between the 1000 and the 3000. The 3000 recently has really kind of been where I've been focusing a ton of my attention, just because it can do so much, and especially, so I'm fortunate enough to have 2 different ones, so I can play with one of them to kind of go nuts with it, and then keep the other one stock. And I actually, it's funny, at least for me, I feel like the more I try and kit out and bling out the other one, I don't like it as much. I actually like the stock one more. The one that I got, it has the ability to automatically go between 1.3 or 2.0 from the factory, just by holding down a couple mouse buttons. The fact that they built it that way, I was like, good Lord, I wish they'd done more. Oh, there's Terminator. Check him out. This is the tough part, though. If you could see that, Doug, in scan lines, it is so much different. It's so different. But the colors here are actually very true, and so that's the bonus of looking at it like this, is you actually get to see the true color of what I was really using. That was a fun puzzle to put. The eyeball was really difficult for me to figure that out. What was I saying? Yeah, so I guess these days it's been more the 3000, but in terms of what do I, what's my favorite, it's hard not to pick the 1000 just because that's what usually enters my mind when I think of Amiga. The first one I ever saw, the most iconic product design, I think. My goodness, I just love the garage. I mean, everything about it was so well thought out. That being said, I feel like every model they made has a case. You can make a case for each one. The 500 was the best selling for a reason. So, and I love the 2000 too, just because it's so expandable, and you can get, unlike the 3000, you can actually get in there and not scrape half your knuckles off trying to do stuff with it. So there's that. But the 3000 is just, I don't know, it's a beautiful design, and it's fast and it's highly capable, and I love it. So.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Those were actually my two picks too, between the 1000 and the 3000. And up on the screen now is is the image that Gregory Hayes, who's here in the stream, did, his 1975 to 2020 picture. Really, really awesome.
Wow.
Isn't that cool? All done on an Amiga.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
Sorry, I got distracted there. But all right, anybody else want to tell us about their favorite Amiga?
A lot of videos are turned
Doug, that picture is very depressing. You probably shouldn't put it up. It may be difficult for people with suicidal tendencies.
It's wonderful. What are you talking about? It's so cool.
It's too late.
Yep, the 1975 image. I could see you wearing a nice ascot with that outfit. That would be slick right there.
Yeah.
Maybe some shoulder or some elbow pads on your suit jacket. Nice stuff, man.
Hey, I used to do musical programs, for various service clubs and so on, and that was my publicity still for years. Long after I no longer looked like that, I kept using it.
Nobody does that on LinkedIn these days. Nobody.
No, they don't use images from 10 years ago. Not at all.
I still use my high school photo for everything. What are you talking about? I have a quick question about hardware. Why the hell can't we have new keyboards? What is so horrible and wrong with our Amiga keyboards? No matter if it's a 500,000 or 600, why can't we have a new? It can't all be money. Everybody's tried caps, and can't somebody just make a keyboard?
It's money. They're $200 a pop. That's close to cost. Nobody.
And if I could find a guy who ever designed that ribbon keyboard on a 600 or 1200, if I ever find him in a dark alley, he's in trouble.
Yeah. Nobody wants to make 100, 200, 300 keyboards custom like that. It's not worth the money, which is why they're so expensive when these people do come out with them. It's just money. It's just money, and then nobody wants to spend $200 on them.
So, I mean, I talk to Marcel now and again about this. Like, I don't know if you know about Marcel. He was involved in the 1200 case, and if you know anything, and Alex is on the call here, so he knows a lot about injection molding. That if you do end up wanting to make a new case, a new keyboard, each one of those keys is somewhat different, right? And you need to build tool dies for that, and it's a very expensive process between the design and manufacture of the tool dies and getting that all right. They'd be working on that for quite a while. It's not a cheap, a tool die for just a small injection molded part can cost you 40 or 50K to make, assuming you don't screw it up.
Well,
so
maybe
it is
outside of the United States.
Sorry?
I said that those are costs outside of the United States. I actually looked in to see how much it would cost here in the state of Washington. How much would it cost to have a Commodore 64 set made? And it was over $100,000 for the tooling. So it's exceptionally expensive. And the only place you can get that kind of stuff done these days, it seems like, is in Asia. and you have to have connections in Asia ideally. And like you look at what Tim Drew's been going through, where the factory that he was going to use actually said, sorry, we're having to make masks and all kinds of stuff now. So that all got put on hold, and that was the cheapest place he could find. And he's had to go through 3 different places since then to finally find a place now that's even willing to even take this kind of job, because it's, from their standpoint, it's tiny. It's really small, and the small jobs are expensive jobs.
So I work with a company that's actually local to me here. They're in my county, and they made my production grade mold. The mold itself, the tooling was all made in China, and then once it had been signed off on, it was flown here. It lives here in Santa Rosa at their location, and I can call them up and say I need 1,000 parts in color X, Y, or Z, and then I just drive over and pick it up in my car, which is amazing.
You have to pay for that up front before they start, right?
Well, I have net 30 terms with them. I had to pay for the mold up front. Yeah.
No, at least I think in terms of like Tim Drew's experience, he's having to pay. This is why it's a big risk. It was a big risk for him to actually do this project, because you have to pay for all of that stuff up front, before they even get started. Or at least you have to put a huge down payment for that, and then it can be quite costly.
Down on the mold, on all the tooling costs. It was 50% down, but it's paid for itself at this point because I used to 3D print what I now mold.
So what do you have molds for? Oh, sorry, I missed that. What do you have molds for?
The molds, I have 2 different molds. One is a prototype grade mold, which was actually made here in the States, the tooling and everything. And the other is a production grade mold, and they're 3.5-inch mounting brackets for SCSI SD boards.
Okay.
They're not very big.
Those 3D.
4 inches by 4 inches, right? And even that mold cost, $30,000.
Should have got a keycap mold, buddy. You'd have been a millionaire.
The other truth is, keyboards made now are absolute garbage. You find a PC keyboard, any kind of keyboard, they're junk. They're disposable junk. My Amiga 500 keyboards, besides being a little yellow, is still as beautiful. That you can still see all the keys and everything like that, just like it came off the assembly line. You buy a keyboard now on a computer, and 8 months later, half the keycaps are worn off or they're broken, and you throw it out and you get a new one. So
there's a short in the cable where it got kinked.
That's just the cheapest keyboard that comes with it. You can spend a couple of dollars and get a very nice keyboard these days. You can't hear me clicking around? I have a fantastic clicky keyboard.
And how much did you pay for it? It was a lot more.
I paid about $60. I paid about $50. But how much would you pay for a Commodore keyboard? I bought my Space Invader keyboards $200.
But it's the number of keyboards that they can make. Your $60 keyboard, they can sell 20,000 of those, and no problem at all. 20,000 people are going to buy a $60 keyboard. 300 people are going to buy an Amiga 500 or Amiga 1200 keyboard. Just too expensive to make.
Or there's just, there's just not enough people willing to spend what it actually costs. So you get a lot of complaining of, oh, it's more than $100. I'll just go buy another Amiga on eBay, do that. I'm like, okay, you can do that, but it all depends on how much do you really want it? How much do you really want it? Are you willing to spend this much? Because that's how much it actually costs to produce it in 2020. And if the answer is yes, then, you can build a brand new Commodore 64 today. Brand new motherboard, brand new case. You can put all of it together, everything except for the keycaps. You could spend $500 on a Commodore 64, but it should last you another 30, 40 years, might outlive me.
This is exactly the problem with the X5000 on the Amiga world.
There you go. So.
Nope. All of it very accurate, very true.
Dave pointed out 3D printing some keycaps. I've tried that. I've had limited success.
We are blessed that we can get membranes for most of our Amiga keyboards, or many of our Amiga keyboards. That is a big saving grace right there, just that we can repair those membranes, because those They just go bad. They do. I've had to replace my Amiga 500s and I've had to replace my 1200s. Now they work beautiful again, hopefully for another 20 or 30 years.
Are you using new replacement parts, or are you using old stuff, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I got for my Amiga 1200, I got one of those new firm membrane keyboards, the ones that aren't too flexible. It's a thing of beauty on my Amiga 1200. Works absolutely perfect. 35 bucks.
I got mine brand new from Amiga store. I got them in the five. All three of mine, my 5, 6, both of my 5s, my 6, and my 1200 I replaced with the Amiga store ones. They were fine.
Yeah, we're a little better off in the big box Amigas, the 3000s and 4000s, because it's not impossible to get an adapter to use a PS2 or even a USB keyboard on there, and those work okay. I've done that in the past, and it works okay. So at least there's a viable option for doing something like that. And
doesn't have the Amiga key.
That's what Sharpie markers are for. You just draw it right in there. You're fine.
I mean, I have to agree with David though. It's there's an aesthetics to the Amiga that if I can't have all of that, I might as well just emulate or something. I kind of need to have the whole package for it to feel right.
Yeah, no, that's valid.
But first world problems, I guess.
What do you feel about Raspberry Pis inside the Amiga cabinets? You see, when you put a Raspberry Pi inside and throw the motherboard away. That's the blasphemy in my book.
You throw nothing Commodore away, whether it's whatever, nothing gets thrown away. I've got, you don't know how many keycaps I've got. Springs, I keep springs.
I've seen pictures, yes, it's true.
Yeah.
You sent me pictures.
Throw nothing away. LEDs, anything.
Awesome.
Are the keyboards that come with the X5000 pretty good, or are they just regular generic everyday keyboards? I really don't know. Any X5000 or X1000 owners have an opinion on that?
They're moderately crap.
Moderately crap? Okay.
Yes. I don't use the keyboard that came with Amiga. Really. I have this keyboard. It's a Logitech keyboard.
Okay.
Which I like very much because it's washable. You can just put it under the spring and wash it, and it's very nice. Also comes with a small brush. We can use the brush off the keys because it always gets dusty between the keys. So I love this keyboard.
Nice.
So and I use a Dell keyboard for my RX1000. So that's works really nice because I have all the keys. The Logitech keyboard has this function key, and I need the alt keys, alt key and Windows keys. Since it uses the alt key to do a cold reboot and uses the Windows key to do a warm reboot. So, so I need all the keys. So I think the Logitech keyboard was designed more for people that use a laptop or wanted to carry it within a bag or something like that. But I'm a large collector of keyboards because it's one of the things that really makes, this is the interface to the computer basically.
Yeah.
So
very important.
Keyboard. And key really good mouse too. So I can't imagine you guys using the tank mouse.
Tank mouse rules.
It's not air. It's not doesn't fit very good in my hand at least. It's guys. Oh, how can you stand that? Using it today all day.
They're fine. I usually use a wizard mouse on most of my Amigas. Those are actually pretty good. 3-button wizard mouse.
There's a couple of laser conversion kits. Have any of you guys tried the laser conversion kits?
Haven't tried it, but I've heard of them. You don't like them, do you?
Terrible luck with those.
Have you?
Yeah, what? And now they sent me a replacement, but I was so disgusted. I was like, nope. I just put it in a drawer. So, you know, maybe they've solved the problem, but with, at least in my anecdotal, non-scientific experience, after about, and I loved it at first. It was a game changer. I mean, I was like, holy smoke. But yeah, it basically, the mouse would start to just float. And you'd have to jiggle the mouse for a second. It would kind of get itself back together. And you're like, okay, stop that. And get a little mouse pad. And like, didn't matter. Just start to float for no reason. And I talked to people on Amiga Love, and they're like, same thing. Threw it in a drawer. I was like, wow, really? So I don't know if it was because it's like the height, because it has some 3D printed, you know, stuff that you have to deal with in the case, and it kind of pushes it a little bit. And so I don't know if it was like where the height of the table. I don't know, but I loved it at first, and then after about 2 to 3 months, it would lose itself. So
You gotta have a trackball.
I got this trackball with a 1084S. The 1084S didn't last very long at all, but this thing was worth the $60 I paid for both of them.
Nice.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it is. Three buttons.
Is that Gold Image? Is that the Gold Image brand?
That's the Microspeed from Amtrak.
Okay.
Who knew the train people made mice?
Yeah, really.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
The Amiga 1000.
The same.
The Amiga 1000 keyboard, I love the aesthetics of it. It's the most beautiful keyboard out there. But even after a year of typing on it, you go to hit the enter key, and I hit those darn arrow keys every single time. Eric, I don't know if you have the same problem, but I'll be typing away and I'll go to hit enter. I'll hit the arrow key. It'll do something funky. Drives me crazy. Can't get used to the location of the arrow keys on there. I guess I'm too used to where they are on the Amiga 500 and Amiga 2000 and 3000 keyboards. But,
I actually have not had that issue, but it does take a moment to kind of make that mental adjustment when you, because it is just a smaller form factor.
But they're lovely keyboards, and every computer on Earth should have a keyboard garage. I don't know why they don't.
It is weird. It's pretty.
Yep, they're just genius.
I don't know. I guess when it comes to mice, this is, if I can drag this over here, but this is probably my favorite one. Even though the tank is iconic, I like the pregnant mouse.
Do you really?
Yeah, I actually really have grown to like that one. I know some people hate it, just like they hate the tank, but I'm like, what's with all the hate, guys? Come on.
That pregnant came with some of the Amiga 3000s, didn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't come with mine. Mine had a tank, I'm sure.
Yeah, it came with the 3000s, and it's weird too because you would, I mean, it's like the one piece of the 3000 that doesn't have lines on it. You think they would have done it on the side or something, but yeah, no, I'd actually, it fits my hand fairly well. So I've actually, and I like the micro switches on it. They're really tight. So.
Yeah.
What a weird thing to be talking about.
They were built well, though. These mice were built well because 30 years later, most of them or so many of them are still working.
Yeah. I mean, one of the ones that I have two, and one of the ones that I got was from a programmer from back in the early 90s. And the reason why the mouse works so well today is because it sat in the closet for close to 20 years. So it wasn't really getting any use. It probably got used really heavily for 3 to 4 years, and then it got packed away. So there's that.
I got this guy from a Shady deal. I don't know if you can see it. It's actually even got an Amiga logo on it.
Oh, yeah.
Shady. It's the shadiest one of the I do shady deals.
Out of the back of the trunk of a car.
Kinda. Yeah, I do them all the time. Yeah. But yeah, it works fantastic. It's one of my favorite ones. It's even got like the little indent where so I can know I need to put my finger there.
Right. Just in case.
Yeah.
Did some of those come with some of the SCOM systems? Some of those, that style of mouse? I don't remember the black ones coming with it.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy was Shady. This is the same guy I got all these from, right? This is some guy gives you this many leases. There's a shady thing going on. This guy gives you these many leases. There's really something shady going on.
I mean, the only black mouse I've seen that was legit is the CD-TV, right? They had wireless. But
I mean, this is not a. I mean, this is really on there. This is not a sticker or nothing. I don't know where he got it from. Like I said, this was Shady Joe.
But the But to Doug's point, the logo on that's the SCOM logo, isn't it, with the little red square on the eye?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a diamond thing.
Yeah, I think
I
some of
wouldn't
the
be surprised
SCOMs
if those were designed in Washington State and shipped out of China.
Mm-hmm.
If it fell off, it probably fell off a truck. Is where I got it from.
David, did this guy have like the whole trench coat and everything? He'd open it up and he had all the laces right in the trench coat.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, I got all the. Yeah, you saw my stuff I hoarded out of him.
I saw.
Yeah,
It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
But it is interesting that you always seem to find these deals.
I find the nonsense. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. So, who did we miss who wanted to talk about their favorite Amigas? Did we miss anybody who wanted to chat about their Amigas? Anybody chirping up here? I guess not. Okay. That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, it's coming up on 4:30 here. What a productive day. Wow. Let's see if we got any more questions in the chat here. If I can get my stinking mouse to work. What's that?
I didn't realize there was chat. Hey,
Yeah.
Dan, turn your video on. I want to see that. I want to see that amazing silky silver hair. I've seen photos of Dane. I'm like, holy smoke, that guy's got an amazing do.
Dane has been very active in the chat, but he has not turned his camera on.
Turn it on, Dane. Come on. LOL. Don't do that.
Maybe all the pictures of him have been fake. It's actually an alien. that must be what it is. Tentacles and everything.
Hey, he's like a Phil
Dane
Donahue
also said he won't turn his microphone on because his kids are watching Roadrunner cartoons in the background.
I thought he said he's beating the kids in the background. That's what he's doing.
Oh, that must be it. Oh, I feel so. I should have seen it before. I used to be a mandatory reporter as a school janitor, so I should have seen it. Oh.
Nope. Guess we're not getting any camera action from Dane. And
No.
Zero Beta's not going to turn on the camera either. That's okay.
I see
No
how.
problem at all. I
all
showed
good.
off Zero Beta's picture a little while ago. The Doctor Who Dead Planet was the submission to the Amiga Art Contest, along with a mod file that was just absolutely awesome. So thank you for showing up today, Zero Beta. Yep. So awesome. So
how's this? Is this slightly better?
Dane. Now we can hear Dane. Yes.
All right.
Working on it.
Yeah, man. Well, very cool. Nice to meet you virtually. The man with the coolest name in the house.
Yeah, that's true. Dane Archer's a pretty cool name, huh?
Yeah. There we go.
There.
Hey.
There. Good to see
Had
you.
to hide in another room. I'm hiding in the basement right now. How is everybody?
Welcome, Dane. Even though you've been here all day long, welcome. Nice to see you.
Hiding in the corners. Good to see you too. Thank you guys for everything. It's been an amazing talk the whole day.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah. I wasn't sure that there were how many lurkers there were going to be who didn't want to be on video, but that's absolutely cool. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Just coming in and enjoying the conversation and putting some stuff in chat every now and again. That's absolutely awesome.
There you got the nice halo going there too.
Now I got Gregory Hayes back. Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Hey, Gregory.
Has anyone had a chance to actually try out the new P96 software that was announced yesterday?
I have been too busy to order it. I was on the order screen last night, and then I just had to go to bed because I was tired and I knew I had a long day ahead of me. But I'm excited about that screen dragging.
I tried to grab it, but I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, don't feel too bad because it can take you a good hour just to find the damn stuff.
It is hard to find.
I went to because normally I go to my account and there's the thing to re-download it, but when I re-download it, it's the old 2.0 stuff. I can't figure out how to get to the proper 3.0.
Well, and that's the thing is that it's extremely confusing because when you go to your order history, it just shows 9 downloads left or 8 downloads left. If you click it, it'll just suddenly go, well, you just lost a download. don't even know which one I just grabbed because they all use the same name.
They say I looked in the version. I opened it up and I looked in the version history, and it had the old version in there.
What the hell?
Yeah, you know, it'll be there.
There's Azura.
Well, hello, Azura Beta. How you doing? Oh, still muted. Oh, good enough. Sign language. We understand sign language. Wonderful to have you. I felt so bad, Azura Beta, that yesterday on the live stream I played back everything from the Amiga Art Contest, and I had your mod on the first section of the photo contest. I had your mod playing on there, and the file that I sent to Bill in California, the sound didn't come through on the mod, so I just felt terrible. Nobody got to hear it. So, but
it's all right. No worries.
Yeah. But man, fantastic music. Absolutely loved it. It was so fantastic. So,
thank you so much.
And nice to finally meet you in person too.
Hear me.
Oh yeah, we can hear you fine. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So, how long have you been in the Amiga community?
Not too long, I guess. I mean, I haven't really been part of the community for a long time, but I've loved the Amiga for years. It was like, you know, one of my first computers growing up. So, you know, got back into it lately, and it's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it really is. And had you always been in the creative side of it when you used the Amiga when you were younger?
I wasn't, no. I mean, I mostly just use it for playing games, but you know, when I kind of rediscovered it, I mostly saw, you know, demos and stuff, and that was really what got me to get more into the creative side of it. You know, some of the demos and music and stuff that people have made over the years is just absolutely fantastic.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. More talent than I possibly would ever have. I can't imagine some of these Amiga 500 demos where you're playing it back on an unexpanded Amiga 500 with maybe a mega RAM, and the demos just go on for like 5, 6, 7 minutes with beautiful music and the best graphics you've ever seen. They're just, it's mind bending how they're able to jam all that into an Amiga 500.
Blame Paul and Gary.
Yeah,
Blame Paula and Gary. It's their fault.
Yep. Paula and Gary. But yeah, and a lot of the retro computers have great demos. I mean, you can go and you can find some really nice Atari ST demos, nice PC demos from back in the day, and they're all wonderful. But something about an Amiga demo where you're getting that banging bass tune maybe from Paula and these beautiful near photographic quality graphics, I think they just stand above and beyond a lot of their competitors did even back in the day. Maybe I'm wrong.
Absolutely.
I personally believe that some of the fantastic games and graphics on the Amiga caused its demise, right? Because the games were so fantastic, all the kids wanted them. Everybody bootlegged them. That hurt all the sales, right? You know, I mean, you can't bootleg any of the new stuff, right? Like CDs and PlayStations and all that stuff, right? So they tried stopping us, you know, they tried, but you know, every cracker had, you know, it was all out there. But I think that was the demise, right? If we couldn't, but they were so fantastic, you had to have them. You go to your friend's house and you see this fantastic, I need that.
Yeah.
You know, and you what, $50? No, but you could just you know, Maverick, go Maverick forever.
Yeah, I was pirating when I was on the C64, but when I got my Amiga, then I quit because I wanted to make sure I got the full experience. So I just played shareware games. Freeware and shareware games.
You are absolutely right. I did the same thing. I was 14, 15 years old when I had my Commodore 64, didn't know any better. And I had some pirated games, but not many. Most of them I bought. But once I got my Amiga, I never pirated a single thing the entire time that I used my Amiga from 1988 until 1995. Every piece of software I used on there was either shareware or I paid for it, ordered it in. It's just the way that I did it, games and all. That's not very common though.
No.
You bought most of your stuff, didn't you, Eric? You never pirated anything.
Well, in Commodore 64 land, that's how you got around, man. I mean, in junior high, I didn't actually have access to anything. But one of my best friends in junior high, he actually came from an upper middle class family, and he actually had a modem, and he was quite good on his Commodore 64. And at night he would download stuff, and I swear I actually got stuff before it was on the retail shelves. I actually got, no, they weren't necessarily the best games ever, but I had Top Gun. He handed me a copy of Top Gun before it was even for sale, and I was like, what the heck? You know, it was unbelievable. It was just ridiculous how much of that stuff just flew around from place to place.
I think what really helped that too was right around the time the Amiga came around was when they bumped up the baud rate on the modems. I think US Robotics came out with the 14.4s or the Couriers, and that really helped out because you were able to then transfer that amount of data, right? On my earlier Commodores, we were maxed out at 24 baud, right? And you would be there all night transfer. Some of those bigger games, you know, Ultima 4 or 5, they were 5, 6 disc all night thing. But by the time the Amiga came out, you had faster transfer protocols, and that really helped out.
Can you imagine trying to download Ultima? Good
Oh yeah,
Lord.
been there, done that. 5, 6 discs, yeah. Zipped
You're
up,
like,
man.
oh, one a day, one side a day. You don't want to use up all your credits. Come on.
Yeah, that was big. Yeah.
No one can ever call your house. What the hell?
God forbid somebody pick it up too, right? That was the worst because back then there was no resume. There was no resume.
That's hilarious.
I remember there being 4 zip file. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. No, I remember 4 zip files. It was 1 exclamation point, 2 exclamation point. Downloading all 4 of those files would take 90 minutes. That's just for one side of one floppy disk. So if you're talking 8 disks on Ultima, yeah, all night event. Easy. Wow. Shut up now.
I used to store them on my 50. Oh, I don't want to talk too much about 64. Let's talk about Amiga.
No, it's fine if you mention the Commodore 64. That's just fine.
I was going to say, in terms of actually purchasing, games back then were so expensive, and I didn't have a job. So, you know, it was sort of like a Christmas event. Okay, what am I going to do with the Christmas money? I guess I'll go over to Babbage's or, you know, whatever, and see what one thing I can get. Because it's going to be like $50. Back in the 1980s, it was $50 for a single game. So that was going to eat up, for me, it was going to eat up everything. So it was like, all right, you had to choose really wisely and then pirate the rest of it.
Yeah,
but some of the best pirates I met at the software store. And so I grew up in Chicago, right? And one of the big locations to buy software was Toys R Us. They had like everything behind a plastic thing. You grab the paper and you take it up there, right? So I'd be looking around and whatnot, and I met 3 or 4 of the best software sources ever at the Toys R Us.
Huh. Weird. Like write it down on the back of this little Jeffrey's slip thing, would you?
I know that was really popular in England. A lot of the guys talk about the fact they'd go into a software store, and the guys that worked at the software store would just make copies of the tapes for you for your ZX Spectrums, and you'd walk out the door. How do you run a store like that? It's crazy.
We had a computer club at the local software store, but they were all frowned upon, all of the bootleg stuff. The only place I met the bootleg guys was at the Toys R Us. Got to meet the shady. I was shady to begin with. What am I going to say?
What's up with you, David? I mean, you're buying Lisa chips from a guy in a trench coat, pirating from Toys R Us. Man, you're a hoodlum.
Deals are us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I only bought one thing from Toys R Us in terms of software, and it was Contra the Alien Wars for my little Game Boy, gold screen Game Boy. That I bought it, and then the Game Boy itself I'd bought at a swap meet for $15. It had a lot of dead pixels, and the controller barely worked. It was good enough that I was able to beat the game with, though.
The Amiga, they had a local store by me called Egghead. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Egghead.
Oh, yeah.
They actually became Newegg when they went online.
Oh, is that right? That's the same place?
Same guys, yeah. They actually had a whole Amiga section, which was unusual because I'd been to many eggheads, and they were mainly PC. So that was a good place because, like I said, I grew up in Chicago, and if you weren't on a PC, there was no place to get Amiga stores. There was one computer store. They went out of business kind of early, but this Newegg had it. Or is it Newegg? Egghead. It became Newegg. But yeah, that was the only place to get stuff. So some of the stuff you had a bootleg, right? I had no place I could, even if I had money, right? I had no place that I could give it to get the software.
Good point.
I just could order it online. I was a magazine junkie. I had every magazine.
I was blessed in my hometown, which happens to be right next to your hometown, David. I'm from Rockford,
Well,
Illinois.
it's like 700 miles away.
It's so weird with us. I'm in Tucson. He's in Phoenix now. He grew up in Chicago. I grew up in Rockford. They're like about the same distance apart. So I think he's stalking
slid
me.
down the map.
Yep. But we had probably 2 or 3 nice stores in Rockford that sold Amiga stuff, maybe 4 sold Amiga software. So it wasn't hard to find. And then when I moved to Tucson, we had 3 or 4 shops that sold Amiga stuff. So it was really kind of easy to find the latest Amiga stuff in all the cities that I lived in. And then you order from magazines if they didn't have it in stock. Not a big deal. So it worked out okay.
Yeah, I was always afraid that if I got something copy protected, that it wouldn't work on my A1200, so I just didn't get anything copy protected. I always just got the shareware stuff from the public domain houses. I didn't even have a modem for a long time because I lived out in the country, and there was no place local dial to go to get stuff anyway. So I just ordered from the public domain houses like Northwest Public Domain.
Sure.
So let me mention this then. If you guys never bootleg software, you're probably actually missing some of the best part of software, which is the crack intros. Some of the software I played was horrible, but the crack intro was fantastic.
I agree with that from the Commodore 64 days, and then I've since downloaded some of the crack intros minus the actual bootleg part, and so I actually got the best part of it right there. So,
man, I guess I have a different opinion. I hated those. I actually really, it would like burn me up, especially if I got one and I knew for a fact the game had no copy protection, but some joker put in there cracked by blah blah right before I was going to play the game. I'm just like, man, did you have to do that? Really? What did you buy? Why did you do that? It just drives me nuts. But when it came with really cool music and maybe some cool graphics, I was like, okay, yeah, I can get in with that. But sometimes just like the name scrolling stuff would just drive me bananas.
If I launch Defender of the Crown and I don't see the EagleSoft logo, I feel strange. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm sure Jim Sachs would agree with you.
That's too funny. That's too funny. But even today, I
have a
won't
guest.
pirate.
I'd like to introduce Otis.
Oh,
He's paying attention.
Well, hello. That face is gorgeous.
Say hello.
Oh.
He wants to be in my lap. Sorry. I'll be
sweetie. Yeah. Even today, I won't. I would not even think about pirating any software. There's so much cool new stuff coming out for the Commodore 64. So much cool new stuff coming out for the Amiga. I just buy it all. Just give them their $15 or $20, whatever. Yeah. Especially if it's got a cool box and some cool little tchotchkes inside of it. Little things that are inside of it. Then it's extra fun to get an actual new Amiga box of software. That's a real pleasure.
They're toys, Doug. Just call them what they are. You like the toys?
Yeah, McDonald's Happy Meal toys. Yeah, we're good with that.
Yeah. The pathetic thing about having a system that's going obsolete and has probably been obsolete for a long time, a lot of the things that I would have spent money on if I had it are now free anyway because the authors have just picked up and left and dumped everything on the AmiNet. And
yep.
Are you? We're not complaining about that, right?
No, just that they're not going to make anymore. I mean,
Oh, well, there's such a huge, vast catalog of things. I feel like even today you can go through that and still not see it all. So there's a ton.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. And Eric, I do love your posts that you put on like Twitter when you have a box of software and you're showing off all the sides of the boxes and things like that. There is something magical about that. Even on the old software, having the original box for it is cool. So I'm glad you still have so many of those.
It's amazing the amount of effort that went into just creating some of that stuff. Like I was asking Mr. Sachs about that. Like, when you would look at, say, Brilliance, he did an incredible piece of artwork called The Lagoon, the Amiga Lagoon. And it actually is what inspired his future work on Serene Screen Aquarium. But anyway, it's like this underwater scene and it's tropical and it looks like Hawaii. And I was like, so how did you actually take an image that was really, in today's standards, really low res, pixelated? If we were to print it today, it'd be probably the size of a very large stamp. But back then, how did you take that image and actually blow it up and put it on the box and make it look so perfect and beautiful? And he actually went through this really extravagant process of photography to remove the CRT scan lines, to flatten everything, to actually, it's incredible the amount of effort that some of those boxes went through, the design of some of those boxes, that I think a lot of us probably take for granted even today. Yeah,
Absolutely.
but they're beautiful works of art, and it's fun. I think you don't get that anymore, right? When you buy unless you have a Switch. I mean, if you go buy a game for some current console, it's usually a download. You're not even getting anything out of it. So that's one of the neat things I think about the scene. Yeah, that's the image right there.
Yep, absolutely
it's cool that they're
gorgeous.
actually
Just a work of art.
physical media for it. So yeah, so that is actually it was an AGA image, I believe. He's like, I did it the same way I did Defender of the Crown. I just used twice as many dots on the screen, and it was all done but with a mouse, and it was all just clicking forever, over and over and over, to fill in all that detail. But that is it. And I always wondered about that. I was like, that totally looks like his future screensaver stuff that he did with the aquariums, which were gorgeous. And I was like, is that what inspired when you did that? He's like, that's exactly what it was. He's like, when I did that image, that's what kind of was the baby that became the future. So, which he actually, I think he did quite well with that back in the Amiga days. He actually didn't make hardly any money at all, even though his games and artwork is so iconic. A lot of times he would get paid with a computer or something like that. He didn't actually make a lot of money that way. So,
oh wow,
kind of crazy. Wow. I don't think that was that uncommon, to be honest.
I still do love Defender of the Crown, man.
Yep.
Oh, I mean, it's a watershed moment. It's a watershed moment in gaming and digital art. It's incredible. Heck, the first time I saw it was on the Commodore 64, and even then it blew me away. And when I saw it later on the Amiga, I was like, oh my god!
I was going to say, I think it was a bigger impact on the 64 than the Amiga, because I think the raising the bar on because I think the 64 version was first. No, I don't know. That was a long time ago, but the bar got raised so much more in the 64, right? I mean, yeah, it looks fantastic on Amiga, don't get me wrong, but the bar was, yeah. And I eventually did buy one, probably when I had money eventually. So I hope
Filthy pirate.
Yeah, I got a little CD-ROM thrown in with one of my purchases at Software Hut, and it was it was a collection, and it had Defender of the Crown on it, and I've been putting off trying it out because it's supposed to be so iconic, but I've never actually played it.
It's great. Just don't ever think you're ever going to win the joust or the sword fight, but it's a fantastic game.
There's one person that I know who has completely mastered. He's completely mastered that game, and he can go through it with a blindfold. he actually knows how to play each of the different. Because when I play it, half the time I'm like, I feel like I'm playing, Summer Olympics or something. I'm like, I don't know what direction the joystick's supposed to do. I can't tell if it's responding to my input. What am I doing wrong? And I die. But he's just like, no, you just don't understand how it's supposed to work. And so you'll sit there and go through the motions. You're like, holy smoke, it's like magic. You just like right through it, no problem. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think I've won the joust maybe 5 times in my life, and I've only saved the girl maybe twice. And I played the game a million times. On both Amiga and
there's all these different girls that you can unlock, right? Depending on the path that you take.
Well, it's all about, right? Because you got to say at some point in the game, the one of your allies will say, "Hey, my daughter's been captured," and you can either choose to help her or not. If you choose to help her, then eventually you can marry her. But yeah, I've been a bachelor my entire every game I've ever played. Maybe once or twice I've won.
You missed those great scenes of you and her coming together in the negligee.
I've seen those online. Yeah,
watch that. Yeah,
it's very controversial.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never won the tournament.
Princess.
I never won the tournament. I think you got to win more than one joust, because I know I've won at least one joust once, but I think you got to win like 3 to win the tournament, and that's never happened. But it's
if I remember correctly, I think it's all the same woman with different hair.
Oh, probably.
Good with that.
Different sisters.
Something like that,
Yeah. But no, it's a fun game. I've got that on the CDTV. I play it on my A570, and so you've got the voices with it and more music and things like that, and it's fun on there. It certainly is fun.
So then, do you also have? Oh, you said CDTV. So have you ever played Defender of the Crown 2?
We don't talk about Defender of the Crown 2, sir.
Probably, yeah.
That never happened. That's like other things of Part 2 that don't happen.
I don't think he got paid for that either, but yeah.
I mean, come on. I don't even know. It's like Part 1, but with like something else. I don't know. I don't understand what the difference in Part 2 is.
I think it was just revised graphics, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the CD32, something like that.
Yeah. No, I think I've played it before, but it didn't really leave much of an impact on me.
Yeah.
But we're still getting new Amiga games today, which is absolutely wonderful.
I love that Crawley game. What was that?
Which one?
I think that was the
Tiny Little Slug.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Was that 64 or was that Amiga?
Fantastic. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the sound of Tiny Little Slug is wonderful. His little voices as he does things is so cute. I just love that game.
Next year, Shadows of Surgoth is going to be amazing. That's going to be really, really cool. If you like dungeon crawlers, like Eye of the Beholder and stuff like that, the music for that, the graphics for that, it just got to get through development. But right now, it's been put on hold.
Well, it's written in Amos Pro. I mean, how hard can it be?
What's that?
It's written in Amos Pro. How hard can it be to write that? I've worked with Amos Pro, and I've worked with C, and I've worked with Assembly. Amos Pro is probably the easiest of those 3, easily.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Eric and I are beta testers on that program, and there's still some little quirks that they're working out, but it's a nice game and
really
beautiful.
Good. Yeah.
I've talked with Mike Parent, the artist on Urban. Was it?
Oh, the new fighting game?
Yeah, the new fighting game.
Mm-hmm.
Urban Siege, or what is it? Metro Siege. That's
Metro
it.
Siege, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the guys that are doing it, they've limited themselves to just using 512K chip and 512K of Ranger memory. And that's their configuration they're targeting. And they're doing it just so that they can show that they can do it. They're probably not going to make much money on the Amiga version, but they're going to come out with other versions probably too, but use the same graphics and everything just to make it retro. But
that's going to be a beautiful game.
Yeah, I saw the tutorial they did on how they did the second level with the trains going past, how they had to make a repeating sprite for the floor just so that the train could actually be the screen and the floor wouldn't move with it. It was amazing. I mean, even on that screen mode, all of the pillars in the background and foreground are sprites, and they just reuse sprites all over the place. And the only parts that are not sprites is the train scrolling past and the bobs for the actual players, which have to be offset for each frame because the train is going past, and that's the screen itself. So the train actually stays still, and all the sprites just move relative to the auto-scrolling screen to make it look like the train is moving. It's just insane, the level of shenanigans they're doing to get that thing to look professional.
I have a strange question. Sorry, I don't mean to cut the subject short.
No,
So
no problem.
in the past couple of years, we've had lots of new stuff in Amiga land, right? We've got the 60s coming out. We've got the Vampire. We've got the disc. We've got the Z960 or whatever. What would you like to see next? What's on the Amiga wish list? Is that an acceptable question?
Difficult question.
Besides keycaps and keyboards, I've already told you my wish list.
Yeah.
What's the next step? What do we do?
Yeah. I keep thinking that even the stuff that they've come out with on the Vampire is probably not going to see the light of day just because you have to have a standalone to use it, and nobody wants to get the standalone. They just want to get the accelerators. So the Super AGA is not going to do anything. But it'd be neat if it did. Because, I mean, being able to turn off the edge clipping on the sprite so it fills the whole width of the screen tiled automatically without having to move it with the copper each time makes things so much easier, but at the same time that removes the whole challenge and nobody's going to take advantage of it.
I think the next logical thing that's going to come out has already been sort of announced, and that's going to be the mini Amiga, although I don't think it's going to be a mini. I think it'll be fairly full-sized from the guys who did the C64. I think whether it's Stephen Jones and Edu Arana coming out with a little checkmate case Amiga that with the Amiga board, or the guys coming out with a mini Amiga, I think that's what we're going to see next, is a new Amiga that runs all of the retro stuff that's going to be available to order as a complete kit. Here you go. There's an Amiga for you. And because we can do it now, but we just have to piece it together ourselves. You know, okay, buy a Raspberry Pi, buy a case, buy this, and squish them together.
So like an Amiga in a box.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're going to get a complete retro Amiga, and I think we're going to see it in 2021.
Like a mystery.
You have Amiga keyboard. What's you use for keyboard?
Well, the guys that do the C64 came up with a great keyboard for the C64. It's beautiful, and if they can use the same manufacturing process and just make an Amiga keyboard, it's going to be nice, good quality stuff.
And those, the actual C64, those actually hit the U.S. next month in November, right?
Yeah, November 5th. Yeah.
I have to say, I mean, I've had a little bit of this conversation with you before, Doug, but I feel like in the Amiga scene, even just the Commodore scene in general, we are so spoiled. We are so spoiled. We have everything. We have hard drive replacements, keyboard replacements. Go down the list. We have new operating systems. You can go back and play the old stuff pretty easily too. You can get accelerators. You can pop in video cards that are brand new, made in 2020. It just goes on and on and on. You jump into any of the other retro scenes, it's crickets, guys. It's crickets. There's very, very little. Like, I'll admit it, I actually really like some of the classic Mac stuff and like to play in that realm. It's hard. It's hard. There is just almost nothing out there. We have it so good. So even if everything were to stop right now in time and we were all frozen in ice cubes, we'd still be totally happy because we had so many good times up to this point, and it looks like it's just going to keep on going. It's crazy the amount of passion and innovation in the scene. It's really, really cool.
Find another retro platform with 6 or 7 or 8 dedicated stores for that platform. Amiga Kit, Amiga on the Lake, Retro Ready.1. You know, the list goes on and on, that sell pretty much mostly Amiga stuff, or that's where they started, and now they sell a few other things. But wow, we have our choice of places to order stuff from. It's really amazing. It really is. I think that this is a cue that we're about ready to end up here, because they're packing everything up at the AmiWest show floor.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just about 5 o'clock now. Hey, Jerry, how you doing?
Oh, good. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we ran
now.
out of stuff to talk about like 6 hours ago, and we've literally just been sitting here staring at each other this entire time.
No.
For most of it, about the new show stuff. But yeah, we're starting to pack up. We're gonna get kicked out of the hotel here eventually, and we got a couple of truckloads of stuff to take back to storage and PA system.
Gosh, we all wish we could be there helping you pack that stuff up, but you know.
You do. I wish you were here, Doug, so I could pack your car for you.
Yeah, like last year. Yeah. How do you feel about the show this year, for the real show? I know it was far fewer people, but that's understandable. But everybody still had a good time?
Yeah, we all had a good time. We miss seeing a lot of the regular people that come to visit us, but we had a good time. We drank after hours. When I post the video of Brian doing the awards, you really need to look at that. It was not staged, but as I zoomed in on Brian, all proud of my lighting and camera work, I realized right over his shoulder is the whiskey bottles from the night before.
Nice.
I saw that this morning. I was like, what's it, whiskey? It was like 10 in the morning.
Yeah. I just want to let you know, if you haven't been here before, that that's really what happens.
We'll carpool there next year, David. You and I and Scott Culkin will carpool there next year, and you'll get to experience one firsthand, and they're a blast.
But yeah, I think many of you might know Mr. Toast. He's getting pretty popular in the scene, doing some Amiga repairs and what have you. And while he was here, his Amiga arrived. So we did a little unboxing and set that up on the side and played with that while we were here. We had a couple guys bring their 3000 towers in, and we're playing with that. I brought in my Mist this year for our game competition, because I just love that it's this little box I can just take and put up and go, and it does just fine. So, and then Mr. Toast was also here with his equipment to fix things, and he brought his, I can't remember, it's either the C64 Reloaded, or I don't know, there's like 3 different C64 boards out there now. He's got one of those that he brought with his 1200. So I know we talked about earlier the classic scene, and on the show floor this year, the classic scene by far was dominant. We had Brian with his X5000 here, and that was really it. So and I know that a lot of club members really love the older classic stuff. I know since Doug's come into the community, that's been a real, shot in the arm of good quality classic stuff. So I had a blast. And I do like the online presence, as you mentioned before, the reach we can get with speakers, online, because flying anywhere is expensive. Coming in from overseas I know that's a chore. It's a big chore to commit to that. And then when you get here, you get Sacramento. Not that I'm going to dog my town too much, but it's not like you're ending up in San Francisco or LA or New York. It's, they probably call themselves the cow town here. And
old
Sacktown. Didn't the Amigos guys say it was Sacktown?
Yeah, Sacktown.
Yeah.
So there is some stuff to do here, but it's not like a big tourist draw once you get here. A lot of visitors, when they do get here, they take a day off or come early so they can go to San Francisco, because it's an hour down the road without traffic, 5 hours with. But yeah, So I do think we're gonna have to figure out how to get more international speakers in this forum going forward to really get good coverage of all the good things that are going on in the community.
Mm-hmm.
You could certainly reuse this format right here and have them do it virtually, even if just to save on some coin.
Yep.
Yeah.
We were actually talking about that before you came on board, Eric, that we should get a couple of international speakers who just can't make the trip.
Yeah.
Just do them virtually. Let's just host them virtually.
The hardest part for them is going to be the time zone change, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I think most people are okay with that. I think several people in the chat here are on pretty crazy time zones. Like Litwarsky is probably what, about 4 in the morning for you? So, 2 o'clock in the morning? Yeah. So,
well, and I noticed that on our live stream too. I think our as the stream went on, our viewership went down a little bit, and I do think it's because some of our attendees were like, this is great, but it's being recorded, so I'm going to bed. And more power to you.
We have to deal with, we just have to deal with that. Yeah. But the live chat today was wonderful. We honestly, I don't think there was 10 seconds of dead space this entire 7 hours that we've been talking. We've just been having a good time and letting the conversation go where it naturally went to, and then redirecting, going back on the topic, and then just having fun talking about it. And we had, I think, as many as about 24, 25 people at a time on here. People would drop off and pop in and pop out. And some of us have been here the entire day, which is absolutely wonderful. I really appreciate that.
Yes, some of you need to have a bio break right now, I believe.
I have not. I didn't even have any breakfast today. I got up, got ready for this. My breakfast is literally sitting on the table in there. My wife made for me. I haven't even stopped for a break, but it's okay.
You might want to get some whiskey too, though.
Yeah, so I'm glad to see this was well received. I didn't know if just a big community chat would be something people were interested in, and obviously you guys made it happen. So thank you.
We had fun. We had a lot of great people in, a lot of people talking about their projects they're working on, their shows that they work on. It was a lot of fun. I think it was productive, and I think everybody learned a little something. I know I learned a lot about Amiga ones that I didn't necessarily know before, a lot about MorphOS that I didn't know before, and it was overall a very positive experience.
Yes. Yeah, it was great to get to meet you guys. Doug, thanks for putting this together. And I'm sorry, what's your guy on the floor there? You for taking everything out. I'm sorry.
Jerry.
Jerry, nice to meet you, buddy. I'm David.
Hi, David.
Yeah, it was great to meet everybody even earlier and later. And yeah, this was fantastic. I should have cleaned my house though. Sorry for the mess.
You told me that like 8 months ago when you and I did a Skype call, David. It hasn't changed. I think your beard is growing out a little bit though.
Yeah. Getting ready for Santa.
All right, guys, I'm going to bail. Nice to meet you all. We'll see you next time.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Subscribe to Amiga Love.
See you, everybody.
Adios.
Yep. Take care. So yeah, thank you everybody who joined in today, everyone who stuck it out from the very beginning until the very end here. It was wonderful having all of you. Yep. Please, I spend a lot of time on Twitter. That's where I put a lot of my information out there. I'm at 10mark1 on Twitter. Don't do at 10mark, that's some French guy. But at 10mark1 on Twitter, follow me there. And I would love to, hey, it's Mr. Toast. How you doing, buddy? Mr. Unamiga, Mr. Toast.
Very good. Thank you very much. You guys did a fantastic job working the show. Great job hosting, Doug. Great job on the logistics for everybody. We had a lot going on in the background here, so in a lot of ways, we missed part of the show, but we're going to catch up on it.
Wonderful, wonderful. We had a really good time.
Awesome. I just want to say hi. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Chris. Yep, he's a fantastic guy. I enjoy him. But yeah, wonderful to finally put a face to many of your names who I knew of in the community, but never actually had a conversation with before, besides just messaging back and forth. And my DMs are always open for everybody. As many of you can attest to, I'm happy to talk things out, help you out on projects, help you troubleshoot stuff. Just look me up. I'm always there.
Thanks, Doug.
So
Thanks.
anybody else have anything to say before we sign out for this year?
One
Oh, I
question.
lost muted.
Go
Go ahead.
Yes, Gregory.
And that is, are you trying for some kind of Amiga marathon record for, Guinness or whatever, given the art contest and now
Yeah. 4.5 hours last week, 7 hours today. Yeah. I am nothing if not dedicated, but I'm well paid for it. I'm sure Brian's going to send me a check for a couple grand for this, right, Brian?
Maybe 50 cents. I don't know. It wasn't in the budget.
Did we sign a contract?
I don't remember.
Just kidding, guys. It's all voluntary.
Oh my, yes.
Yep.
I think I put about 10 grand into this show over the last 23 years out of my pocket.
Yep.
So we paid to do this. We don't get paid.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But yeah, wonderful meeting all of you, getting to know all of you. And I guess until next time, this is Doug from 10 Minute Amiga Retrocast signing out.
Yes.
As I do in every show.
Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Yep. Have a great night, everybody.
Yeah, take it easy.